and feel like
Good evening, you guys, and welcome to Kitchen Table Talk Live with Boy TV. It's good to see you guys. Listen, we're going to get right into this because I don't know exactly how long or how short this video is actually going to be. It actually is up to you guys today. You know, generally for Kitchen Table Talk Live, I have a certain set of things that I have planned and a certain set of time that I put to the side. But the topic is so all over the place that I'm just going to kind of let it roll as it may. So let's get on into this. Good evening, you guys. Welcome to Kitchen Table Talk Live. Like I said, we don't know how we're going to do this. We don't know where this is going to go. I'm just going to let it roll. I'm going to let it roll. It's a lot. It's a lot to cover. We're talking about Dave Chappelle, his Netflix special. Should Dave Chappelle be canceled? Should he not? Should comedians be given a pass when it comes to the jokes they tell and who's offended versus who's not offended? We're going to touch on too how T.S. Madison got pulled into the fray of the situation, how Jason Lee got pulled into. See, there's a whole lot. It's been all over the place. And I'm not even at the kitchen table. I'm actually in the little studio section. But we're going to handle it like we at the kitchen table. We're going to say whatever it is that we want to say. So I guess you can kind of figure kind of where my mind goes. When do I stop letting people just say whatever it is they want to say? I want to say what I want to say. Let's talk about it. Let me see who's up in here first of all. Gabor, what's going on? Welcome. Good evening to you. Carolyn Alexander, hi baby. Mwah. Monk Chip, what's going on, my love? What is going on? Hey G, hey Regina, Bob Morley, what's going on? Natalia Richards, hello all. Tanya D, hey, good to see you all. We are streaming on Facebook as well as in YouTube verse. So thank you for everybody who has actually took time and actually came in for me, because you know most of the time I'm on in the daytime with this. But anyway, let's get into it. And then I'm going to open the panel. I want to open up and let you actually talk if you want to talk, because I want to hear from people. I know what I think. But I'm really interested to talk to you all about this. I just am. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Hey, Nubiology. So old Dave Chappelle did this here long awaited special down to the Netflix. So here we are. He does his thing. People love Dave Chappelle. So the whole thing of cancel culture and Dave Chappelle makes me say, huh? That's a rough one. You know, that's a rough one. Like, just some people just never think that you're going to hear, oh, cancel this person. But it happens. I never thought anybody would cancel Chrisette Michele. But baby, she says she's going to be okay. She wasn't okay. She got canceled, honey. DaBaby was hot. I think he's kind of is. Did he really get canceled, or is he kind of borderline canceled? And that's the transition, because this thing has gotten so far out of whack that I even heard people talking about, they were speaking as though the baby's been canceled. Yes, he's lost money and he's lost some bookings and different things like that. But is he actually canceled? But I've heard talk of, should he be given another chance and be brought back? So I don't know. But he did his show. Dave Chappelle did his show. He did jokes, and he had jokes about everybody. Like, most comedy specials. There's jokes about race, there's jokes about, that's what comedians do. Anything to get up underneath your skin. That's what they do. And he has some jokes about the trans community. Okay. So the trans community is a hot button. It's a hot button. Trans women and trans men and equality and the danger and how things are not being addressed. It is a hot button. So I was not surprised that it kind of kicked up some dirt. And I honestly believe that Dave Chappelle's not surprised that it kicked up some dirt. I think Dave Chappelle, I think it was a business decision. I think it was a business decision. And it was like, okay, I'm going to get them talking. I'm going to get them talking. People been waiting on me. I got to deliver. I'm going to get them talking. I think he knew he was stepping onto a landmine, and I think he was prepared. I think he was prepared for what it was going to be. And here goes his response. He literally is standing in, I ain't apologizing about nothing. I said what I said. And he says he's not homophobic. He is not homophobic. And, how often do you ever hear anybody admit when these things are, oh yeah, I'm homophobic? I don't even know why is that question even thrown out? Because no one walks around and admits to it. So he's saying, it is what it is. I'm not homophobic. I had, it's like, one of my good friends was transsexual. I was like, oh, don't say that. Don't say that. As soon as you say that, that just sparks a whole nother part of an argument. But he told stories during the show about his friend that was a transsexual. And he's like, I am not transphobic. I'm not. And the whole thing. He went through the whole thing. He actually talked about some actual real life stuff. So that's coming into play. We're like, well, wait, but he had all these feelings for this friend of his, and she actually committed suicide. So he couldn't possibly be transphobic. So all of that's been thrown into this. T.S. Madison, when everything got started, it was so funny because generally when these things happen, she's always had a battle of whether or not she's the poster child for trans rights and transphobia and trans activism. Is she the poster child for it? She said, her whole thing's like, I've never signed up for that. I'm just me. I'm just doing my thing. And, doing your thing. With great success comes great responsibility. It's dropped in your lap. It is what it is. There ain't nothing you can do about it. You just have to kind of walk the walk. It is what it is. So that's kind of how Maddie's whole situation is. But with Maddie basically did exactly. She tried to stay out of it for the most part. She said she's not watching it. She's not going to watch it because she was exhausted with the whole thing. She was exhausted with the conversations around it. When it was first gearing up, she was like, I ain't even touching it. It wasn't happening. And then every day since that, Maddie has been in a constant back and forth, and she's being attacked, and she's, doing her videos, and, she's right back in that space. But really, She just said she's not watching it. And I guess that her saying that she's not watching it says that she's against it for some people. And that's how all of that got started. So that's how she got in. Now, let me talk about Jason Lee of Hollywood Unlocked and Gagged with Jason Lee. Jason Lee had very strong, Jason says what Jason wants to say. And Jason also knows how to get the people talking. He is a reality star, as well as he's pretty much a shock jock. And he's this internet personality. So Jason knows how to move about. Jason said what he had to say. He is completely against the whole cancellation. He says he definitely stood very firm that he believes that comedians should be able to say whatever it is they want to say, and people should just deal with it. And Jason even went into some things that I was like, oh, Jason. He basically sided against the LGBTQIA and whoever was talking the LGBTQIA stuff. He just sided against it. He just didn't see it for it. He went even deeper into it, and it went down that road of Black issues versus gay issues. Oh, yes, this thing has really took legs and started we're talking about a comedy special, and now we're talking about what problem goes first, Black issues or gay issues. And that whole, well, you were Black before you were gay. And I'm like, how did we get from the comedy special, the hee to you were Black before you were gay and all of that? But here we are. But again, Jason, he basically sided against LGBTQIA issue and the trans issue with it. And then he was accused of being transphobic. So that's what he said. He said, I don't know, how did I get accused of being transphobic? And then he had a question. Jason said, can you be transphobic and gay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and answer that for him, because I don't know whether he'll see it or not, but it's very possible that Jason may actually see my video. Jason, my darling, you most certainly can be transphobic and be gay. You most certainly can be gay and be homophobic. It definitely is a yes to that question. Now, I'm not calling him either of the two, but in answer to the question, yes, you definitely can. And that's coming from me, 49-year-old gay male and drag queen. Yes, you can most definitely be homophobic and transphobic and be literally wrapped in a pink blanket and still not like the community, not care for people of the community, not care for anything about it, and literally hate the community, all while laying in the bed with a person of the same sex. So the answer to the question, Mr. Lee, is yes, absolutely yes, darling. Yes. I talk about it all the time down here, about people who literally are gay and literally hate that part of themselves and literally take it out on other people every time they get a chance. So that the answer to that is yes. So this is what's actually going on. We all know what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on. So I don't have to sit here and give you a whole big rundown. The special is actually on Netflix. Netflix was approached aggressively about take it down. Take it down. Take it down, take it down, take it down. And Netflix said, what you say? Netflix stood strong and said, they're not doing it, baby. They're not taking it down. They're not taking it down. They're standing with Dave Chappelle, and it is what it is. So this is what I'm going to do. Like I said, this is up to you all. I'm telling you, for me, I'm going to give my opinion, and then we're going to talk. for me, I have to be very, very honest here. I'm going to be very, yes, I'm going to drop the link, Jessica. I knew that Jessica B would be somewhere in the mist, honey. For me personally, I'm not pushing to cancel Dave Chappelle. I'm not pushing to cancel him. And this is just me personally. When it comes to comedy is crass. It always has been. For comedy to be what it is, somebody has to be offended. That's just the way it is. That is literally the way it is. It's the way it's been. Some things, yes, we are making great strides in changing things for the LGBTQIA. We are making great strides in being visible, and the respect level is starting to raise just a little. And, it is what it is. Sometimes I know that there's things that are never going to change. The Black church, it ain't never going to change. So just stop it. I don't think we will ever. I don't. Even when I'm dead and gone, baby, and in my grave, I don't think we will have a 100% open arm welcome into the Black church. I don't see it ever happening. I just don't. I don't see that ever happening. Okay? I don't. It's just a thing of when it comes to comedy shows and live. Because see, and that's the thing. Live comedy is a completely different animal than comedy on the tube. Sitcoms and things like that, completely different. Completely different. And they're handled differently, as they should be. But a live comedy show, when you go to a live comedy show, it really is individual. You have to study who you're going to see. Know that if this person's round of comedy is not your round of comedy, you have to say, that show's not for me. It really is no different than saying, I know I like hip hop. What in the hell are you doing at a classical production? Why are you here? So it's kind of that thing. It's individual. You have to decide for yourself. And it really does roll onto the freedom of speech. I mean, because a lot of things we do is actually pressing on freedom of speech as it is. A lot of what's going on presses, and I mean really presses on freedom of speech. It really does. People telling you what you can say and what you can't say. I understand it. I definitely understand it. Sometimes it's easier to kind of press on it than to have people getting balled up. Because see, some of the things, if we let you just say what you want to say, you're going to get balled up. That's all there's to it. Sometimes those things, sometimes the freedom of speech is violated a little bit to keep you living. And people don't see that. Like that little N-word. That N-word, child, people got mad at him. Tell me I can't say the N-word. Well, go ahead and say it, honey. You don't know. You say, my rights is being violated. No, your life is being saved, you damn fool. And it's getting to be the same thing. Some of this stuff with the LGBTQIA. Child, everybody is not soft and running home and scary. You get to call them the F word. In some crowds, you get to call them the F word. And there's some people that their feelings will be hurt and they'll be like, I can't believe you said that. In other crowds, you get to call them the F word and it's all ass and elbows. Saving your life. But when it comes to this little comedy thing, I really think it's just a singular thing. You have to just kind of figure out what it is that you like, know what type of comedy that you're going toward, and the ones that don't work for you, just kind of like leave it alone. But I don't think I've ever been to any type of a comedy show where somebody doesn't get offended. If I go into a comedy show, and I'm being honest and as transparent as I can, if I walk into a comedy show and they don't say anything that offends me at all, I would be questioning, did I actually have a good time? And maybe that is wrong, but I've been here for a long time. I've been here through the Richard Pryors of the world. That's where I grew up. My chops got cut on that stuff. That's the world I come from. That's why I say, like, even when I'm in battle, when I step, because I'm a YouTuber, okay? I got other channels. Everything about my walking YouTube is not nice and oh, I'm gonna teach you how to sew a little something. I'll cuss your ass out. Period. Now, I don't want to be, a completely troublesome channel. But if you get wrong, I will get you all the way together and clean you up. I will. And that's because a lot of things that people say, when people be really trying to back you up, those things don't affect me. The F word, literally, it does not affect me whatsoever. The N word doesn't affect me whatsoever. It's like, I don't prefer that you say it, but you won't throw me off my square saying that to me. We will be in battle. We will be in battle, and you won't trip me up on it. You think this is the first time I heard that word? You get me to argue with you, I'll call you that word and be politically incorrect. You understand? This is just where I come from. I've lived through the Red Foxes and the Richard Pryors and the Eddie Murphys and the Roseanne Barrs and come on, Sandra Bernhards. This is what I know of comedy. The Dave Chappelles. Are you kidding me? It's where I come from. It's where I come from. I don't know any what I would call lily liver comedians. Comedians say any goddamn thing. But Mr. Witherspoon, before he left here, would let you have it, honey. Would let you have it. Paul Mooney, one of the best comics that ever lived. And I don't know, I used to question, I didn't know if Paul Mooney was dancing on my side of the fence or dancing on the other side of the fence or walking down the top of the goddamn fence. But Paul Mooney literally would offend everybody in his audience. And he literally, I sat and I watched him. One of my favorite comedy specials by him, he was doing his thing and he was just about halfway through the show and a white couple got up and walked out. He said, shit, I thought I had done lost it. Literally, he gauged how his show was going by did he literally offend someone enough to make them walk out. Paul Mooney was a beast. Do you understand me? And he doesn't get the credit that he should actually get because he was like this with Richard Pryor. They ran neck and neck. They wrote together and a whole lot of other things. But that was just them. They need the freedom to be able to say whatever it is they want to say, to actually do what it is that they do. Now, right, wrong, or indifferent, that for me, you guys, and I know some people are going to be angry with me, but for me, no, I'm not going to cancel any comedians when they're doing what they do. Now, if they're walking through the streets, carrying on, then yes. 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 But when you go to a comedy show, if I go to a comedy show as Milan Trezor, are you serious? And then I tip my little ass on down front and cross my legs with my heels on and sit in front of Dave Chappelle. You think I don't think that he's going to make some type of a joke about a drag queen or a little boy playing in a girl's dress. Or if you walk down there and you think that it's not going to happen, you are a fool. You are a fool. You have to know your lane and know where you're going. Know where you're going. It just kind of is what it is. Is it fair? Hell, life is not fair. Life is not fair. It just is what it is. Some things are never going to change. And that's that. That's how I see this situation. No, I'm not trying to cancel Dave Chappelle. No, I'm not trying to have Netflix take it down. No. Now, if Dave Chappelle sees me in the Walmart and Dave Chappelle decides to call me a drag queen or decides that he think he's going to make a joke or use me as a punchline, Dave Chappelle will probably find himself up in the rack. You know what I mean? So again, time and place. Time and place. So that's my feelings on it. Now, this is what I'm getting ready to do here. I'm getting ready to drop this link. You understand me? This is what I want. This is what I want. I don't want no foolishness. You understand? I am not here for no foolishness. And I'm telling you now, if you think that you're going to come up on here and come up with some foolishness, then you're going to see my comedy chops because I'm going to clown the shit out of you. So I'm just telling you now, if you want to see James the comedian, come on up and you will be the butt of my joke. Period. I want to have some real conversation about this. And I don't want to hear, and if you disagree, by all means, the floor is yours. You can disagree. You can disagree. I have no problem with it. I want to know that you disagree, and I want to know why you disagree. If you offend me, we're going to have a whole new comedy special down here on YouTube. Now, I'm telling you before you come. Telling you before you come. This is not church, and I'm not singing no hymns. Now, listen. This is who I want. I want, if there is a trans man or trans woman, I beg you, please take the panel. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. If there is a heterosexual woman around, which I know I have, because that's most of what I have, is heterosexual women, I want to hear from you. Heterosexual males, oh yes, I have those too. I want to hear from you. Gay males, effeminate, I want to hear from you. Masculine, I want to hear from you as well. Who's left? Lesbians, lipstick or stud, bring it on. I want to hear from you. Period. So here we go. Let me get this link and drop it, and let's get it going on. And trust me, everything that I actually mentioned, and the pansexuals and the everybody, the they and them, and if those are your pronouns, you too, I want to hear from you. I want to hear what you have to say. And you're safe. You're safe. I'm not gonna let nobody do you in. Just like I'm gonna let them do me, I ain't gonna let them do you too bad, child. Come on. All right, there is the link. Hello, Blue Wolf. What's up, Miles? Messy Vlog 21. I see your fingers is rolling. How are you, sis? Oh my God. See, she messy. I enjoy her, but she messy. And actually, I saw Really B out there, and Really B loves to chat. So I'll be very surprised if she doesn't come up. Here's my Jessica. Let me get my stuff. Jessica.
Yep, it's me.
Issue. Y'all get into that picture, baby. That's Miss Chloe Bailey, honey. I dropped a video earlier about that performance that she's doing right there. Where you get a second going back and get up into it, honey. Miss Jessica B. What you got to say?
Okay. First of all, I want to say I thoroughly enjoyed.
Oh, Jessica,
Yeah,
thank you
can you
for.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Because sometimes my connection just be jacked up. So let me know if I go out. But I was saying, well, I thoroughly enjoyed your commentary. Oh my God, it was so good. So good. I loved it. And you took a lot of my points, which was my dad grew up on the Red Fox, Richard Pryor, Raw, Eddie Murphy, and you may not believe this, but to this day I have never seen any of those comedy acts because they used to listen to them on albums. But I heard they were so vulgar, and my dad just told me last year that Richard Pryor went both ways. I had no idea, and that he was open with it and accepted in a time that they weren't accepted. Like,
Well, Jeff said on Eddie Murphy Raw, or Eddie Murphy Delirious. If he were a YouTuber and he loaded it to his channel, it would not get monetized. It would not get monetized for
see,
many reasons, and it would probably be snatched out for hate speech. But yeah, that's what it is. Wait a minute, I got somebody waiting. Hold on, Jessica. Keep talking, Jessica.
okay,
I can't believe you haven't
okay,
seen the movie.
yeah. So
Get yourself a chance to see it.
no, I just haven't. I just decided not to. Um, but anyway, so yes, okay. So in my honest opinion, I'm
Wait a minute,
honestly over.
wait a minute, Jess.
Oh, go ahead. I know you. Okay.
1-2 V. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, what's up? It's an honor to be on your show.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Jessica. Jessica.
Am I froze? Hold
Yeah,
on.
go ahead. I can hear you.
Am I froze? I'm back. Okay. All right. So anyway, so I'm gonna try to jump right into it. I'm completely over cancel culture. I think that it is like it just depends on the day which way the coin is gonna flip. I feel like comedians have to do their job. I view Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, and now I've added New Breed, Nick Cannon along the same playing fields. They know how to cater to different audiences, but I have to say that in my opinion, Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock know how to cater to that liberal, white, number 45 political audience. That's where their money comes in at. So I don't blame Netflix for not canceling them. I feel like, let comedians have their jobs. But the world that we living in, everything is so sensitive. Like if I'm a light-skinned woman who got a dark-skinned best friend, we can't joke like we did back in high school because somebody's gonna say, "Oh, you light skinned, you shouldn't be saying it," or "You dark skinned, you shouldn't be saying it." Like I'm just sick of all of it. I'm just over it, honestly. I don't think he should be canceled. I think that nobody should put a lid on a comedian's filter. I mean, on their mouth, put a filter on their mouth. And that's just we know what Dave Chappelle gives. He even admitted that, hey, I'm actually enjoying this cancel culture. This what it is. I want to see what it's about.
He knew he was
So I don't know. I guess my views are that.
right. He knew he was stepping on landmine. He knew that was marketing, honey. He knew what he was doing.
I agree. I mean, I totally agree. It was marketing and it served its purpose.
And I
You
think,
know.
and I
Um,
want to be very clear. My feelings are that about comedy. Other stuff, no. I'll push you in the corner about all that other stuff.
exactly.
Trying, if you think you can really just work me and be talking crazy out in the street, that's a whole different situation. But for comedy, every rule that's ever been created, there's always some type of exception. And when it comes to comedy, live comedy, that's one of them
I
spaces.
agree. Comedy, that's one thing. You know what I mean? Because if you look at commercials and you look at different TV shows, that world has finally graduated and it has become more accepting. But this, okay, for example, that's just like some of the Latino population who are in a rap game. They use the N word.
Mhm.
And you have one side that's like, I can't believe y'all letting these fools use the N word. But then you have the other side who buying their music who like, man, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Like, so it's like, which side of the fence do y'all really want to, ride on when it comes to cancel culture? You see what I'm saying? Like me, I don't agree with no Latino caught saying the N-word in a rap song, but at the same token, it sounds kind of hypocritical and contradicting me because I'm saying don't cancel Dave Chappelle. So I'm one of those people who kind of just depends on what the topic is, you know?
See again, that's that gray area because we don't
Yeah.
have, I don't know one rap song where they refer to anybody as a wetback. You understand? There's a gray area there. I don't recall anybody having a song where they really do all of that, and just go on and get away with it. And even in our regular talk, they use the N-word and as slang like we do, but we don't use the slang terms against them. So again, that's one of those gray areas. Jessica, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree that it is.
You know how to do that.
I agree, but that's really why I want to throw out there is that coming from a straight woman who has several friends. I mean, I grew up in Atlanta, so of course, a lot of my friends are a part of the gay community. You know what I mean? And for example, y'all have y'all's own lingo that a lot of Black women admittedly has taken. You know what I mean? But y'all have y'all own lingo. So when you dragging somebody and you calling, one of your same people that's in your group, like a name, that's y'all's lingo. So there's nothing that a straight person can take from that. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. It just depends on the group.
It's a gray area.
Lord.
It's a gray area, just like a couple that is a Black couple. They call each other the N-word in the midst of an argument. Well, when you get to arguing, for me, it's like, child, people say what they say. But a couple, you might hear the N-word in the midst of an argument in a Black couple's home. In a white couple's home, you may actually hear, trust me, you may hear somebody be called trailer park trash in their home. But when there is an argument in a home that is interracial, the N-word, if it come up, it's a problem. If trailer park trash comes up, it's a problem. So yeah, it's a gray area, but some things it just is.
Okay, Cyber Diva. Listen, click the link, girlfriend. If you disagree with me, so be it. But in my opinion, based on my observation, I'm not saying that this is a general rule. What I'm saying is, if you look at a lot of these reality shows, and I don't know, James, you know exactly what I mean when I talk about lingo.
It's a back and forth. We didn't take everything from you guys, and you all didn't take everything from us.
Right. It's not a general rule.
It is a mesh.
None
of the lingo came from all one direction.
Right. I can agree with that for sure.
A lot of it is the inflection there's more of the inflection that actually goes on our side, because there's words that are just words and it's just the way we say them that went over. So
and you know what? That's true. Because like, yes, God, of course, Funky Dineva heard him saying that, but from what I hear from one of my homegirls, she's
yes, God, honey.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting to. That was the first time I heard that, but one of my homegirls she's trans, she's in her 50s and she's in Atlanta. She was like, girl, we've been saying that way before Funky was born. So
that doesn't belong to Funky Dineva channel, but he do say it's
okay.
funny. His inflection on it is his. It's funny.
Right.
Hey, wait a minute. Who won 2 bids? That you, babe?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Wait a minute, Jessica.
I'm gonna jump down. I just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, boo. Thank you so much, Jessica. I always appreciate you, baby. I love seeing you, babe.
Thanks, babe. All right. Bye, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica B, All right, babe, what's up?
Hey, yeah, so I just think Dave Chappelle is a transphobic, homophobic bigot. And I think
Okay.
he's always been that way. I remember when he came on Oprah, I think it was in 2005, he was talking about, oh, Hollywood just wants to put black men in dresses, and oh, I didn't want to. You remember that? Oh, I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that, and you know he can understand the reason why he walked away from his show is because he was like, oh, white people are not laughing with me; they're laughing at me. So
Mhm.
he can't seem to understand the trans community and the LGBT community when people are laughing at us, but he can understand when people are laughing at black people. So he's just one of those hoteps, one of those black men that want to just go ahead and they understand racism, they understand police brutality, but when it comes to LGBT people, they can't seem to wrap their mind around why we get upset when people, call us faggots or whatnot. So
Right.
he's a homophobe. I mean, that's all there is to
He's
it.
absolutely said he's absolutely said problematic things in the past. And my thing is, I'm not approaching that. My whole thing was not really about whether or not he is a homophobe or not, or a transphobic or not. My whole thing is about whether or not he should be canceled because of the comedy, the comedy special. But by all means, I'm here for the points that you're actually making. But that's,
Yeah.
I'm not even touching that. Me personally, I'm gonna let y'all touch on whatever y'all want to touch on. But tonight, I'm not touching that. But by all means, when I give you the floor, you know that I
Yeah.
allow you to have the floor to express whatever you want. But yes, he definitely has said problematic things in the past. He has. And
Yeah.
like I was saying, in Walmart, if you're saying these things in Walmart and I put you on the rack, that's a whole different situation. But if I come to your comedy show, I don't have any right to be up there knocking you down. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I guess I mean it's Netflix's decision whether they want to take it off or not. But I
Right.
think if it
And,
was a different subject, I think they would probably take it down. I think if it was race,
yeah, I'm going to say, and depending on what community, depends
yeah,
on what
exactly.
community.
There's some communities you can get away with saying things.
Again, it's business.
Yeah.
Business first.
Yeah.
Bottom line is always
That's right. That's right. Oh, well, thank you, James.
absolutely. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your support. You know you be around.
I love you. Bye.
All right, babe. Okay, let's see. Livy,
Hey, love.
what's going down? Ladies and gentlemen, Olivia the Oracle.
I came in. I haven't. I came in a little bit ago, and I seen you talking about Dave Chappelle and if
Mhm.
whether or not he should be canceled, um, because of the comedy review. And I've heard some people for him being canceled, some people not for him being canceled. I seen where a trans a leader of the or a advocate for the trans community didn't think he should be canceled. I saw that. My thing is, um, are people really listening to his message in the comedy special? Because I went and it is really we know that he out and we okay so he a black man of a certain age, right? And so he a comedian. Of course, he gonna have his hyper masculine thing, on stage or whatever, because he think that's what his people want to hear or whatever. But I don't think that a lot of time when we have prejudices, we don't mean I don't think that he wants anybody to really get hurt. I don't think he wants any trans person to be harmed, like beat him up on the street or anything like that. You see what I'm saying? But my thing was the message, that story that he told about his trans friend. I thought that was very beautiful. I got that message right there. Did you see the special? Spill
I did not watch the full special. I have gone through and seen pieces and parts
you should
because
really
I
do.
don't actually like Dave Chappelle.
I mean, I
Like
understand,
that
but it's
for
a
the
message
whole for the whole thing.
right? But if you had, see, if people are listening for the buzzwords, right? Now we know he got a history of making these trans jokes and stuff, right? So did you see the part in the special when he was talking about his trans friend?
Yes, I did.
And so did you get the message behind that?
I got it. I got it. Well,
Mhm.
my thing, I didn't want him canceled.
Right. No, I'm just saying, just
Yeah,
in.
I didn't want him canceled. I didn't. This is the thing with me and Dave Chappelle. Dave
Mm,
Chappelle can't hold me for a whole special. That's the truth of
right.
the matter. He can't hold me for a whole
I
special.
mean, I understand it, but
Yeah.
I think
So
my issue is people aren't listening for the message. Do you see what I'm saying? In the message, he was telling people via the story about his friend, right?
mhm,
I think he had certain ideals. You live, you learn, you grow, right? And so I think because of that man that he met, that was a trans man, I mean a trans woman that
that's
he
one.
met, I really think that changed his views on a lot of things. And for that man to come out and stand up for Dave Chappelle on Twitter, and he said they drug him down through there for standing up for Dave Chappelle, and he was a trans person, and then for him to commit suicide, that really affected him. You know what I mean? That got him right there. And sometimes, um I mean, you never know what's going to open your eyes to certain things. You know what I mean? I think
Right.
that affected him. I think he had to throw a joke in there. It really wasn't a joke that he was throwing. He was being Dave Chappelle because he said he set up some kind of fund or something like that for his daughter, and he
Uh-huh.
said he can't wait till she turned 21 so he can give her all the money and say, "Your father was the best woman I ever met," or something like that. He was saying.
Right.
Uh, I don't know how true that is right there, but I think that he really felt obligated because he know that man loved his child. That person loved his child. I think he was affected by that. I think he was. I think in his own way he was trying to call for some form of tolerance. You know what I mean? Because we are so intolerant sometimes. I've learned a lot since being on YouTube. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. Wait a
And
minute.
then
One
also
second,
in the
Olivia. Hold
show
on one
when
second.
he okay.
Wait a minute, Olivia. She dropped. Ronnie was up here, but she dropped.
Okay.
Come back, Ronnie. Let me drop the.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Also, one of the very last things is I think some people got this mixed up too, because I saw some of this stuff when he was like, he was saying, "Leave my people alone," and all of this and all that. He wasn't talking about black people. He was talking about comedians,
Hmm.
and that went over a lot of people's heads. And he told the story about what's the little fella's name? Kevin Hart not being able to what do you call it, host the Oscars cause of some what people thought of as being anti-gay comments about his son and smashing the dollhouse over the son's head and all this here and all that there, right? If he tell his daddy that he gay and all this and all that. So at the end when he was pretty much saying leave my people alone, and if you had been listening, he was talking about the trans woman and all the comedians, for making their jokes. Because at one point in time, people didn't think weren't so sensitive about words, right? And he was like, "Leave my people alone." And he was like I said, he wasn't talking about black people at that time. He was talking about comedians, But I mean, I think that if you really listen to the special, he was really speaking about tolerance on a whole lot of levels, but people just because he got a history of seeming like he's transphobic or whatever, you know what I mean? Because it did some people got to be careful vilifying people. Okay, so he be talking crazy, but my thing is, you can say whatever you want to say. Are you one of those people that go out at night with a baseball bat and actively seeking out black gay people, trans and gay, and killing them? Because we know that murder rate is really high in the LGBTQ community. Is he one of those people, or is he just really being flip about the whole thing because he feel insecure about the subject? And do you think is he worse or the same playing field as Richard Pryor? You see, what did she say? Olivia, is he worse?
Worst are on the same playing field as Richard Pryor, Red Fox. He's not I would say it's not as bad as the things they did, but that was a different time period. Richard Pryor and Red Fox wouldn't even be able to work the way
Right,
things
not
are
today.
now. They wouldn't even be able to work. So because you really can say what you want to say back
with
then.
a man. Did y'all hear about Richard Pryor having a whole relationship with a trans woman?
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that. But as far as Richard Pryor, though, yeah, he had a whole relationship with a trans woman. He wasn't even hiding it. Google it. So yeah, that happened. But as far as the old timers like Red Fox and all of them, it was a different world. So I don't think we can compare the world what it was then as opposed to now.
Yeah, you can't. They literally wouldn't be able to work. I'm gonna have to disagree to some extent with you about Dave Chappelle. I think Dave Chappelle was just doing his job. He was doing his job. He was doing the show. I don't think he was doing any underlying activism or any call out for peace or I don't believe any of that. I believe he was just doing his job. And when you do comedy, you do share your personal stories. And it fall how it fall. But do I think that he actually sat and thought it out like, well, yeah, maybe this will be a call for no.
No, I don't think he was being active.
I think he was just sharing his experience and putting a comedic spin on it. And again, people got offended.
I don't think he's ever going to be a gay advocate. Don't get me wrong.
Because again, Dave Chappelle has said problematic shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying either, but what I'm saying is sometimes you got to learn a hard lesson, right? And I feel like he felt some sense of guilt because that trans woman that he came to know as his friend, killed, it ultimately killed himself for standing up for him, and he didn't have to do that because he was a trans woman. You see what I'm saying? And so I think that I don't think he was being an advocate. I think he's thinking, well, hey, maybe I need to be a little more tolerant. Maybe I shouldn't go so far, or maybe you know what I mean. I was just, that's what I'm saying. But is he ever going to be an advocate? No, I don't think so. But I think that really affected him when that man killed himself, when that trans woman killed herself. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna share this with you. Because it goes both ways. And this thing has a lot of different layers to it.
Yeah.
I have family members that are close family members that literally, I have male family members that will stand in their stuff and say, I really cannot stand effeminate males. Like literally, or there's no other way to look around it other than you are literally homophobic. But I say, well, how is that? You sound crazy because there's me. And they say, that's different. You're mine. You're mine. So no, I don't feel like that about you, but them other ones, I just can't. So people do compartmentalize things, and you can have a person that literally is completely homophobic.
Right.
And really don't like the community and don't want to be bothered, but they can compartmentalize it for their family member. Everybody's family don't throw them away. Some people will compartmentalize it and still vilify the rest of us.
That was gonna be my question. Say that was your cousin that is homophobic, right? Mm-hmm. Is your cousin gonna let you get beat down without him doing something about it?
There's some cousins that will, and there's some cousins that won't.
Wow.
I got some girl cousins that will be the one that sets you up with the boys, put you in the room with the boys to beat you down and be grinning and smiling the whole time.
Really?
So it just, girl, there's layers to it. Hold on 1 minute. I got somebody. I'm gonna pull them up. Hold on.
My family would do some shit.
Girl, please. Homophobia is interesting. Like I answered the question. Oh, you probably missed it. Adrian.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hi.
Yes, can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on? Hello, beautiful.
Hey,
Now
Jay,
I'm gonna
how
say, let
are
me say
you?
this one second, and then I'm gonna let you talk one moment, Adrian. There is I just lost my point. I just lost my point. We were okay. Family members. Family members. Again, like I said, they'll compartmentalize it and different things like that. And they can literally love, like people can put that together where they do love you, but there's that one part about you that they just can't stand. And I always would be so confused with that. And I'm like, there's gotta be like some psychology to that. That how can you claim to love me, but you hate this about me? And
Yeah.
when you think of me, that's the first thing you think about. That doesn't make sense. But then, as I got into the world, I said this earlier. It was a question that came from Jason Lee. You know Jason Lee.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Jason Lee wanted to know, can you be transphobic and actually be gay? I'm like, yeah, you could actually be gay and be homophobic as a whole.
I know
And you
somebody
can write yourself.
is.
You know a whole lot of people like that. They write down here on YouTube making videos.
Yep.
I'm gonna get right on back to you, Olivia.
I
That
know
wait a minute.
somebody right here that we know well in the B sector is. If we paying attention.
Absolutely. Well, girl, you know I always call it out on it. So anyway, yes. So it's very possible to be gay and be transphobic, to be gay and be homophobic, to just literally be all mixed up, all in
Right.
your own little person, all in your
Because
own little person.
I'll
Listen,
be
the shade has been thrown. Adrian,
Hey, love.
welcome. Hello, darling.
Hey, Boo. Thanks so much for having me. I've been watching you for a few years now. Love your show, love your commentary. I'm glad that you're talking about this. I watched the entire special. I thought it was hilarious. And I knew as soon as he made those comments, I just cringed because I was like, oh my God, this is going to be taken so out of context. And it was. And I think that obviously, the LGBT community has been discriminated against, greatly for years. This is not a question, right? So no one has a right to tell anybody what they can and cannot be offended by. But I think that the major point that Dave was making was that it seems to be that the pendulum has swung so far where it's now like you can almost say anything about anybody else, especially a black person, but you better not say anything about the gay community, lest your livelihood be taken from you. And I think that was the point that he was making about what happened with Kevin Hart. What's so crazy is that not even a week after this happened, this special airs, then you have this thing that comes out with the NFL and this coach. And I'll be daggone if it didn't prove Dave absolutely right. I mean, this was a textbook example. We saw this in real time. His joke play out in real time. This coach made a racist remark. In this email was uncovered that he made a racist remark, and the NFL, all the commentary was, well, that was 10 years ago. Well, he not really racist. Well, there were all these explanations of why we just need to let that go. And not less than 24 hours, when it came out that he had also made some homophobic comments about Michael Sam, the first openly gay player in the NFL, then it was time for him to be fired. That is the point that Dave was making. So it's not about, that wanting to just openly discriminate against the LGBT. It wasn't about that, or wanting to punch down, as he was saying. People were accusing him of punching down. That wasn't the point. He was just pointing out how there's a difference in the response in our society. And we just watched that play out in real time with this example of this NFL player. You say something about a black person, it's not that bad. You say something about a gay person, you lose your job. And so I just feel like it's it's an uncomfortable truth, but that seems to be where we are in society. I was hoping that more people would actually watch the whole thing. And Dave may or may not be a cup of tea. You may or may not like his style of comedy, and that's fine. But I think the overall message, and then when he got to the story of his friend, that was just completely and utterly sad. Because I think the overall message when he was talking about what happened to Daphne was not only was he able to reach out and have a human connection, he made that point too about how Daphne was saying, I am a human being, I have a human experience, and how that resonated with him. I am a human, this is a human, human to human. And he was able to form this friendship with her. But in the process, she ended up getting bullied so bad by her own community. That was really sad. Her own community turned on her because she had the audacity to stick up for this man. And all she said was, hey, once he got to know me and was able to get past all his preconceived notions, and I got to know him and was able to get past what I thought was homophobia and transphobia, we're human to human and end up forging a relationship. And her own community turned on her. Her own community turned on her. That's really sad, you know,
That's
and
my
I think
favorite.
that's a great thing, you know, for him to say, hey, you know, I'm going to
Yeah.
make sure that her daughter's okay. You
Mhm.
know, I don't know if anybody else in the community reached out, but at least he said, I'm going to put the money aside to make sure that her, you know, 8, 9 year old daughter is taken care of. And I felt like that was a big thing to do. If that man just absolutely hated gay people, trans people, whatever, I don't think he would have done that. But more importantly, and this is my last point, I'll let you go, he was very clear about where his issue really lies. And I got to be honest with you, Jane. There is a lot of racism within the white LGBT community. And he made that point. They'll be a minority until they got to be white again. And then when they
Yeah.
got to be white again, they act no differently than straight white people. And I feel like that's something that, you know, the LGBT community is going to have to contend with.
Yeah.
But I hope
Pose
that when people,
again.
like you, like I said, you could be offended. I can't tell nobody not to be offended. But I think when you look at it in its entirety, you may walk away with, okay, this is not just the buzzwords that the media put out.
Yes.
You know.
I agree. I think that he was preaching tolerance. I think that he learned a lot from his experience with Daphne. And also, there was an episode of Pose. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was one episode of Pose when the house mother, what was her name, the Latina, she went into a gay bar, and it was a predominantly white gay bar, and they would always kick the people of color out, and you
Hmm.
always have one or two token black people in there, but for the most part, the blacks weren't tolerated, in that certain bar, and I don't even hear a lot of people touching on the fact that there's a lot of racism within the gay community, because people have their prejudices. Even if you are a gay white man, for instance, it doesn't mean you haven't grown up with a racist family, because racism is taught. You have to learn to be racist. So what makes people think that that's just going to go away because of your sexuality? But
Now,
they don't like
coming
a
to
lot of people like to speak on that.
yeah, well, give me 1 second. Wait, wait, hold on. Let me do this, and then I have something for you for that. Hold on 1 second. Gabor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, baby. Hold on. Okay. Now to that, Olivia, definitely, definitely there are issues with inside of issues. So the gay community, no. Does the gay community have everything together? No. We don't have it all together, just like the black community doesn't have it all together. Some things we don't talk about a lot. Like, and here's a perfect example, and you probably ain't gonna like this. We don't talk about that battle and that struggle we have between us versus the whites as much openly out. Like, you won't see me doing a bunch of lives on it because it's kind of one of those problems that happens that you're going to keep fighting, and you always want to probably have that fight. So we don't jump up and we're always focusing on it. Just like the black community has that issue of pedophilia within the family and within the church. We don't readily jump up and talk about that because, again, that's something we're trying to get a handle on, but it's always been kind of quieted before. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But this is kind of interesting because, again, how it built into all these other things. It has a lot of legs. This whole thing has a lot of legs, a lot of legs. and I didn't watch it. It really didn't. I just him in general. The whole time he was on, the whole time he was on when he had his show, and everybody loved the show. You'll hear me in my commentary a lot of times laughing and repeating and reciting certain things. I literally can go through the whole series, and there are only specific pieces that he did that I like. Like I like what he did Rick James. I like what he did Samuel L. Jackson. There's like 5 or 6 skits throughout the whole time that Dave Chappelle was on. It doesn't have anything to do with him being homophobic or his style of comedy. He just don't knock me out. You
Right.
understand what I'm saying? So it wasn't anything like that. That's why I didn't literally watch the whole thing, and then I went back and kind of skimmed through because I can't. He just doesn't hold me.
Right.
Yeah, he
Well,
just
I
doesn't
think
hold.
that, I would rather watch if I had a
But
choice.
I just wanted to,
Go ahead, baby.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Adrian.
no, I just wanted to touch on something you said regarding the racism. I live in New York City, and I know that famous Stonewall Club,
Stonewall. Mhm.
right? He mentioned that, and he made a joke about it. But the real story that I had heard from some of my friends that are in the community was that even that, when that whole thing about that club being raided and the police and this whole whatever that big thing was, I guess in like the 70s, there was a lot of racist meaning behind that whole raid. That was
Right.
where the blacks hung out. That was where the black LGBT, the gays, the trans, that's where that was like their hangout spot. And so
Right.
you know, all those white cops came beating down that door. And so when they tell the story of Stonewall, they often tell it as an LGBT story, and it is, but they leave out the racial part, which that a lot of the people who were in that club were black. And in terms of the night that happened, that famous raid that happened, and they went in there totally targeting black LGBT. And
Right.
again, you know, it's just something that doesn't get talked about as much as it should. I have a friend of mine. I had no idea that there are all these different subgenres. He
Oh,
is
absolutely.
a he's called a bear,
Mm-hmm.
and so he was he was he was
Again,
going
see, that's
off
when
one
you're
day.
just sharing things with you all that you don't need, and that's where it comes up with
Right.
a lot of people. It's always an issue. It's like, oh God, we're skating this line because no, we don't have it all together. So when we come to fight with you all about we want equal rights, you're selective about how much you share because you're like, you don't even got it together, and then you come asking me for, you know how that is.
But
You're asking me for something and you ain't got your stuff together.
but do
Mm.
you feel like it's
But he
disingenuous when the LGBTQ community and their fight for equality equates itself to the civil rights movement, and then you turn around and you have all this racism and all this intolerance within the LGBT community? Do you think that it's like, like I said, disingenuous to a certain point?
No, I don't think it's any more disingenuous as when the heterosexuals want us to get on the lines and fight with you all for Black Lives Matter, but then when it ain't time to march, you turn around and say you don't want us walking with you. Hmm.
Well, I mean, they did that. Well, no, there are a lot of people when it comes to the civil rights movement. A lot of black people, but
Yeah,
not whatever. A lot of heterosexual, if you will, since we're talking about this, a lot of black people didn't even want to have anything to do with the civil rights movement. A lot of black people didn't even approve of what Martin Luther King and others were doing. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, a whole lot. They didn't even approve of what they were doing because they didn't even want to ruffle any feathers. Do you see
right.
what I'm saying? A lot
Yeah.
of people didn't want that. The other thing on the Dave Chappelle special, real fast, is that he spoke about his friend Paul Mooney, and so my thing is when I mean, I just don't see him as wanting to go out and kill all trans or gay people or
And
anything.
it wasn't that. It wasn't that at all. It wasn't like I don't think he was doing a call to action or anything like that. It was just literally he said some things and there were folks that were offended. That's all. I don't think it was anything of him adding any harm to the community that wasn't always already there or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a form of censorship.
Right.
It's a form of censorship. That's all. And this is one of those times where I think there's that gray area where I don't think that censorship should actually work
Well,
when it comes
and
to.
I also, when you spoke about Black Lives Matter, and I'm gonna stop because I've talked about this before, and I just stopped. I remember back when it was the gentleman's panel, right? And there was
Mhm.
one conversation going on, or something going on. It made me ask the question, like, why aren't there more conversations among the blacks in the gay community? I'm gonna say people of color, if you will, particularly in the gay community. When it comes to the high number of gay people, mostly trans people, I believe, getting murdered in the streets, the number is much higher than other ethnic groups within the LGBT community. And I'm just wondering, why isn't more of an uproar about that? Why isn't more being done about that? Why aren't they speaking out about that?
Because a lot of times the people that's saying why aren't we speaking ain't taking us seriously. You want us to talk about it for what? So you can ignore us?
I mean, who's? I mean, like, if you shed light on it, I mean, they still ignore the fact that in 2021 they are stripping our voters' rights away a little bit at a time. A lot of that is still being ignored. You know what I mean? That still don't mean you don't need to fight for it. Sometimes it just takes one person to stand up.
Right.
Speak loudly enough, and it could cause a whole, change of events.
Right. But it does. I mean, it's a little, off-putting when you talk about like the hoteps and folks like that.
Yeah,
Girl,
but I'm
they
not talking about the whole
only
and
want.
stuff
Well,
like
that's what
that.
I'm just saying.
Right.
We are our voices are wanted to be heard when you need the numbers. When you
Mm.
don't need the numbers. So Tuesday and Wednesday, we want to hear it. Thursday and Friday and going into the weekend, child, shut up, sissy. That's
Yeah.
that's that,
Hmm.
that and that's why it's like that, Olivia. Really,
Well,
it's
I
like,
mean, and
child, why?
that's
That's
why
funny you say that. I seen a tweet the other day that said there will be more white people are invited to the cookout than the black LGBTQ. The black people invite more white people to the cookout than the black LGBTQ. So that's funny that you say that.
But I also think
I
that the
just
black
wanted to make a
community
comment
is
about the civil
getting.
rights
I
thing.
don't think that the black community is getting. Everybody talk about how intolerant the black community as a whole is when it comes to the gay community, right? So I remember, and I live in the country, right? I live in the South, and I don't know if you can call it a don't tell sort of situation. But in my town, when I was growing up, I can remember this one little boy. Now we all knew that he was gay. We wasn't using gay back then. You was using the other word, and really, but I don't know if it was because he grew up with us. Everybody knew he was gay, but the boys didn't treat him no different, and the girls didn't treat him no different. Nobody wasn't trying to beat him down. I mean, he wasn't trying to, like force nobody to be his boyfriend or nothing like that. But when he wasn't getting chased home, by a mob of people either. You know what I mean? And so I don't. And then I got a little older, and we all know that all the choir directors, for the most part, in church, they're pretty much gay. My church, I lived in Nashville, and our choir was read. We had a city choir and a home choir, and our choir was led by twins, Donald and Ronald Parham, and they were both gay. And so nobody ever ran them out of church. They wouldn't get beat up, behind the church or whatever, and all of this here and all that third. Nobody excluded them, from the cookout. So I don't understand, like, why the black community in particular is always, you have to get beat down on, because I'm sure other ethnic groups they don't they have their issues with gay people as well within their own race. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I think that you probably socialize more with the black LGBTQ, so that's probably why you hear it the most.
I just want to make a point, James, real quick, about the other thing that you said, if that was okay. Just regarding the civil rights thing, and also to Oracle's point about the intolerance within the Black community. I think there are two different conversations. I think there's a intolerance within those that come out of the traditional Black church. I don't think that's necessarily the same as an intolerance in the Black community as a whole. Because when you look at our community, we've always known about LGBT, about gay people. Back then, they called them queer, whatever you want to call them. Remember, Viola Davis just did Ma Rainey. We watched that movie, Bessie Smith. All that, those people were gay and out in the 20s. It's not like we've never been around gay people. We have, the Langston Hughes. We've known that. Even when you get into the civil rights movement and then you get into the James Baldwins, Rayard, but we have seen and have been around gay people. So this is not. I think there's a difference, again, between those that are coming out of the traditional Black church and where that's that homophobia may be rooted, religiously versus us as an entire Black community. But I think that when you start talking about why people may feel like it's not the same argument as Black people with civil rights, I think it's because with race, it's so obvious. You can look at somebody, and if you're a bigot, if you have that in your heart, then you're gonna act accordingly, right? Or even if you just hear a Black sounding name. I don't know if anyone has seen those studies that they've done when they show employers looking at two similar resumes, but one has a white sounding name, one has a Black sounding name. Even if they're talented or similar, they will discriminate against the Black sign. If you submit a resume that says James Caldwell, they don't know what that is. They don't know if James is a Black man, a white man, a gay. They don't know what that is. But if Tyreek Jackson, you can, and I'm not trying to be funny, but you understand what I'm saying. Like you can look at that and discriminate against. So I think it's just with race and those types of things, it's a little bit more obvious. Whereas your sexuality, don't nobody need to know that unless you tell them. I mean, and I'm not saying obviously it makes it okay to discriminate against anybody, but I think that's why it's not necessarily always as obvious, right? As a race. Like this is not something like if you want to go your whole career and not mention to anyone what your sexuality is, you don't have to, but you kind of can't hide that you're Black in the office. So I think that's what people push back and say, hey, that's not exactly the same thing. I think it's just about with race being so much more easily identifiable and easily able to discriminate. And so that's, again, not to say that LGBT don't deserve rights, they absolutely do. But when you see that pushback, I think that's where that's where the pushback is, if that makes any sense.
Now I lost my. Can y'all hear me? My original thought. I was coming up here to respond to something, and I totally forgot what that even was. But I will say this to answer the question in the title: should Dave Chappelle be canceled? No. And just like the last time we got together, James, we were talking about Lil Nas X. Should he be? No. You know why? Because it creates conversations like this. And as the mother, I have two children, and let me be careful how I say this. I want to say it the way they say it. My son is same gender attracted, and my daughter is not gay, but she don't like having sex with men, and they will not be labeled. They don't claim to be a part of any community. So those are my children, and I've learned more about the community in settings like this, listening to people's opinions and people's experiences. So no, cancel them for what? No, let them talk so we can talk. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think he should be canceled. I don't think he should be canceled either. I saw the whole special, and he basically started the special off talking about the hypocrisy of DaBaby being able to shoot and kill somebody in a Walmart, and go on and have this career, and just down the line say something about the LGBTQ community and being canceled. He made a couple of jokes about about trans people. He said it wasn't real pussy, it was beyond pussy, like little jokes like that, but it was really nothing so bad that I felt he should be canceled for. And like Miss Nubiology said, you know, it's starting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another one of those that you brought up, DaBaby. That's one of those gray areas. Like I said, I don't feel like Dave Chappelle should be canceled, or I don't think that he should be censored because he's a comedian. I don't think comedians at all should be censored by what they're going to say. Go on and say it. But at the same time, on the flip side of that coin, that stuff that DaBaby did, that's out of order.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of order. It didn't, and I don't know, maybe because it didn't have a purpose, or the purpose was, you could say it wasn't to be hurtful, but how can you think you were saying something positive?
Right.
It just didn't fit. But again, that's one of those, it seemed like a double standard. It is a gray area, but again, life ain't fair.
For me, that situation was like a lot of people that I'm real, I'm just going to say it, but it's a difference between real and necessary.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
the fact that it was complete
because he thought he could. I'm saying it because I can. I think that was one of the, I got the stage and
I think it was a knee-jerk reaction. You know, have you guys heard of all the stuff that's going on with the rappers and you know how they be, you know, like you got to choose between, you know, what would you do for music in my R. Kelly voice, and I guess kind of some of that going on. I heard somebody, who was it, the guy Future said that Diddy had invited him to his hotel room, and he was like, well, it ain't no music gonna be you ain't laying down no tracks in this hotel room. Why he want me in his hotel room, you know? And maybe it's something going on in the background that we didn't know. Now I agree that it was out of order. All the stuff that he said, I agree that it went too far. But I'm thinking maybe it was some type of knee-jerk reaction, because you never know what's going on in the background.
Mm.
Especially when it comes to them twerking in the synagogue or thinking around it with them rappers and stuff.
It just seemed completely, not only was it out of line, but it just, nothing was going on at the time that warranted that. That's why it kind of was like, it just came like completely out of left field. You at a rap concert and he up there talking about something totally different. Right. And I was like, that just didn't make any sense.
I don't think that he knew that anybody in the audience probably had HIV, probably was gonna go suck dick. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he thought that was gonna be his audience. That anybody in the audience is gonna be doing that, but
you know what he did? It was just what this show is called. It was kitchen table talk. It was kitchen table talk. That is how rappers talk when they're in the studio, when they're in the streets, when they're on the basketball court, when they're just hanging out at a party. That's how they talk. And he just wasn't groomed. See, they don't have grooming for artists the way that they used to back in Motown. Mm-hmm. See, the Supremes probably said that same stuff sitting around the table. They probably said the same thing. Diana and Mary and them had their wig off sitting on the table and said the same thing. But they were trained not to get on stage and say it. When you get on stage, you just say, thank you. And you go on to the next song. Oh, I love you so much. And then you go on to the next song. They were trained. And that PR training doesn't exist anymore. And what DaBaby did was, it didn't even seem, I was shocked, like, oh, you know, boy, you know you in trouble, don't you? That was my shock. But shocked that he felt like that or that he actually says things like that. No, it was kitchen table talk. He just didn't know that he wasn't allowed to say it there because he thinks that he's popping. Mm. And that's how I looked at it. And again, the lesson has to be taught. You just made yourself the example.
But I think like Nubiology said, there's a difference between just because you can say something doesn't mean you should. And I think that especially with this generation that's coming up now, you know, them being able to speak their mind and say whatever they want, everything's just at their fingertips. They could, you know what I'm saying? They could just say something and it'll reach people. They're how can I say it? Like their whole lives are like that. Like there's just no discerning. Like they have no sense of discernment, right? It's just okay. This is on my mind. I'm gonna tweet it out, post it out, say it, whatever it is. There's nobody say, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I understand that's how you feel. But not only is that not an appropriate setting, it just seemed like for him to say that, it to me, it just felt like it came out of nowhere. And I look at him the same way I look at little Boosie. Why are these straight men always talk about what gay men are doing?
Because that's what they do.
I don't understand that part. To me personally,
They
I
did
don't know this because I wasn't there, but I think you can't tell me nothing went down with Boosie in that prison. I don't know what he dabbled in or witnessed. It made him feel some type of way. Every time he came since he been out of prison, this is the only thing on his mind.
Well, he got on live before and said that he walked in the shower one morning and saw
That's what she's
something
talking
going
about.
down.
That's what I'm saying. He something I don't know if this is some like Boosie almost act like repressed desires or something the way he be talking about it.
But what if he was raped
And
in
I'm like,
prison?
just go handle that. I want him to go handle that. To go work that out and go get help. If you that, please go. And that's the bigger issue with our community. If you like go get help, go work that, talk about it with somebody. But don't these men are like lashing out. Like if
I
they
don't
are dealing with these, like they
I
don't know what to deal with these, they don't know how to deal with these feelings, and then they end up lashing out.
I don't get that Boosie was violated at all, Olivia. I think it would be something. It would be different if the way he performs would be different if he had been violated
Okay.
by a homosexual individual. I think it was more of a he's bothered. He's really bothered, and I think it bothers him because I think it stirs something inside him. And it don't have to be that he's hiding something. He could just literally have that. He's bothered by it, but he's
He's
strange.
bothered by women too. He's bothered by
He's
black women
strange. It's not just that the gay thing. He's strange. Like he really didn't see any issue with literally having statutory rape performed on his child. He didn't
right
see
now. That's what
anything
I'm
wrong with
saying.
that. And
He's
that's
bothered.
exactly what it was.
I was
Oh,
just trying to say
completely,
that he's bothered by
completely.
black women too. A
Yeah,
lot of the
it's,
black rappers don't like black women. Like for what? Your mama is black. So not only do they have a disdain for gay people, they also have disdain for black women, which means they really have a disdain for themselves. They're dealing with some type of self hatred. Okay, because not only does he lash out on a lot of them lash out in the gay about the gay community, they lash out about black women. Look at how these rappers talk about Megan Thee Stallion, like she a piece of S. Do you see what I'm saying? And she's an artist just like they are in their own field. So why do they have to drag her like that? She
Yeah,
ain't
I
trying.
agree.
She's a black woman.
I think there's definitely something going on with that. I don't know if you all seen recently Meek Mill and that whole album cover and his tour van that was wrapped in this artwork, which is just features a bunch of naked black images of naked black women all over it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. And it was
like
something
there's
going
no
on.
way.
What was that story going around about Meek Mill sleeping with his sister or something like that was going on? And I just felt like the whole thing was strange. And then for this album cover, this stuff that he's doing with the album cover, and should he be canceled because he showed kitty cat to little girls or something like that? It's something extra going on with him. He got some kind of little underlying
Well,
incident.
but I again, going back to Dave's point, you do something about black people and it's cool. My thing about the whole Meek Mill cover, I don't know if James, if you've seen it, but it's absolutely ridiculous. It's supposed to be artwork. They claim it was painted by a black woman. I don't believe that, but whatever. But it's vulgar. I was offended by it as a black woman because I know good and well he wouldn't have been able to get away with showing anybody else that way. But my issue is who is it at the record company that okayed that? because that's not an independent artist. He's signed to a major label. So who in the higher ups saw this and kept giving it the okay?
You know why
He
they
didn't just
praise?
come up with that by himself.
They get a kick out of black men disrespecting and denigrating black women. Do you see what I'm saying? And they so comfortable with it now. You're not never good enough. You're never good enough. Either you too dark, you too big, even if you ain't big. You're just whatever. You're never good enough. You wear too much weave. You don't wear weave at all. Nothing's ever good enough. And that's not only in the rap community or the entertainment community. You see that right here on YouTube. If you go in certain chat rooms and stuff like that, and you also see that in the world right now. But as long as they do that to black women, continue to denigrate black women, it's okay. But you can't. Now, who's that Tiger? He done beat up his little white girlfriend, and now he in trouble. He all this and all that. But would he have been in trouble if he would have beat down Black China, and she would have came online talking about her domestic violence? Would it have been as appalling as it was that he beat up this little white girl?
But I don't think that you can make that argument if Black China never went to the police. That white girl actually went to the
I'm not even
police.
saying he ever put his hands on her. I'm just using it as an example. Do you see what I'm saying?
China did say that she was. China did say she was beat by Rob, but she never went to the police.
Right, but what if she would have went to the police though? You see what I'm saying?
It's what if?
Would it have been, and what if she was she wasn't the girl wasn't even Black China? She wasn't an entertainer. She's just a black girl that he met, and he done went with her. He done beat her down. She done went to the police. It wasn't all this uproar. Nobody was concerned about it. But this one little girl right here, okay, he beat her up. She done went to the police. Her photo was all over the place. All this and all that. There's a whole big to do about it. So
I don't think that it was any. It's not even as near as big as when Rihanna got beat by Chris Brown.
That was forced. Now, Rihanna, let me tell you about that. This is what I feel about Rihanna, that situation. I'm glad you brought that up. Because when it comes to Rihanna and Chris Brown, if you was paying attention to what was going on, they were both young, right? And I think that they had a fight in the car. I think that he did commit domestic violence over her, but he had scratches on him. Of course, he was gonna lose this fight, but her people because she had been advocating, against domestic violence and stuff, and I think they felt like in order for her to save her career, she couldn't say that, hey, you know what I mean, we had a fight or whatever, all this and all that there. So she was forced to, play the whole victim role when she really didn't want to, because they kept going, they still kept fooling with each other for a little while till it became apparent that she absolutely could not fool with him anymore. Which I'm glad she don't fool with him no more, because the relationship was toxic. You know what I'm saying? But we know that Rihanna is feisty. We don't know if she slapped him upside the head first, which is no excuse a man should ever hit a woman. I'm just saying I feel like that was blown out of proportion.
Well, she grabbed his stuff and squeezed it really, really tight. So I was paying attention. But the
I used to fight boys all the time. In school. I didn't consider it domestic violence, because you hit me and I'm hitting you back.
Did you see her face? Did you see the pictures of her?
I did. I'm about to say her face though. Her face, like, nah.
But the reason why I brought up
domestic violence, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was domestic violence. I'm just saying the way that they drug him over the coals. I felt like
the reason why I brought up Rihanna is because you're making it seem like everybody is going out after this white girl that Tiger beat up, and they didn't do the same thing for anybody else. But when I brought up the Rihanna situation, that white girl getting beat up was not nearly as big as what happened to Rihanna.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rihanna's a superstar. Of course, it's not going to be as big.
But that was because it was Rihanna. But I also remember when that one guy got what was his name, Ray Rice, in the NFL. Yeah. He hit his black wife, and then she didn't report it either. That was caught on like a security camera. And he ended up getting fired. He never got his job back after that. And she didn't. Another one didn't want to press charges, but they ended up.
She didn't want to press charges.
She didn't want to. Yeah.
But that black girl who got beat by that white NFL player did though. Do y'all remember that? The black girl a
Yeah,
couple of months ago?
he almost killed
He
her.
almost killed her.
Mm.
Okay, y'all just shut up. What happened? I'm gonna say y'all had a good thing rolling. I'm like, okay, so
I just see it as
they
being a
all
double
agreed to
standard.
disagree just then, or they all agreed. They
Yeah,
just all shut up at
well,
one
I just see it as being a double standard about a whole lot of things, especially when it comes to the issue of race, and in particular when it comes to black women. That's just like what's it Tawanda? What's the black woman's name? She started the Me Too movement, and she started the Me Too because black women were being, abused pretty much in the workplace. And but that we know that her movement was usurped for a while, because a lot of the female white entertainers, pretty much usurped her, her Me Too campaign. But now that
Tarana
it's
Burke.
died down,
Mhm.
huh? Yeah,
Tarana
yeah,
Burke.
yeah, absolutely. But now that
Yeah.
the movement's died down, they are now, after all this time, singing her praises. But they weren't. But if you would think about, you would think that at the time that movement was started by what's her name, Melissa Milano or somebody, and Rose McGowan. You know what I mean? And so Miss Burke was, pretty much put on the back burner for a long time. I remember when what is her name the black actress, she came out and said that Weinstein, he accosted her as well. And I feel like Oprah
Lupita
told her to just
Nyong'o.
hush. Huh?
Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you so much, Lupita Nyong'o. I felt like, her what she had to say was kind of like not even. I don't think it was seen as important as some of the other women that were speaking out against him. And I think that the black women just sat back and let it play out, because you can't tell me no black actresses have went through the same thing on the casting couch, you know. But
Mm.
the voices of the loudest voices were those women, those non-women of color, if you will.
Right. Hold on one second, Livy. Cookie.
Yes. Hi.
Hey, baby. I just wanted to make sure it was you. Hi, love. Okay.
Hello.
Dave Chappelle also talked about the Me Too movement and how he didn't feel like they were taking it serious. And he made a good point when he talked about it. He made a good point. He was saying that, who am I? I'm the person who walked away from $50 million. You know what I'm saying? He was saying that those women weren't really trying to. They could have really made change if they wanted to, but they didn't really want to.
YouTube Hopper is saying that your devices are not connected, love.
Oh.
Go ahead, Gabor. You're good, baby.
I was through.
I mean, it's easy to say that, like for, I mean, when men make those type of statements referring to what Dave said, like, yeah, you were in a position where you had already made a certain amount of money. He was already rich when he did that. It wasn't like he was going from the poorhouse. They offered him 50 million and he just was gonna stick to his gun so much he just gave that up. Like, no, he was already wealthy when they offered him that, right? So it's easy to walk away from something like that when you already have money. Some of these women, they're trying to get into the game, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, you can do your little monologue, but take your shirt off. So that's just, her, that actress's livelihood shouldn't be tied to whether or not she gives it up to this director.
Mm-hmm.
But that so often is what happens, right? And so I just think that's a little bit different. You have that man literally, you got to make a decision. Do I hold on to my integrity and try to stick to my guns and make it all about my work and this craft, or do I go ahead and do what he wants so I can get the job and pay my bills? That's just not a decision a lot of men have to face.
Mm-hmm.
And not even just in Hollywood, but just in the workforce, just period. You always hear about stuff going on in the office, those higher ups harassing women all over the place and stuff. I mean, how many men are really getting harassed like that in the office? Not a lot. Not a lot. Like
Definitely agree.
you know, how many stories do we hear of a man saying, "Hey, you know, my boss said if I don't sleep with her, I'm not going to get this promotion." You know, you hear it way more on the opposite way.
Well, that's why
So I
Tawana Burke started that movement, in my opinion, because we know that black women are really like it's horrible, but black women feel like even if they report a rape, they're not going to take it as seriously as other ethnic groups of women, because they sexualize our girls as early as kindergarten school age. So,
And,
mm,
and black women also don't want. I've heard black women express that they don't want to bear the burden of tearing a black man down. A lot of black women don't want to come forward
yes,
because they don't want to do that either.
but
I
yeah,
would.
because
now
we've been
that's not our.
conditioned.
I'm sorry.
We've been conditioned that we already know that the man, the system, the government, white people, whatever you want to call them, already has an agenda for y'all. So the message that we're taught is don't buy into that. Don't do white people's bidding for them. Don't help them progress their agenda, which is to put more of our men behind bars. What's detached from that is the fact that some of them deserve to be behind bars.
Hmm.
So
But
now
that's
you end up with this blanket protection and men getting protected that don't deserve it,
Yeah.
but that's
Hmm.
not true for
I
every
would have
you
to.
know?
situation.
I would have to add that it goes so much as to, so you can see in my picture. Hi guys, my name's Toby. I
Hi.
live in the UK, and I happen to have a disability, and I'm also part of the LGBTQ community. Um, and it even goes down to people with disabilities, which is often forgotten. So, as a black woman who um, who presents as a female, and you know, um, there's been numerous times in my lifetime I've had to decide whether I protect the black man or I go forward and say something, right? So it's a dangerous rhetoric that we have been taught from quite a young age, and as I said, it doesn't just stop at able-bodied black women. It's everybody. A lot of us are, you know, experiencing the same thing, which is the reason why we all need to be on the same page when it comes to these situations. It's very rare that you even see people outside of the typical particular look of black women out there on in Hollywood, and that I almost get this feeling that they kind of use it against them, like you're kind of lucky to be here, right? Um, and so that's really dangerous, especially for those who may be a lot more vulnerable, um, like people like myself who do work in the industry and are trying to make headway, but it is dangerous. It's not easy, and when you come across people, characters like these casting directors, it's very very scary. Um, as well, as much as I'm well spoken, for example, just as an example, that still doesn't negate the fact that I can't run away. If something happens, I can't run, right? So when we talk about these things, we have to make sure we broaden our horizons and think a little bit deeper as to how bad the situation is, but it can be solved by including all, and looking at how we can demand this respect. But it takes time, it really does. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. You have to live, breathe, and educate yourself on these very deep discussions of like corruption, pretty much.
Well, I think Viola Davis made an excellent point when she said she was doing an interview, and you said you're in the entertainment industry. Viola Davis said that they're calling her the Black Meryl Streep, right? She said, if you're comparing me to Meryl Streep, why aren't you paying me Meryl Streep type money?
Right.
And so I think that was a perfect example when she said that. And look at what happened to Monique. You know what I mean? They offered her $500,000 to do a Netflix special, and then they offered that white woman, I can't think of her name, but she's not even funny. They offered her millions to do the Netflix special, and Monique was like, "No, I'm not doing that for this little bit amount of money, right?" And a lot of people think she should have took the money. A lot of people think she should have, she did right by standing up. But I remember a couple of months after that, something else happened, and then they turned around and said Monique was right, for trying to stand up, for equal pay, or even better pay when it comes to black actors and actresses. So, when you said that, it just made me think about what Viola Davis said, and what she's gone through.
Okay, one moment. YouTube Hopper, when you go in, it's going to ask you, it's going to prompt you to ask to be able to use your camera and your microphone. You have to say yes. You have to say yes. And then once you get ready to enter the background, it'll actually give you the option to turn them off. You could actually mute yourself, and you could actually dead your camera, and then you don't have to come on screen, or you can come on screen. I don't really require anybody to be on screen except for me. You know what I mean? But that's probably when it was saying to you, your devices are not connecting. That's the part. There was because you could actually skip past it and you won't get anywhere. So give it another try, baby. I definitely want to give you a chance to talk. And another thing, let me take this time, because we've been rolling for a minute. And I told you I don't know how long this stream is going to be, and I don't really care. I want everybody to get a chance to say what they have to say and get it up, get it out, and get it off. But I want to take time right now to thank all of you all for being on the panel tonight and conducting yourselves the way that you have. You all been conducting yourself extremely well, and we're rolling on 2 hours. So, that don't happen a whole lot of times. Folks get screaming and yelling and acting a fool. You all are exceptional, an exceptional panel of guests, and I thank you, and continue.
Oh, of course, Jane. We weren't about to come on your platform and act a fool.
Oh, it has been done.
James always.
You talk about y'all. Am I going to act a fool? That's. But you all, I just had to shout it out that you all have been just a breath of fresh air. And there is some really hard topics that have been covered, and very touchy topics that have been covered. Olivia, don't you agree?
I done came a long way, James. You got to give me credit for that.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it'll be me and Olivia get the fight and try after this. Now, see, that's let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And it is always good to see you as well, Miss Toby. No, I love
much love, James.
And Martell is actually down there in the audience. Come, okay, Monet, I'm getting ready to bring you up.
So just on the topic of the Oscars, right? And all of these award ceremonies, we know they don't play fair. And like I said before, they don't play fair even with other communities, not just the LGBTQ community, not just Black women, but disabled people. And I always like to bring that up just because it's really important that when we're fighting for equity, we encompass everybody because there's intersectionality. And this isn't just a one sword fight. This is a fight against able-bodied white men who want control. That's it. I don't know if you guys agree, but yeah.
Hey y'all. Totally agree. Hey, Jen.
What's going on this Monday?
I came in just to speak on the whole cancel culture thing and how I think that people take themselves a little bit too seriously as far as, oh, you said something I don't like, you offended me, oh, I don't think you should be able to eat any longer. I think that's ridiculous, you know, but
Mhm.
I think it should be, oh, I don't like what he said, or I don't like what she said. I'm no longer going to watch their content. I'm no longer going to purchase anything from them. That's how you hurt someone who has offended you. Not saying, oh, well, now you don't get to feed your family, fuck your kids, fuck everything else because I don't like what you said.
Yeah, it's a lot.
If it,
Cancel culture is a lot of groupthink. As cancel culture is very cult-like. It's
Yeah.
very cult-like, and it is quite
yeah.
scary.
Because if you could do that to regular people, you go to a grocery store, oh, I didn't like the way the cashier told me my total. Now cancel. Now you fuck your little paycheck. Like, that's not how life works. If someone did it to the people who are so quick to cancel people, if it was the other way around and it came back on them and the shit that they say out of their mouth, they'd be homeless.
And you know, and to me, I feel like if somebody offended you and you don't want to watch them or listen to them no more, don't do it. But I don't feel like that you need an audience. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to go rally people to go.
I'm
You
not
know,
watching them, so you shouldn't either. It's given that.
Right.
But does it actually really ever work?
No.
Because I mean,
Never.
I think we're all really on the same page for the most part with the R. Kelly situation. I think we all finally kind of on the same page. Like, all right, dude. I think we're all on the same page. But
People are weird with that too.
I'm
still gonna listen. Like,
right.
why do you need an audience to know that?
No, I just did an event, and I had to perform, and child, they was stepping in the name of love down. I said, okay. And what do you do? Like, I'm like, okay, all right. You know, I do music nights and stuff, and people aren't going to, you know, they're not going to request. Like, I'll take requests. They ain't gonna request no R. Kelly song, child. But
if it come on, we ain't gonna say cut it off. That's me.
No, that's what.
yeah,
no, you know what will happen? Then it'll be the movement hashtag cancel Spillerboy TV.
Right.
No, they'll even try to cancel the person in it.
You support pedophiles. Yeah,
they'll probably even cancel the people. They'll cancel the person in the chat. The people in the chat will cancel the person who requested. They'll bash them.
They'll have to go make themselves another troll page. They'll have to come back to somebody else. But yeah, it's like, does it ever really work?
No, it doesn't. Because people
now
are always going to have their base level fans who are going to ride with them no matter what. The Beehive, the Nikki stands, you know, that's how you get a stand. They're going to ride.
I heard about Nikki. They was trying to cancel Nikki the other day.
They're not going to cancel that lady.
No, they're not.
I'm
guilty because I don't go and play R. Kelly, but I do play Chrisette Michelle. I don't play it on my channel. But I listen to my Chrisette Michelle. Now y'all go on, honey. I did.
But to be honest, I don't think that Chrisette ever had a really huge fan base.
I don't know, Gabor. There's a lot of us that like Chrisette.
I like Chrisette, but I'm just
it's not just music. Remember, she was on R&B Divas and stuff. She was all right. She really was doing well. But she sang a song, child. She sang a song, and then she did come and apologize, and her apology was really sincere. And what she had to say, child, the folks they listened, because I even did a video. And they gave just this. They was like, well, James, we're not going to cancel you about this video. But this is what we have for her, honey. He no man. And, you know, it just is what it is. Like, he's not even the president anymore. You know what I mean?
And they talked about the hypocrisy of what the council, how they was saying that they was going to cancel Kanye and what happened to Kanye, and then compared it to Chrisette.
And nothing happened to Kanye. What happened to Kanye? Nothing. He made some more money. He made some more money. Child made another pair of shoes.
He out there. Kanye made more of them ugly homeless clothes. He made them ugly. They look like expensive bum clothes. And he became a billionaire in between that. Because remember at the beginning, of the presidency, when he first started to come around and he was acting all crazy, Kanye was broke. Remember, he was asking to borrow money. So Kanye was all up in the White House because he made money with that particular administration. And they were right. And, you know, people were quick to cancel her and didn't say nothing to him in the middle of ugly clothes while he was running around taking pictures. But it was a complete double standard. But I wanted to touch on something else, James, because you all mentioned I believe Oracle was mentioning the Me Too movement and Tarana Burke, and that one of the things that Dave also talked about was the activism. When he was talking about Black people and our activism versus the LGBT, and he made a good point. We get upset about something, we might be upset for like a week, right? They get upset about something, they're rallying around and not letting anybody come in and co-opt whatever their message is. I think with what happened with Tarana Burke and even with what's her name, Tamika Mallory, I saw the way those white women threw her under the bus with the women's march. When every time we have something, we let other people come and co-opt it, and then it gets ruined. The LGBT community don't do that. You can be an ally, but you're not about to come co-opt their message. If their message is we want marriage equality, that's what it is. You're not about to come in here and talk about nothing else except that. Black people get something, all of a sudden, you get all these other people coming in and tainting it. And he made a good point, like their community don't do that. Like I wish we could kind of adopt that when it comes to something that we're passionate about.
I think we have the ability to do it, for sure. I really do. I think we have the ability to do it. It's just, I understand that. I think a lot of us are exhausted because we all have to, in our own personal lives, stand up for whatever it may be, you know. So it gets confusing, or not confusing. Maybe it gets tricky figuring out what's the plan, because I think we don't have a plan, and our outrage is not for very long, and it's not planned out what's next. I think that's where often we go wrong, is we don't know what's going to be next. And with white LGBTQ people, they've already patterned it. They know what their next move is, even though they're all outraged. Does that make sense?
Right. I definitely have to clear this up, though. Did anyone hear the part where, for all the canceling and boycotting the LGBTQ wanted to do to Chappelle, they bullied the trans woman to suicide because she liked Dave's jokes? That didn't count. It wasn't that cut and dry. And he actually explained, and he even said that he didn't know what all she had going on. He did not blame the LGBTQIA for her suicide as a whole. He did not. That was not cut and dry.
I don't think that it helped. That
it didn't help, but it was. And I don't want that narrative.
Yeah.
Here, not under my name, because that's not what I told.
Yeah,
that's
we don't
know. That's what you said, James, at the beginning of the video.
Nobody can know. Nobody can really know, what was going on in his personal life. And that Twitter, them speaking out against him, may have never had anything to do with why he committed suicide. Look at what happened to Robin Williams. She committed suicide.
Olivia, her
pronoun. I mean, I'm sorry, she. Yeah. I'm sorry, but look at Robin Williams. He committed suicide. He wasn't in a battle, huh?
Who would have thought Robin Williams?
Who would have thought it? Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Nobody knows nobody knows. You can only see so much of a person's life, through your own lens. But nobody really knows what's going on in your house, if you will. You know what I mean? Nobody really knows what's going on in your psyche. And so why he killed himself may not have even had anything to do with what was going on Twitter. Maybe it was just the timing, you know. So maybe he had been suicidal for a long time.
She.
So, I
She.
agree.
Okay, Logan. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on 1 second. Lady T.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, I need to hear your voice. All right, baby. Now, right here, my Logan says, if to be clear, it was white, gay, and trans people who bullied her. That was my understanding of it as well.
That's
But
really the LGBTQ.
Right. That was my understanding of what was actually said by Dave. But he was very responsible with that. I'm gonna give Dave that. But Dave was very responsible with that because he did not just throw the blame completely on them. He did say very clearly, I don't know what all was happening. So he didn't take a shot because that's like a deafening blow shot to the LGBTQI. He didn't do that.
Well, why didn't they? So they didn't get out of his everything that he said. He said it's going to be his last special for a while. So they didn't get that he was trying to, speak up for tolerance, speak in favor of, tolerance. His overall message was about tolerance.
So it was the last special that he's going to be doing. He signed a deal with Netflix to do a couple of specials, and that was the last one. But he did say he wasn't going to be talking about the LGBTQ in any of his specials again.
He was saying that he was going to stop with that community. However, I think that with everyone, he's brilliant in so many ways. There was it wasn't one of my favorite what is it? It wasn't one of my favorite stand-ups by him. Yet, the fact that he called it the closer, I don't know if anyone caught, or if you all discussed it because I came in late, what the whole reason for him calling it the closer was all about. It wasn't so much because it's going to be his last special. It's because this trans woman opened for him.
Yes.
Him the closer.
Yes. That's why I said it touched him. That experience that he had with that trans woman, that really touched him in his soul. That really made him take a look at himself. Like in my opinion, that's if people were really listening to him, that he was like, this woman, really touched me. And so I think that's why he was preaching tolerance. And like I said at the end, his very last words were something about people, leave my people alone. He wasn't talking about black people. He was talking about comedians and how intolerant the world has become after you have to, watch everything you say as a comedian. Because we know at one point in time, comedians pretty much had free range on stage, but now not so much. You can get counseled. He kept mentioning Kevin Hart, and being counseled for something that he said online years before he was supposed to host the Oscars, and he always dreamed of that. I think he referenced some other people, and I think that he was, speaking up for wanting people to be more tolerant. That's what I got.
It definitely wanted people to be more tolerant and being mindful of what this whole cancel culture oftentimes results in. He like you said, Spiller Boy, he didn't put the whole blame on Twitter, but I'm sure it didn't help whatever was going on with that woman in that moment. And you also busy trying to cancel people. You did exactly what you asked for. You got it. You sure enough assisted in canceling somebody. And I think
let's be clear, he's coming to the UK he's coming to the UK on the 12th to the 20th to perform. I was actually going to get a ticket for because my birthday was last week. And I wanted to see, what his piece would be at the show. But yeah, he's still, no one can cancel him. He's still touring. He's still coming to do shows internationally and stuff like that. So,
he was talking about Netflix. I think that he was talking about the specials as far as him, not, doing, some more. I think he was talking about the shows that are taped or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm sure he's still going to do his touring and stuff. But the thing about Dave Chappelle is a lot of his jokes, in my opinion, lot of his jokes ain't even joke. He's got a message with what there's a method to his madness, and he is not as funny, haha. In my opinion, is Kent Williams, but
Yeah.
Kent Williams has a method. Kent Williams is funny with his message, and Dave Chappelle, you really have to listen to it more than one time, and you be like, oh, that's what he was talking about.
Right. I
In my
think
opinion.
He's really thought provoking.
right.
Yeah, like a Paul Mooney, if you will. He's more like a Paul Mooney rather than a Richard Pryor or Eddie Murphy or Red Fox. In my opinion, he's more like a Paul Mooney, actually.
Hold on 1 second. Jay?
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
I'm good. All right. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm here.
Real person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to come in and comment on everything y'all was saying. So I get what you're saying with Dave Chappelle. I mean, I've never been a big Dave Chappelle fan. I mean, his comedy really to me isn't that funny. I'm more of like a Mike Epps type fan. That's my comedian I go to. But I watched the special. I didn't see the backlash because looking at some of the old like the comedians and stuff that they said about the gay community, I saw that was more derogatory than what he said. So I didn't really see why he was getting such a backlash. But I can't. But the only thing I see, you can't tell someone what to be offended by if you're not from their community. So I can't tell. I'm not a trans person, so I can't tell a trans person what to be offended by if I'm not from their community. You can't tell a gay person what not to be offended by. Because to me, I did see an issue with what he said about DaBaby, because he was saying like how, oh well, DaBaby can kill a black man and it's nothing said about it, but then you can't hurt a gay person's feelings. But in the rap and gangster rap and rap community, isn't killing and crime and drug dealing and stuff, isn't that something that's glorified within the rap community? So I don't think that would be put down. That's one thing that's another thing that I was saying. But and then another thing too is that it wasn't the black gay community that canceled DaBaby or he got the backlash from us, when a lot of the white gays are the ones that run the Hollywood and the entertainment industry. So those are the ones that canceled him. It wasn't because it was just black gays. It wouldn't have been nothing said about it because we don't have that power in the entertainment industry. It's the black, it's those white. When Elton John and Madonna and all those people started coming out, that's when he got canceled. So it's the white gay community because they run the entertainment industry.
And a word from our sponsor. No,
I know, right?
James, thank you for having me on. I have to head out, y'all.
All right, good boy.
All right, y'all. Have a nice night.
Always a pleasure, darling.
Good night.
Good night.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
There was a movie that Mike Epps did with a couple of other comedians, and I haven't done the video yet, but I wanted to pull it up. But basically, in this particular movie on Netflix, they were kind of making a lot of jokes about disabled people. And because there's not enough collective outrage, they're going to be able to get away with it. And because we don't have much power, again, they're going to get away with it. And even if it was brought up, similar to a lot of other people, they're going to go unscathed. A lot of comedians say and do things that are not correct at all, politically correct. And some people are here for it, some people are not. And like you said, you can't really tell trans people how to feel about it. And it's interesting because often when there's this discussion about jokes that comedians make about disabilities, using the word retard or midget or whatever it might be in their pieces, or actually playing a disabled person, which I believe one of the comedians did play. I can't remember his name right now, but he played a disabled person in a wheelchair and everything. And it's not going to be pulled up properly until another probably maybe 10, 20 years until it's a collective situation. But again, what are we going to do about that? It's not really much you can do. And like I said, there's not an actual plan. And the only reason there's so much issues with this Dave Chappelle stuff is because white LGBTQ people feel some type of way.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, where I think the issue is, and that's the disconnect we're getting, is if you can't relate to it, you don't see the big issue with it. If you're a black heterosexual person and someone is making derogatory or jokes about the gay community, you don't relate to it because you're not a gay person, so you can't see how they're offended. You're like, oh, just get over it. It ain't that big of a deal. But then on the other hand, if a white person is talking about racism or making racist jokes, and they're saying, oh, you black people, y'all just need to get over it, it's not that big of a deal. But then we're like, no, it is a big of a deal because you're saying something about black people. So I think we just need to put our, shoes in the foot of other people and see, how they can see something can be offensive to them, because all of us are marginalized groups and all of us are groups that have been discriminated against. So I think if we could do that, then we could see how other people can be offended. And that's
touch this.
Yeah.
Touch this, because this is confusing. True or false? DaBaby killed a young black man and still had LGBTQIA fans. True or false? Can you please ask your panel now? And I'm asking them, Miss Baby, because you're pushing for this. I don't know why you didn't click that link. And I'm kind of confused. I would love for you to click the link and elaborate on the question, because I'm kind of confused what direction
Me too.
that you're going with it. It's a simple question, but
I don't know. Do y'all know?
Does it make sense? I mean, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'm not sure where Misbehaving is coming from.
Where you want to go with the question.
Right. I'm confused by. Now I do know that he said that he had people in the audience at that time who were a part of the LGBT.
Okay, wait a minute. She clicked.
Okay.
She clicked. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Hold it. Miss Raven?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. All right.
Hey, hello, Spillet Boy, and to the chat and everybody on the panel. And this is not me being controversial at all. First of all, I'm at work, but I did hit the link. I'm going to step into the mid room. I have a son that's a part of the LGBTQI community. I have a son, so I want to put that out there. But my question is just plain and simple. And I did not like what DaBaby said in his rant at that show. I thought it was distasteful, and his information was incorrect about the HIV/AIDS virus. And I thought it was very his rant was hateful. I do agree with that. And I supported my son after he said that we took his music off of our Spotify and all that. But my question, after I watched the Dave Chappelle Netflix sitcom documentary, or little comedy series, my question was, and Spilly Boy, I'm a big supporter of yours too, as well as CS Madison. I'm a big supporter. But my question was, and I thought about it, I said, it was no secret when he came out, for those of us that research people that we listen to, music that we listen to, researching the person. When I first saw DaBaby, his first video that I saw was him dressed up in a large diaper, walking in a neighborhood in North Carolina. That was my first video seeing of his on YouTube. And with further research, I learned that he had been in an altercation, sold drugs, sold drugs, been in an altercation with the first baby mom, Mimi, present at Walmart, and shot and killed a young man. Further research, and there's a group on Facebook, I believe, that shows where the parents of this young man, it's like the parents and the aunt, I believe, are saying, no, this boy did not, our son did not try to rob him. That's not how that went. Some money exchanged hands, and long story short, DaBaby spent not one night in jail for that murder. All of that happened prior to his record deal. And you can find all of this information out from a simple Google search. It's on Google. And my question is, did he have LGBTQIA fans in spite of having killed a black man? Was him killing a black man not offensive to us or to everyone?
That was absolutely his entire point, and I don't think it goes. It has to be just narrowed down to LGBT fan. I'm forgive me for not saying the whole acronym. Fan base. I think that it is more so that the allies, as well as the LGBT community, as well as everyone that allowed him to get on, whoever that is, these same people are coming out the woodworks and going to going into this whole cancel him mode in regards to the comments he made, in regards to the that community, or in regards to people who are living with HIV. So that is the point, that a black male, and Dave Chappelle is a black male, he's basically saying, my life, who's there, where's the rage for me? Where is the outrage for me?
I agree with you, and I also feel like he's also saying us as a people, yes, LGBTQIA, if you're a part of that community, yes, you definitely need to stand up for your rights for that. And I think that's why he gave his opinion on his emotions about the lady that he allowed, his friend that passed away. But you're black first, and Flame Monroe stressed that in his interview. I more so just agree with him, because he said, hey, I've got like 3 dogs in this fight. But above all that, I'm black first. The outrage should have been, we shouldn't have even glorified this man in the beginning. He should have never even have been a part. And I'm guilty. Like when this man had his Saturday Night Live little thing, when DaBaby was on Saturday Night Live, I probably watched it over 1,000 times because I was just proud of him being able to, be a rapper and perform on Saturday Night Live. I thought that was amazing. Then he had the little Jabberwocker dances up there with him, and I was just excited for those young kids. Like he featured 2 girls that have gone on to be very wanted choreographers right now. And these girls are like, don't have any, professional training in dancing, but just being on that video with them, that opened doors for them. I was so focused on that. I never thought, you know what, I probably should not even be glorifying this. Because this man did take a life, and it is under questionable circumstances. The boy's family said they have money. He wouldn't have had, which I know that people still rob and do crazy stuff anyway. But his family were very adamant, like this was not a robbery type setup. And Walmart has cameras. Well, the Walmarts in the neighborhood that I live in have cameras. So if it, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, are we not? We probably need to just clean up. Period. Those that we highlight and glorify, not just LGBTQIA people that hate the LGBTQIA community, but those that glorify gun violence, those that glorify calling women bitches and hoes. Like, if we're gonna be outraged about something, I kind of agree with Dave. Let's just be outraged across the board. That's all.
But
I
I think
don't mean any offense to anyone, because I gave birth to a son that identifies as queer, and I would poke somebody eyeballs out about him. But even he wasn't offended. And he's highly intelligent, so.
Yeah, I think that just if you go all the way back to when the whole rap and gangster rap community first came about in the late '80s, early '90s with NWA, that gun violence and killing and drug, that's always been glorified within the rap community. So it's something that's deep rooted. So it's something you can't just get rid of like that, because it's something that's always been glorified and talked about. It's always been talked about of demeaning women, demeaning black women, killing, drug life, gang banging. That's something that's always been glorified within the rap community. So it's something that it's not going to be put
Slavery
down.
was always
Yeah.
glorified. Slavery was even legal, but that didn't make it right. At some point
Yeah.
in time, we have to stand
I'm
up
not
and say,
saying it's right.
"Hey,
I'm just saying it's something that's always been put on that's always been normalized. And that's the thing. We a lot of times in the black community, we normalize toxic behaviors. We
I
some
agree.
stuff we do
I agree
normal.
with
Yeah.
you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you on that." And I
Well,
think Dave is
I
Mm-hmm.
think
saying we
there's
need to stop doing that as a people.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think there's a big difference though between
if
where
you
hip hop
have
was and where hip hop is. To
Mm-hmm.
Jay's point, you talk about it being glorified. When hip hop first came out, it wasn't so much about a glorification of the violence. It was more so like I think even Ice Cube said like that was the CNN of the hood.
Yeah.
You would play a hip hop record to find out what was going on. They talked
Yeah.
about it because the neighborhoods were actually that violent. So that when you look up and that's what you see, that's what you talked about. Then it became to where you couldn't get a record deal unless you talked about that.
Yeah.
That's where you end up glorifying it, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
So now you end up in a situation where you have, some people that really came off the block and really used to sell drugs and now they want to rap.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've gone even so much now that we have manufactured
Yeah.
background. People just make up drugs that they never sold at all because
Like
now
Rick
it's
Right,
this
Ross.
whole
Like Rick
right,
listen.
Ross.
I mean,
right.
listen.
He was
For
a
as much as
correctional officer. He,
I
you
love
know.
his I love his music. I love
Mm-hmm.
his music. I put on Maybach music when I'm in the gym. I pretend like I sell a lot of drugs when I listen to his music. But he
Mm-hmm.
just fabricated his whole identity, took somebody
Mm-hmm.
else's whole
Have
identity,
you
right?
thinking he
Because
moved?
there was
He'll
a
have you
whole
thinking he moved
glorification
keys.
about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The whole nine. So I think whereas now we need to do some reflection on why it's so that like again like the question I asked before, we're too busy worried about canceling artists where we should be talking about these record companies because there is somebody who is giving them the okay to do that. If you like somebody was saying
We're
I think
giving
it might
the
have been
okay
Dame
to do it.
Dash. Well, I think
It's us.
no.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
saying
sorry.
it might have been yeah. But I think it might have been Dame Dash even was talking about the thing with Leora Cohen. You can get on the record. They let Jay-Z and them and all that, the Rockefeller, whatever, get on the record and say the N-word, 50, 11 times. But you couldn't say anything about Jews. So again, there's somebody in that top position that's making those decisions. Yes, you can say this. No, you can't say that. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
people who really need to be having this spotlight on.
exactly.
Well,
There was
You know what I mean?
Guys, thank you for
do
letting
you
me
know the
speak.
name
I
of
have
that
to
rapper
go.
that's
I'm gonna go
on
really
YouTube?
quick.
You gotta, all right, thank you, baby.
Uh,
I'm glad you were
thank you.
able to come up because I didn't know exactly where you wanted to go, and I knew I couldn't voice it like you could. So I'm glad you were able to come up.
Thank you, Philip boy. And can I just can our people just understand this? We actually run the media. We actually it's what we allow as a people. I honestly in my heart of hearts feel like that's all Dave was saying. Like, hey, when you go back and look at Sugar Hill Gang and stuff like that, rap music was nothing. Shake that ass, bitch. Let me see your pussy and all that stuff. That it just wasn't like that back then. They will only buy and what we accept. Like, okay, they feel like okay, we're glorifying it. We got these niggas. Now they'll pay for this shit. We're gonna keep degrading them. It all roots and stems from systemic racism and slavery for real. If we get right down
mm-hmm.
to it, and it's up to us to just say this is just my opinion. It's up to us to say, hey, you know what? We're not gonna do this anymore. And if people go to Willie D on YouTube's platform, not YouTube, excuse me, on his Instagram, he shows a clip of a white man in Philly that was a fan of Meek Mill, and he was pointing out the artwork on Meek Mill's tour bus that showed the naked black women with the little pink spots to show their, to denote their vagina. And he looks in his camera and he says, "Black women, is this what you like? Is this the type of respect that this is all that you want and care about?" He white and he's keep saying it. Like, for goodness, when are
Mm-hmm.
we gonna start loving ourselves and demanding not just, we have to start loving ourselves and demanding the change. That's all I wanted to say. Thank
Mm-hmm.
you guys.
Yeah, and I just wanted to chime in too and say with the entertainment, especially the music industry, it's a lot of racism in that because you even look at it where why is it when black artists are put to the top, it's always like you said, it's always a artist. It's either if it's a man, he got to be talking about, if it's a rapper, he got to be talking about violence and selling drugs and stuff. Those are the artists that are put to the top. But then it's all, or if it's with women that are being overly sexual and things like that. But you can have
Yep.
these cookie cutter white
They had a
girls that come
documentary
out,
on that with
or
all the
white
new
guys
female
that come
rappers
out singing.
saying
Yeah,
just that.
yeah, it's these white guys that come out, these boy next door white boys, or cookie cutter white girls, and they just like Taylor Swift or Justin Timberlake, and they shoot to the top of the charts. But then the black people gotta be demeaned. And then when you do have black people that come out and want to do quality
You got to be
music, like
raunchy.
like Erica Badu, Jill Scott, they're never pushed to the top. They're always kind of underground. But then you can have an artist like Adele that sings pretty much like Adele. I think is perfect. She sings the same type of music that like a Jill Scott or Erica Badu would sing. Neo soul music, but she's a white girl and she's pushed to the top. But then you have a Jill Scott or Erica Badu that still is underground. It's never going to be that mainstream artist, but they do the same
They
type of
mainstream to
music.
us. They underground to everybody
Yeah,
else.
they're mainstream to black people, but when it comes to crossover, they're never going to get that big push like an Adele would or someone like that. But she's white and they're black, so it's
And I think that's what the other guy was saying earlier that was on the panel,
Mhm.
that Chrisette Michelle didn't have as big of a fan base.
Mhm.
That meaning that she didn't cross over into the white audiences. She was just famous to us. We were the only people
Mhm.
listening to Chrisette Michelle.
Hold
Okay,
on.
Michelle even spoke out about that years ago. She spoke out about that. And what about, do y'all remember when Lauryn Hill was blackballed because Eminem called her racist?
What?
Since we were talking about rap music.
Dory, is that you, baby?
Yes, Mother, it's me, Spilly. Thank you for having me. I'm honored. Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right, y'all.
All right. I don't know what personality I'm be on, y'all, and I don't want to disrupt the vibe. But Mother, I'm here. I'm here.
Sit tight, Dory. Go ahead, Olivia.
Yes, Mother. Yes, Mother.
Go ahead, Libby.
I was just Jesus. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was just speaking about when Lauryn Hill was blackballed from the industry years ago. Back in the 90s, because Eminem called her racist, simply because she was singing about her own people. So he felt like she was racist against white people because she was highlighting, we know how Lauryn Hill is, but he called her racist and she was blackballed.
And that's some shit. Because how a white man come in, be a culture vulture, and then kick one of us out? How does that work?
Yeah, blackballed. He called her racist. They blackballed her.
Oh boy.
And all these years later, of course, she does, she's still, doing her music underground and all this and all that, but she's starting to be noticed again because Nasir, not Lil Nas, he had her on his most recent album, and I think that she has a voice, and Lauryn Hill is deep, so my thing is when she like she's I think she's like it's the reincarnation of Lauryn Hill or something. So, but she's still singing her same music the way that she's singing it. She's not wanting to sell out. So, what's gonna happen with her now? That's what are they gonna call her racist again? Like, I'm confused because they let somebody like Eminem, which really I don't even think that he felt like she was racist. I felt
He
like
ain't
he
halfway
felt
like his ass no
insecure
more. So no,
about her being
completely
able to
different.
rap better than him. That's the reason why, and he knew he could get away with it by saying that Lauryn Hill, being a black woman, was racist. It was easy for him. It was no problem.
A mess. Jay had to drop off. Thank you so much for joining, Jay. We appreciate you.
Hey,
Even
sir, I
artists
was
like J.
talking to
Cole
Jay
have
in the
called
back chat.
Eminem
Thank you
out and
for
other white artists out. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was J. Cole and like Kendrick Lamar, they call these other white artists out for coming in and basically taking over and being the best at our shit. Well, not being the best to us, but being seen at, you know, the Grammys and the BET. Why do we have white performers at the BET Awards? It just rubs me wrong.
Because
I
we allow the
understand that,
music industry,
yeah,
we allow the music industry to usurp what is uniquely us. You know, like look at like somebody mentioned somebody like Adele. You know, like I said, even K Michelle with her crazy butt, you know, spoke out a while ago about not only being able allowed to you know, sing certain types of music. You know, you see these people like not even a Nicki Minaj, like a Cardi B or a Megan Thee Stallion. I mean, they you know, promote the
Yeah.
stripper life or something like that. But back in the day, you had people like Queen Latifah, you know, even Salt and Pepper, you know, wasn't doing what Megan Thee Stallion doing. He's teaching a whole culture of women, of black women, young black women, to you know, pretty much demean themselves, for lack of a
I know
better
B
word,
did
have
Hey,
no
Miss Olivia.
self-respect.
Miss Olivia, I gotta be polished because I'm up here on Spiller Boy, aka Mother's platform. I'm humble. I worked in the music industry in New York City. Okay, I don't know what personality gonna come out of door tonight. So, Mother, please forgive me with all respect. Thank you for letting me up here, Mother. Olivia, I worked in that Babylon shit with Diddy, dog, and it's not even cute because I know what Wendy Williams put out on Diddy and why they kicked her out of Philly. And you're right, Olivia, about K Michelle. K Michelle has something to prove. Take it from me. They ain't gonna believe me anyway, mother. They ain't gonna believe you, mother. Like you don't believe your eyes real, mother, but your eyes real, mother. Go ahead, smile, Spilly boy. The crazy bitch up here. Oh shit, Bill, you dead ass wrong for that
Don't
shit.
start that clouding.
Okay, I'm a polish holder tonight. Let me be polished. Hold on.
Go on. It don't matter if don't nobody believes
I
you.
worked in
State
the
your
music
point.
industry, and it's nothing nice, y'all. It's Babylon. And what you are saying is correct because these people in the industry have to live up to the hype, Olivia, and Chat and Mother. They got to live up to that shit. We don't. And we, as connoisseurs of music, have to listen to the words because they're pouring their thoughts out in their words. What they're doing is that in the industry is speaking through their music because they can't speak up to the opposition. I'll digress, Spill it. Go ahead, Spill it.
Okay, I know y'all seen this, the whole thing about that's jumping back, but where they were saying why are white artists on BET awards and stuff like that, because BET, it literally hasn't been black owned for years and years.
Yeah, they sold it to what's the name of that
That was
company
my
they
point.
sold it to?
That was
I
my
can't
whole
think of the
point.
name of the company.
Yeah.
Viacom.
It
Yeah,
shouldn't be
absolutely.
like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
It should still
I have
be
to work with
for us, by
Viacom.
us, owned by us, but it's not.
Hey, Spill it, may I ask a question?
Yes,
Why
ma'am.
did Sean John, aka Puppy Combs from Howard University, from Harlem, and his mammy want us to believe that he was fucking heterosexual? Why? Let's talk about the real shit tonight. Boot me off, Spill it. I'm on one.
Well, that's actually, I mean, come on, that's hip hop. It's not, if you can pass and hip, that was business. That's a business decision. I don't know whether he is or whether he isn't.
Yes,
All
sir.
you know, I won't give you. If he says he's straight, then he's straight. And I'll
Why
just,
did J Lo
but again,
leave
that's
that club, y'all? Why did J Lo leave that club and leave Puffy in the dark and got in that Yukon Denali that Dory rode in and said the hell with Diddy and went with Ben Affleck? Why did he do? Why did she do that? Why did J Lo say the hell with the black man and went with the oppressor? Why?
She was trying to save her career.
I'll wait.
She was trying to save her career.
right.
She didn't want to be associated with that
I mean,
anymore.
That was a business.
yeah, but to
That
be honest, I didn't really expect too much from her though, as she ain't a black
Me
woman.
neither.
So okay,
right.
she left, but I'm saying for her to get up and leave him high and dry, whatever the situation is, yeah, okay, something. Look, I don't feel bad for Delo in that situation because she ain't have a problem with that persona, she wanted to be seen as she was that, Spanish chick from the Bronx. I live in Brooklyn. I know exactly how they act up here. She wanted to be that Spanish chick from the Bronx that was cool with all the black dudes. She run around with bandanas and stuff. They running in and out the clubs, and they got this whole persona and whatnot. She was there for that image until the bullets started flying for real.
Thank you.
Then J Lo got the hell on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that was
Now
the
that
best.
that was a it
Yeah.
went fine, but I'm saying that I didn't really expect too much of her when she said, "Oh, she up and left him high." I ain't expected to act no different.
No, I mean she chose her. She even got married to that man she had them kids by. That was for a career too.
Child.
Okay,
You
next
know that ain't
question.
her.
Hey, next question to the panel. Why did Wendy Williams get sunned in Philadelphia because she was telling the truth about Sean Puffy Combs? Sean, if
Oh
you
no.
listen to Dory,
Well,
I'm telling all
wait a
you.
minute, Dory. We got
Yes,
to do
yes, sir.
that.
Philip. My
We got
bad.
to do that at another time because that's too far off our topic.
Oh, I'm so
So,
sorry,
yeah.
Philip.
And I don't even know where you came in at because we've been on for almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you came in at. But the actual core topic is really we're talking about Dave Chappelle and his special.
Okay.
And as it pertains to the trans community. And I'm sitting here and I'm wondering why I haven't had any trans individuals. I don't know where Miss Natasha is. My sister doesn't come on panels, so I wasn't expecting Natalia. I'm sure she is literally in the bushes. This is not what she does. But I'm wondering where is Natasha or someone who actually is from the trans community, male or female, identified to speak on their behalf. That was one of my biggest things. I want everybody to be represented or everybody to have some say, and pretty much everybody. I haven't had anybody that's lesbian.
I'm lesbian, Philip. I'm lesbian. Me and Mona fucking. But anyway, I don't know what personality's coming the fuck out of me right now. Excuse me, miss. I'm humbled to be up here with the legendary mother. But I gotta be real with y'all. I'm sorry, Phil. I don't know who the fuck that was. Go ahead, bro.
So nobody from the trans portion of my community has actually come through. So that's kind of unnerving because I know they're out there. They're somewhere out there. But that's where we are, Dory. So just to redirect you.
No problem, Phil. I'm fucking psycho, man. I got like 10 personalities in my head, bro. And I'm here.
I'm gonna handle all of them. Don't worry.
Okay, DMX Story. Continue. I'm learning. I'm a polished hole tonight. I'm polished. Go ahead, mother.
And if I have to, I'll get my broom out and clean you up.
Clean me the fuck up, Billy. Clean me up, bitch.
Oh, Dory. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so I know I see how we got there, how we went off onto the whole entertainment.
Well, I had a question about Lil Nas. If you want to get back to,
go ahead, because again, he has that same issue. Lil Nas' issue is the same issue.
Okay, well, yeah, I want to know first of all what you thought about that photo shoot did, with him with a pregnant belly, saying he's birthing his album and all of this and all that. A lot of people were outraged about that. What did you feel about it?
He's trolling. It was troll. It was another marketing scheme that went beautifully.
I get that too, but the reason why I asked you that is what's his name? Does the guy that doesn't make James Charles or John Charles or something like that? He's right here on YouTube. He had a photo shoot. Yeah, he had a shoot like that as well, and I didn't hear anything about it. So I don't know like what the difference was.
He's not James Charles he big, but he's not.
Right, he's not Nas big. I got it.
But that was just again, the Little Nas is one of the best trolls to ever do.
Well, he admitted to being a troll forever before he got even.
Yeah, go ahead, mother. I'm peeping your shit right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all.
He admitted to being a troll way before his music started popping. You know what I mean? And so I agree with you there.
Can I say something? James, you kick me off this. I understand. I'm too extra right now. But Little Nas is in the LGBTQIA, whatever they call it. You feel me? And he don't want to.
Look, Nas his ass whooped because he's managed, and I am not impressed.
Right? He on some old different next level shit that we don't even understand.
Well, he just need his ass whooped and put in his place because I am not impressed. And if he was my nephew, I'd slap him upside his motherfucking head and be done with it. Period. Managed. That's all he is to me.
When he make Lil Wayne come to his video and bow down and kiss the ring, you have to understand his hustle, Olivia. Take it from Dory, the low-class budget bitch that
I don't mind a hustle. He's still managed.
Yeah.
He's still managed. I'm not impressed.
Me neither, Olivia. Period. But I understand his hustle.
He's too young. He got too much. He got too much of the wrong people in his ear, and it's not about him being gay or whatever, however he want to classify himself. I think that he got the wrong people in his ear.
Yeah,
he got too much going on.
Hey, Olivia, let me.
Where is his people? Why aren't they in his corner?
They can't because
they're gonna use him up like a whore, and then kick him on the side of the road when they get through with him. That's what they're gonna do.
Olivia, my uncle.
When you get a star burning that bright and that fast, it can't do nothing but burn itself out.
It will burn itself out. It will burn itself out.
People be worried about the wrong thing when it comes to Lil Nas. He is a young man. He needs some guidance. You just have to have somebody in your corner just truly for you, in my opinion. Now, this is just me.
Okay,
now, so it may be cute to some people what he's doing, and he a troll, but okay. But where is the discipline in the thing? So you just out here doing shit.
Listen, Olivia, I'm looking at a cross. I'm trying to be good. The right panel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The cross right there with the beautiful woman to the right. So I'm trying to be, I don't know what's coming out of me. But listen, Lil Nas X is LGBTQI. And the industry from Clive Davis, okay, is in the lifestyle. So therefore, forget your black power, Olivia. Forget your black power rhetoric. I get that.
I'm not tired of saying nothing about black power.
Listen,
I'm not talking about black power.
I'm up here. I'm talking
about this little boy being used up.
I'm here to stir the fucking pot and make you think because you got 56
But what that got to do with black power?
Listen, Olivia, I respect you. This is what I'm saying. I keep you on my panel.
It's not about respect. It's about
I agree with you, Olivia.
Take a deep breath.
I agree with you.
Take a deep breath.
Listen, I agree with you, Olivia. Calm down, baby. Let's breathe.
So you calm down and take a deep breath.
I will, Olivia.
Because you're not understanding what it is that I'm saying. And when you say I'm on some kind of black power,
representing a rainbow flag. And if he represents rainbow flag, he's going to assimilate to the white folks, yo. He will never, until he mounts that rainbow flag, he's going to get that paper. Okay, go ahead, y'all. I'm going to digress because I'm fucking bugging right now, James. I'm sorry, James.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Everybody in the UK, it's 5 a.m. Love.
Yeah,
light,
I
and
know across the town. Toby's across the pond. Thank you so much for being here, Queen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care. I'll speak to you soon.
Baby. All right, baby. Mwah.
Mwah.
That's one of my day ones.
Somebody in the chat said he offended me. He didn't offend me. How he gonna offend me? I don't live my whole life. This little boy in his 20s. I just said I am not impressed. He don't have no discipline. Where's his people? And I just think it's unfortunate. That's just it. But I'm not offended. Whatever he do in his world, okay. It don't make me none. In the grand scheme of things, I don't care. He ain't no kin to me. He ain't give me no money. But I just wish he had some discipline so he won't, just like destroy himself before he even get a chance. And I wasn't going off on nobody. I wasn't going off. I was trying to get my point across by over talking Dory. Dory said I was on some kind of black power thing. I wasn't even talking about race. I'm talking about a human being.
I'm good. I'm quiet, James. Look at the back chat. I'm humble. I'm a humble hole tonight. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about. Well, anyway. All right.
Correct, Rob. Toby is from the blab days. Toby is the day one of mine. Toby has been with me for a long time. Long time. Right. I know she understands that too. Yeah, he does things for they work. Everything that he does is done. That is strategic commentary that he does. It's strategic marketing that he does, and it's very effective. Very effective.
You get people talking, but at what cost is my thing? At what cost?
He's provocative.
I get that too, but at what cost is my thing. That's all I was asking. But anyway,
I got what you were saying.
moving right along, child.
Thank y'all.
It don't even,
Well,
that
I
just
think
popped in my
now,
brain.
James, I'm a good holder.
I think
Thank you.
when he first came out, I think it was a little different, right? That song was really popular. He was on there with Billy Ray Cyrus, as a huge country star. So I think he like knocked Mariah Carey out for like the longest #1 or something on Billboard, some ridiculous record. But at the time, I mean, I feel like that particular record was just so big. You almost could have put anybody in that space. It was the right record with the right artist, okay, whatever.
Right.
Everything after that seems completely contrived.
Yeah, I would agree with
But
that.
the funny part
everything.
is, I think he got everybody's attention, and that's the thing. Because listen, I didn't even like the Old Town Road song. I didn't even like that. I didn't like it.
You didn't.
I heard this song was on the video game.
It was just okay.
Take us going to the Old Town Road. We're gonna ride till we can't no more.
I think the allure. I think the allure of it was you had this rapper and a country star. Remember when Nelly and Tim McGraw did that back in the day?
Yes.
I think it was,
Nelly just did a new country album too, by the way.
But listen though, y'all, he took on Billy Ray Cyrus. The persuasion of the country came to his whole platform. I'm gonna take y'all down to the Old Town. Oh, my bad. Let me be quiet.
It didn't do a thing for me. It didn't.
He
didn't even get my attention. He actually got my attention once he did all of that, and he was there. He had a spot.
Okay.
And then he got the money behind him. Once the money got behind him, then he became Little Nas X the Troll, which is actually Little Nas X. And he did the whole Montero thing. He got my attention. The Montero song is the first song that he actually did that I actually liked. And the song has nothing to do with the visuals. You know, I did all that.
Yes,
the song has nothing to do with the visuals on the video at all. It really doesn't. And he been walking y'all all the way through this. And now he's actually dropped his actual album. And I haven't heard a song off of it that I don't like thus far. The music is actually really good. Now, he's starting to kind of shy away from some of the so outlandish visuals, and it's still he's showing a gay life, which is still provocative, which still is a nudge to some people, but it's not so out there. But the music is actually really good. The last song, but we had there was really, they did the really provocative thing, like two things. And then he did this last video, the last video that I saw, which is his song Scoop.
Yeah, I saw that. Go ahead.
Scoop doesn't have any it has no bells and whistles. It has no bells and whistles. The video is it's him and Doja Cat. And he is literally in a fully male role. You know, a male. It's not a hetero role. It's just there's no real sexuality of it at all.
Exactly.
It's like a robot, half man. But he's just showing like he has a beautiful physique and he's good looking. Then we got Doja Cat. She's got a beautiful body and she's good looking. She's half robot. They don't have any interactions with each other. There's nothing sexual there. It's just beautiful imagery.
Right.
And the song Scoop is literally about what we do. He's literally telling his story. I just want to be today's Scoop. It's literally about trolling.
There you go, Milan Trace girl. There you go.
It's actually good. The song is a bop. So I think we're actually getting to the real music and the real character of Lil Nas, and he has you all programmed that I'm gonna do me, and sometimes I'm gonna be real gay. And y'all ain't got no other choice but to accept it. And I think that was the whole point all along. And now we're here. And it could have blown up in his face or it could have worked. And from where I'm sitting, it didn't work.
Right.
Well,
like somebody said, I'm not his target audience. And the only time I ever think about the little boy,
you've been talking to that boy on the floor.
The only time I think about the little boy is when he come out with something flamboyant. Other than that, I don't listen to his music. So it was right with somebody in the chat that said I wasn't his target audience. They got a point. That's pretty much all I want to say.
Right. And again, there's definitely an age difference there and a preference.
Yeah.
There. And again, you definitely are a demographic, Olivia, that wink nudging at.
Olivia, yeah, I'm not his target audience. You know what I mean? So whoever said that in the chat,
that was another. He knew what he was doing. He wink, nudge. Honey, listen. There are trans folk, who get furious about laws and go off. There are regular. I hate to say the word regular.
Don't hate it, Jay. Go ahead,
LGBTQIA folk who are just like, he's too much. He's doing too much. He's setting us back. He ain't doing nothing to us. He's doing his thing.
He's giving everybody
how to do it. He knows how to poke and prod. And again, it's always a gamble. It's always a gamble because at any moment, one of those moves could literally blow up in his face. And it almost did. It almost did. Montero could have literally ended him. That whole thing with the devil and all, it could have ended him. And it looked like it was leaning both ways. Later, now you talk about I'm extra.
hey, mother, Milan, let me pick your brain. Olivia, I fully agree with you. Let me preempt with this, okay? Please pardon me, y'all. I'm kind of crazy. Okay. Mother, you being in the entertainment business, that's your lifestyle, mother. I study you, mother. When you speak about the LGBT community and Lil Nas X, is he toxic or is he playing the music industry game? Because I know for a fact that all LGBTQI, they don't want to say it, mother.
No, I think he's brilliant. And I think he's bold. And I heard that Olivia used. Olivia said he's mannish. I agree. He's brave. He's bold and he's brazen.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. I agree that he is mannish. But
I love that. Mannish.
Well, I think somebody need to go make him pick a couple of 3 switches, tie them together, wet them up a little bit, and beat his goddamn ass back in reality.
Crazy.
That's what I think.
Now, me stomping in New York, right? In the industry. My son's father is in the industry. I'm not going to say anymore. So I understand that business. Okay? What I'm proposing to y'all is a different Dory kind of crazy right now. And picking your brain out of respect, because I give a freak what you say. I can get off this bitch, but I give a hell what you say. I want to know to help me understand what I've seen. It's a dark ass world out there. Why is Nas playing the game? Because he's a new generation. He ain't the Temptations, Olivia. We know the Temptations by Heartbeats. We did that music. We all love that movie. Okay, back to what I'm saying, Spilly. I'm off topic. Why do you think that dude is doing what he's doing? Is he suffering because he don't want to come out because he's trapped in the closet? Like, R. Kelly with Aaliyah shit? Or is this nigga really on some old, I'm going to take the shit by storm? I'll wait.
Pipe down. Stand down, Dory.
Thank you, Spilly boy. I'm sorry. My husband will be so embarrassing me tonight. My husband will be real embarrassed. Go ahead, Spilly.
You all right. You all right. We got you. But no, he knows what he's doing, Dory. It's all strategic. It's all strategic, and it is. It's like it, lick it, or love it. That's literally what it is. Some gonna like it, some ain't. And again, every time he goes into his marketing plan and he puts it forth, it's a gamble. Little boy gambles, and I'm here for it. And he ain't struck out just yet.
Thank you.
He's
I
done
feel
well.
better. I feel better. Thank you.
So do you think he's the gay version of Tekashi 6ix9ine?
No, he struck out.
But he had a long ride though. Now we can't forget about the fact that
Tekashi was kind of messy. Tekashi's things didn't seem very thought out. It was just like a lot of stuff. And then it was just kind of like whatever it was. Everything the Little Nas has thought it out down to the fingernail color, honey.
I mean, Tekashi was a troll too. You know what I mean? And that's why
he was a troll as well. But he wasn't as prepared or put together.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
May I speak, spill it? Nubiology 101. Your nails are so beautiful.
Where's his team? They're right there. When you say where's his team, they're right there. What you should do, Livy, when you have some time and you might have to sit on your hands and bite your tongue a little bit, go through his YouTube.
Who?
Little Nas X.
Yeah.
His team is right there.
You asking for too much.
They are right there every step of the way. He is never really by himself. He is always surrounded by people who are all in on the plan. Like literally down to the producers. He is always surrounded with people. And they're working. They're not people sitting around drinking beers and ordering food. They are working. There is a definite team.
But I mean, absolutely. I mean, you can tell that he's got a professional team behind him. By the way that he moves, even his trolling
team is not all him. That ain't all.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, you know, I agree with that. They're very professional. They're very good at what how he presents himself. But my issue was, I think that I just don't agree with. I'm not seeing him getting any kind of pushback from anybody. I don't see that resonating. It's not resonating with me.
Push back. Push what back?
Yeah, push back from like maybe slow down a little bit. Don't burn yourself out by the time you're 25.
Burn out from what?
Burn out from the fact that the synagogue of Satan is just using his ass to put forth an agenda. That's all.
However, Olivia, I was in Tennessee.
But he ain't the first one. If I could just finish.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could just finish.
Yes,
they
ma'am.
did Tekashi like that too. He ain't the first. They doing Megan Thee Stallion like that now. You know, Cardi B and all the rest of them. He ain't the first one, and he ain't gonna be the last. You know, it seemed like the guy is so like he's really an artist in my opinion. Okay. And it's like I feel the same way about Megan Thee Stallion. They know that their girl mama done died and grandmama, she really don't have nobody. You know, and so you just got this whole team of people around you just whispering in your ear, excuse me, and yes woman in you. And so I don't know. It just don't seem right to me.
Hey Olivia, let me pick your brain if I may, Spiller Boy TV. Okay? Oracle. I was in Tennessee eating that barbecue. It wasn't that good, by the way. I just want to tell you I was disappointed, but I still ate that shit. Hey, let me ask you something, Oracle. You come from the Temptations era. You come from the all-white parties and step in the name of love era.
Absolutely, I come from the rap era.
Exactly, but you still a boss. And I understand you. Here's
not no boss, but I'm just
you're a boss. You're a boss in my eyes. You're a boss in my eyes. I said it. You're a boss. Let's keep moving. Hey, Oracle. When you listen to them sampling this music and trying to step up to what you and I lived up to in our heyday, I ain't gonna tell my age now, okay? However, how do you feel? Are they respecting us, or are they living up to what we went through in our era, or are they just sampling music to get our ears to start bumping to their bullshit? I'll wait. Go ahead.
I don't even know what that means, but I don't even listen to rappers anymore. I got the new Nas album. I listen to rap from the older artists, but these young folks, I'm really not. The only time I think of a little Nas when they come out with a story, I see it going down my thread about he done something crazy again. Other than that, I couldn't tell you nothing about that child.
Yes,
Like I said, somebody said in the chat earlier, I am not his demographic. And so yeah, it just is what it is. Like I am not impressed.
I understand that being a
Period.
hustler like me, I'm a hustler. I beat the pavement. I beat the slab. I understand what you're saying. However, when you see Lil Wayne bow down and be on a video, and Nicki Minaj and Little Kim beat with Megan Thee Stallion with that WAP, right? With Cardi B. Cardi B killing the game. Her dude don't really love her. Real talk, spill it. But he need Cardi because Cardi B is in the hustle.
Dory.
Yes,
Dory.
sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I get him. I'm sorry.
Pull it back in. We ain't doing
Okay,
celebrity.
be quiet. Go ahead, spill it.
Here go one. Nas X team and his efforts of bringing and presenting a mirror to make ourselves look at our behaviors and hypocritical actions. We say we support Black lives until they are gay, trans, or pansexual.
Oh, okay. Let's stick there for a minute.
Oh, that's deep.
We support Black lives until they transsexual. And being a dom female like Dory, I'm a dom.
Support Black lives in general.
I'm a dom.
You're a dom what? What are you talking about, Dory?
Dom, feel it? I'm telling Mike T today.
A dom what? You got a whole husband, Dory.
And so what? He know. He hear me.
See, that's a whole nother. Now you want to
we're gonna do the next line.
to
Go ahead. Next line. All doms matter. All dom lives matter, mother.
They do, but not on this live. Not this one.
Come on, mother. Let me express myself. All doms matter. I like my pussy eating. Go ahead, Spill.
Okay. Dory.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna clean you up.
I think this is a really deep comment from Mika. From Mecca. Yeah, but I support Black lives in general.
Right.
I don't care what color you are. You know, that's why I brought up the fact that the high rate of LGBTQ, you know, trans Black men and women being killed at a higher rate than other ethnicities. So I support Black life in general. So,
hey Olivia, are we
selling? You made a good point though.
Selling out, Olivia, for the record label and for a royalty check. How far we go to get paid? Excuse me, spilling about that dom stuff I just spit out to you, bro. I'm sorry about that. Olivia, I'm asking you, Black Power, Miss Black Power. How far we gonna sell out though? Come on, Olivia.
Dory.
Come on, Olivia, Tennessee.
Dory. Leave Olivia alone. Leave Olivia alone.
Yes, mother.
But you know, I'm glad she said it like that because every time she references me, she says Black Power. But I mean, like, what if you know what? The problem with Black people, some Black people, is they don't love their own first. So when you calling me Black Power, you're not offending me. I feel unfortunate for you because you don't have enough sense to love your own people first. Right, but it ain't just you. It ain't just you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a whole lot of people. So I ain't mad, girl. Go ahead.
Look, I sold myself to the devil for that paycheck, but not no more, Olivia. I'm an entrepreneur type of hoe. But back to the subject at man, because I don't want Spill to kick me off this bitch. Go ahead.
All right, moving on. Okay, correct. When we live freely, we're happier. Less suicide, less crime against gay people. Come on, TC. Okay, y'all don't went radio silent on me.
I'll say something.
I have a question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I forgot. Go ahead. No man. You did that and threw me off that fast. Go ahead.
I have a question. When they were talking about, because I hear this a lot, and Dave Chappelle also mentioned the thing about the turf. I had never heard that. Sound like some white women made up. I ain't never heard that before. The trans exclusionary feminists or whatever. But and then you also just mentioned like the trans Black women that end up dying and stuff. What does the community say about that? Like, where is all this death coming from? Who's doing this? Who's targeting these trans Black women and why?
See, again, I don't want to. This is why the panel was open, because I think that is actually a question that should be going toward a trans individual. I do. I really think that a trans individual should actually be addressing that. Because again, if you don't walk, because it's hard. That's where we always run into our problems when we start trying to speak the trans experience. I can't, even though I know a lot of trans, I can't speak the trans experience. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of.
I think my thing is like it. It pains me to hear people say, like, there was a comment like all lives matter unless they're gay lives, or all Black lives matter unless they're Black gay lives. And I feel like that's horrible, because I don't know anybody that can see a news story about a Black trans woman, body being found, or was murdered or something, or a gay person um, assaulted. I don't know people who champion that type of stuff, who think, oh, that's a good thing. Like I don't know anybody who's actively, happy about that, if anything happened to y'all. So I don't always understand when they say like, oh, the life matters until it's the day. To me, if I'm looking at a Black person that's just been assaulted or murdered or whatever, like, you're still Black. No matter how you identify, still a Black person. Like, I think our community would still care.
Depending. I mean, it's yes and no. Shelly, is that you?
It's me.
All right, baby. All right.
I just wanted to ask something about the trans people being killed real quick whenever you get time.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I know you said it should be answered by somebody who was trans, because people can't speak for them.
I mean, I could give I could say what I think, but I just think it'd be better answered from.
Yeah, and I'm not trans. I'm not trans, but I've been accused of wanting to sleep with a trans, so I figured I'd be qualified to speak on it.
Here we go.
But honestly, I think a lot of the trans who get killed, I think it happens in relationships where those men are afraid that they're going to get exposed, afraid that they're going to be found out. I'm not saying that that's the case for every single killing, but a lot of the killings, they are relationships, and the other person is like a what they call them, trade or whatever. And whenever they feel that they may get exposed or something like that, they would rather kill that person than for people to find out. Do trans people get targeted just because? Absolutely. And I feel like out of the LGBT, A, B, C, D, B, E, T, E, B, T, all of that letters I can't keep up with. I do feel like trans do not get as much support as they should. Even within like gay males, some of the things that they say towards trans, it's not always very polite. I've heard some people in the community say that they don't even think that trans should be that T should be in the LGBT. I'm just learning as I go along, so I don't come up here professing to know everything. But I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot through my sister, and she's also said that that they get a lot of flack from within the community itself. Those are her words.
Right.
So that's all I wanted to say. And I wanted to say this too. As far as like the whole Dave Chappelle, I don't think he should be canceled at all. I think if it's going to be comedy, what's the point of being a comedian if we're going to be so sensitive about disability, sexuality? I mean, throw the whole comedy away if we're going to get that sensitive about it. I think when you go to a show, you go there for them to push the buttons a little bit. I mean, not get gross or some sexual stuff towards kids or whatever, but some of this stuff is just jokes. But I also want to say that on YouTube, a lot of times people will start, people that's in the straight community, they will act like they're so outraged when people offend the LGBT. But to be honest, everybody has people in their family who are homophobic. And if you don't check your family members, then don't decide to check a celebrity or somebody on YouTube, or to pretend like you're so outraged by this stuff when you're in the comfort of your own home. Half these people are throwing out the F bomb, because I mean, I've talked to a lot of people behind the scenes, and they support people in the community, but behind the scenes they be dogging them out. So it's just a lot of fake outrage. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
And
that's
Okay. Logan,
Lord
that's
have
you.
mercy.
I'm dropping down.
Okay. Logan.
All right, yeah. So, all right. So, I have a lot to say about that issue, about that topic. And again, I want to speak to the panel. How everybody's doing? Um, I'm Logan J. You know me and James. That's my dog. I am a black gay man, and so I have a lot of perspective on this topic. First, the, like I said in one of my comments below, we are not the gays of the '70s, the '80s, or the '90s. A lot of the things that people got away with telling us about how we're faggots and sissies and all of that stuff, you're not gonna get away with that now, because now we will bust you on your shit, so to speak. So I feel like a lot of people from that generation are kind of taken aback on why we are outraged about the things that we are outraged about now. Because why wasn't you outraged then? Well, we didn't have a voice like we have now. Like the whole reason why a lot of people call it the letters. The whole reason why it became one big merge is because one letter of each of these organizations didn't have enough power to speak alone. Like for it's the lesbians, the bisexual community, the gay community, the trans community, we only make up 0.1% on our own. So what happened was we combined every sexually marginalized group can now come up under this one umbrella to be one major voice. And that's what you're seeing now on when it comes to that. Now, for as a comment, for as like checking celebrities and not our families, I check my family every day because I'm from New Orleans, and I grew up from where I would be considered straight passing, quote unquote. No one typically knows my sexual preference unless I tell you, or if you know me personally. So when I'm in a barbershop, or if I'm in public spaces where it is predominantly black men and women and I hear things, I do speak up because, as James know, my partner is a feminine male, and he gets the brunt of the name calling and the side eyes, and I see that. And when they don't think nobody's looking, I hear the remarks. So when we say like with things that we won't stand for, what Dave Chappelle did, which I don't think he should be canceled. Let me just first say that. I believe I'm also an advocate of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. So I don't believe he should be canceled. But what people are saying is certain rhetorics can put other people in danger. Certain rhetorics, when you say things like that, give the people who are hateful license to go out there and kill another trans person. There have been 63 trans women of color that are now deceased because of the hatred from a black male towards trans people. But so when you say things for it's like, well, this can happen in the black community, but you can't offend these gays. that has consequences. Yes, we all have freedom of speech, but you have to take responsibility and the consequence for which you say. So and you have to understand trans people make less than 0.1% of so 63 black trans women, that's a lot. That is a lot. So I do stand with my trans brothers and sisters on when they say, wait, we got to be careful of what we say and how we say it. And I don't believe that that's them being, I don't that they can't take a joke. Their lives are literally on the line because people will take what he said and go out and do some harmful things, and we just have to be mindful of that.
FJ, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
All right, baby.
Can I just address something somebody said in the comments?
Absolutely.
They said, I feel that if you do not bleed every month, you are not a real woman.
What?
Yeah, I read it. Because I got it up on my TV as I'm on the StreamYard, and I read it and it said, I feel if you do not bleed every month, you are not a real woman. And I just want to say I'm very much a real woman, and I don't bleed every month. And I was born a female, cisgender. And I don't mean to get all personal with it, but I'm just saying I don't. There's a reason for it, but just because I don't bleed doesn't mean that I'm not a woman, but I'm still a woman, very much. Hello? And when you hit, maybe I'll hit menopause, or many women hit menopause and they don't bleed. So now I'm 50, so now I'm no longer a woman. No, you need that needs to stop. And there's probably a person who is not even a woman who said that.
Trolling. They're trolling.
But
That
it
was to
got me a little hot,
and I missed it. I didn't even catch
I
that.
seen it, and
But I'm
what they did, it worked. It got me a little hot because I see people say that all the time. It's like, sweetie, every woman does not bleed.
yeah, I would have
Period.
actually, and to be honest, I would have actually ignored the comment because it was to derail. That's trolling.
I know. I
Like I
couldn't
said,
ignore
that
it. I
part.
couldn't
Speak
ignore
on
it.
it. Words make actions. We can't be hypocritical and saying,
So,
well,
I mean, can we take a moment to educate that person for a second? There's a difference in being
oh, he wants to start.
female and woman. Okay, the a straight man a straight man will look at a trans woman and be wildly attracted to that person because they embody what they love, and what they love: big ass titties and hips and ass and all that. You're not gonna see a trans attracted man ain't gonna find me attractive, but y'all would consider that man to be a gay man. A man like the essence of a woman, and your vagina is not the essence of a woman.
Let me go smoke.
Black trans women and biological women have more power when they stand together than they do apart. So whoever that troll is, let me just take a moment to address you since you want that attention.
A lot of
Trans
people
women are
feel like that.
beautiful.
That's why I addressed it.
Black biological women are beautiful. Black trans women know they are not female, and that's what the part y'all have to understand. But they're all women. So let's not be ignorant.
But have you seen that video? I've seen a couple of videos, if I may interject, of black trans women speaking very derogatory about biological black women. I mean, like, why bring down, why do, what is that for? Is it some kind of competition going on in those trans women that feel like they have to do that? Like, I don't understand that.
Largely, I feel like the part with that is it's the propaganda to keep people against one another. If black biological women and black trans women fight, they would never understand the power that they have together.
But it's a
So
black trans woman that's saying that.
then something must be mentally ill with them, because all the trans women that I know, black trans women, love biological women.
Well,
So
there's a yeah, there's
I
a
gotta, I
either
gotta,
this
I
is
gotta
for
piggyback.
like publicity or just to get likes and views.
yeah. I don't
But
know,
yeah,
but there's a if
I,
you're
I gotta,
there's a
I gotta piggyback on what Olivia is saying. I've heard the same exact thing. She's not lying. I know exactly what she's talking about. There
yeah there's a
is
video
a
on there's a
strain
channel called The
within.
Mademoiselle, and
There's
she's
a
got
few
that
of
video
them.
on her channel.
There are a
well,
few of them floating around YouTube where it
yeah,
just feels like
but you know
it,
that's
but
why
it
they say the squeaky wheel sounds. You know, whatever the saying is, the people it's sad that the
The squeaky
minority.
or the squeaky wheel get the oil.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you, my brother. But I say that to say a lot of these small voices going to speak the loudest because there's only so few of them. But please rest assured to know that a lot of black trans women admire and revere biological women, because because y'all are something that they look up to. For someone to look up to you that much, to want to say, well, this is who I believe that I am, that's admiration. So for the and again, there's assholes in every community. There, but they don't speak for the majority. So I would say yes, just like any group of people, you have your bad apples, and it's up to us to weed those people out. And just because they're black and trans, don't mean we have to support. So as a black gay man, I love black women. I worship the ground a black woman walks on, because they are the mothers of creation. So,
it's just the way that they
I love you.
described it.
Well,
The
that's a
way that they
nice of you to
described
say
it when
that,
they were
Logan. But a lot of
talking
heterosexual black
was
men
like they were
don't even like
Hold on,
black
hold on, hold
women.
on, hold on, hold on. There's two people
the
talking at the
way
same time.
the way that they were describing it in because I know what videos Olivia's referring to because I've seen a few of them myself. When they were talking, the way that they were describing it, it did feel like they were in some type of competition, or they used the word war, like there's a war between cisgender black women and trans women. And that is just kind of like, I, I think the reason why you have a disconnect there is because you're saying, hey, those are outliers in the community, but yeah, those are the loudest. So it does look like, okay, well, that's must be what all of them think,
No.
because
Well, no,
all of what I
because
see is them making those statements.
yeah. So I would answer that by saying, as a black person, Omarosa doesn't speak for us. Most Republican males
Facts.
don't speak for us, but they
Right.
speak the loudest. So,
Okay.
I would say I would use that same scenario in the black trans or the LGBT community. We have to weed out those motherfuckers too, because they don't speak for us, and we have to discourage and rebuke those type of actions. When it comes, they're not above reproach just because they're black and trans. They're not above being told that, no, you're wrong, that's not how we feel, that's not how we think. So I
Mm.
would say to you, my sister, that I knowing a lot of trans women personally, I'm telling you, they love you. They
Mm.
love you.
And I think to your other point when you were talking about women that whether or not they bleed every month or whoever made that comment, even though that's a very crass thing to say, and yes, some women do not have that, whether you had a hysterectomy or whatever other feminine, and we got a whole lot of issues and different things going on with us inside. But I think the what I think the point they're making is just not about so much menstruation as it is just about having female genitalia, being born female genitalia, or what is considered a cisgender woman.
Right.
It's not so much about the menstruation, it's just the fact that if that's going on, then that means, okay, this is a person with a uterus, right? Like I think it's just more about saying,
I know.
hey, this person believes that a real, quote unquote, real woman is one that was born with female genitalia.
I understand what you're saying,
I could
but
dig
I
it
don't
too.
focus on what people mean. I focus on what the hell they said, and what they said
I
was
got you.
disrespectful.
I got you.
And what
I
was
got you.
disrespectful? What that's what I want to know. What
Yeah.
like what was disrespectful?
To say that if you don't bleed every month, you're not a woman.
Flat out, right? Because there's some women that don't bleed every month.
Right. It was
That
a
was my
troll.
point.
It was
So
a troll
I
story.
get what you know
They
you
did it
Wow.
for
what
this
they
very
I
reason. They
understand
wanted to
what they meant,
derail what was going on.
but
Everybody was getting along too much.
Right, and
I
that's what
go with
happened.
saying
Divide and
But I
conquer.
think,
I agree, James. You
but
hit it right on the nail. I agree.
Yeah.
It's a way to
but I
sow.
think,
It's a way to sow discord
Discord.
among
Right.
like-minded individuals. Because if we're at peace, then we're gonna exude positive energy, and when we
Right.
come together, we are a force to be reckoned with. So why not divide and conquer?
it
Right.
get
Because a
boring
lot
when
If
of
we
a
I
get a
lot
can
of
little
get
too
this
happy
yeah.
black
over here.
They don't.
I
biological
guess they get
woman
bored.
and
They
this
don't.
black trans woman to
That's
be,
right.
then nothing gets done.
Hmm.
But what is it? What is it that they're trying to divide and conquer?
This
You
is
know,
what they trying to
Well,
divide.
you know how
If
that
I
works.
got if I gotta explain that to you, I don't know, but I'll
I
try.
mean, in the context of
It,
coming out speaking derogatorily, making it seem like my vajayjay is better than your vajayjay
Be-
because say I don't bleed or
See,
I don't
that's
my vajayjay is tighter than your
right
vajayjay.
or
You know,
whatever.
Well,
you just
you
have to
hear
hear
that
the
amongst
video.
biological women all in itself. I believe women and just in nature are competitive by nature.
That's I
Uh,
was getting ready to say that women we have we have a lot of drama
Right.
within the between cisgender women, if you will.
Right.
You know what I mean? And to add the extra layers, just like a lot of women are not even that just go by the wayside because who really cares at the end of the day? You know, I mean, if you know who you are, especially if you are, as we have a lot of other issues, but it was just rude and very disrespectful. And in the larger context of the thing, it really sounds like misogyny, and it
Right.
sounds like
very
and
much
it
so.
sounds
Hey,
like
Very much so.
toxic masculinity.
hey, my
Is
sister.
when I heard that. If you just let me finish,
Go
when
ahead.
I heard that video on the Mademoiselle of the trans black woman speaking so derogatorily about black women, mostly the vagina, black women in particular, all I heard was misogyny. That's what I heard.
Right.
I felt I heard a black man that is very rude and disrespectful, hetero or gay, you know, not liking black women, which is which is a common thing,
Right.
for a long time. Men and black women have been divided, along those lines right there. Not adding a sexuality or a transgender. I heard a black man not liking a black woman for whatever reason. That's all I heard.
Not
Period.
not what I wanna share with you is the word woman. Have you ever really looked at that word woman?
Yes, I have.
It's everything a man is plus a womb. Did you ever know that? You ever thought about
But
that?
I feel like it's so much more because I am a woman.
Right, you damn right.
And I don't,
Everything a man
and
is
for that
plus a
reason,
womb.
even when you said that you cannot, I don't, whether you're transgender or a hetero man, somebody mentioned earlier about the essence of a woman. How can you know what the essence of me is?
I don't
Like,
know. I ain't
honestly,
say that. I just said I was just
I'm not
speaking
saying
of
that
the
you said
name.
that. I
I
just
was
meant
just
in
talking
general.
about the name, the word
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah, I just meant in general,
No, I don't make
and
stuff.
we know that men are very,
I am a heterosexual, but I respect every person. I give you respect until you don't need the respect no more. If
well,
you
I mean, I
disrespect,
understand
right?
that. Yeah.
I don't even like. This is a thought I had. I think I was like about 17, 18. I'm in my 40s now. I was like, I don't know. The thought just hit me. If every woman died tonight, except one or two, it would be wars over those women.
Sure would.
If every man died
Sure would.
tonight, if every man died tonight because of sperm banks, it'd be parties in a lot of places. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? I was like, what the fuck? Y'all got so much power, man, but
I
they make
mean,
sure
hey, wars start over women.
it
That's
just
actually a real
right.
thing
That's what I'm saying.
because of
Look,
how
They got
beautiful and
Helen of
how
Troy,
valuable you are.
Cleopatra.
Like
y'all
as a
got
gay
so
black man, I really want y'all to understand
y'all
how
got a lot of
valuable
power, man.
and how wonderful and how awesome and how queendom you are. Like
Right.
there's no one in the world like you.
But
So
I gotta be honest with you, Logan, to something. I believe it was you that made the comment about them feeling like, they embody everything of what a woman's essence is. And I think that's the comment that Olivia was referring to. That is the way that lands. It can be off-putting because it does feel like, okay, well, what are you basing that on, right?
Right.
Like, how would you know what the essence of a woman is? Because, and again, like the other gentleman said, I'll call you whatever you want to be called. I will address
Right.
you with
Well,
whatever
how you right?
pronouns. I don't I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I'm not a disrespectful. So if
Right.
that's how you want to be called, cool. But when you start talking about attraction, like, okay, so you say a man is looking at this trans woman and is attracted to her, what is he seeing? Now that's just reducing womanhood to an aesthetic.
Right. And your
That's
essence is
not
not
that's
your
not that's
booty or
not
your
it,
hips or your
Oh
and
titties.
no, well
it's
that's not that.
It's
Well,
not your
let
essence.
me clarify. That's not what I meant. I meant to say, for as if we want to break it down, for as physical attraction,
hmm
a a trans attracted man will not find a gay man attractive. So I'm just speaking on a very surface level, not the embodiment, not the essence. Because as a black gay man, I could never know what the essence of a black woman is. All I can go based on is by having very powerful, strong female role models, for as my great grandparents, my grandparents, my mother, and my sisters and my aunts. I can only go based on what I've seen and what
Your
they
experiences.
overcame, like what they bring to the table, how it was women that made a house a home, and
hmm
how women bring stability, and how women brings foundation and nourishment for. So on that level, from a male point of view of what I've seen, not to degrade or dismiss any black woman, because that's the last thing I will ever want to do. But for as attraction, if I'm for as a man who don't even know that this person is trans, if a man sees a trans woman, especially a fully developed trans woman, not a brick, somebody who is the Amaya Scotts of the world, the T.S. Madisons of the world. I'm talking when a man walks up on this human being, he is going to be attracted because this person embodies what he's attracted to. But if that same person walk passes me, he's not going to have that same attraction. And so that's why I say you we try to nuance the sexual spectrum when the sexual spectrum is very fluid. When you have this man will not find me attractive. So if this man does not find me attractive, I can no longer consider him a gay black man or a gay man. This person is trans attractive, which means that he may be trans attractive and he may also like biological women as well, regardless of what the genitalia is.
so I have
So,
a question about that. Okay, is he truly trans attracted, or is he just attracted to a feminine aesthetic? No matter if it's a
It may
cisgender
be
woman or a trans, you
it
know what I'm
may be
Right.
saying?
both. It may be both. It
and
could be
I've
Okay.
it,
seen some trans women that you can't even tell that they were born male. So you're talking
right.
about the visual. So you're saying
Yeah.
he's
And
attracted to
and
the visual?
that's the main reason I don't like going out no more. Cause when she start talking about drinking a little bit, the
Yeah.
lights all low and shit. You done had some smoke and shit, man. You don't know what you grinding up on.
Well, and that's another thing too,
And
because
also too,
what
I don't even
happens if
think it
he
has to be all of that, because I'm telling you now, I've seen men with my trans friends who did not give a fuck
Right.
what
At the
what they
same
were,
time.
you know.
Right.
ha,
God
And I'm sure a lot
damn.
of them
I
don't,
have a
but I'm
question.
just saying as far as the
Wow.
Shoot,
visual
what's his
goes,
name?
as far as
I
the
can't see
visual
his
goes, there are
name.
some trans women that like you can't tell that they were ever women.
Right.
I mean ever men, I'm sorry, at all. Like you
Yeah,
just cannot tell.
they
Right.
had a great. That's what I mean by fully
Right,
developed
right. I heard you.
transitions.
I remember
I
like
mean,
watching Maury though when I was like about 2021, and they would line everybody up and be like, "Can you pick who's who?"
Can you pick?
That's when
Yes.
That's when I was like,
Yes.
man, I don't know what's going on. I ain't
And I
even act like
failed every time.
every time.
And I have a
But
I have
But
a
let
question.
me ask you this though. Let me ask y'all this. If you have a trans woman as a friend, I have heard um that some trans women don't feel it, don't deem it necessary to let a perspective, like if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody, or that person is feeling you or whatever, they don't
right,
feel it's necessary to tell that male that
That
like
that person is trans.
I'm a trans woman, you know what I
Okay,
mean?
well,
right.
let me be the first one to loudly say that is false, false, false.
I
Trans
don't, but
women
Logan, I
are
don't agree with that, man. I think sometimes you can't
no
tell them because
man,
people
no,
might
because
drag
no.
you
That let
after
me
they
so
don't get what they
let me
want.
finish. Let me finish real quick. Yeah,
All
let me
right.
finish. I believe, and I've seen it for myself, that it is false. And a lot of men who cannot deal with the criticism and the world for knowing that they are trans attractive will use that as saying that, oh, I did not know. And they will use trans women have been more visible in today's time than ever before. So
Right.
if a person's coming up and saying that I was in a relationship with this person for X amount of time, had physical altercation, have been sexually active with this person and all the 9 yards, and this person does not know this person is trans, it is a lie.
It gotta be
First
a
of
No,
lie.
all,
I'm just
first
talking
of
about, say you're just meeting this person, you
well,
haven't gotten
yeah,
to the bedroom
but
yet.
no, my trans friends
Let
tell
me say
them
something right quick.
tell their
But there,
men
But
have
that
y'all
they
seen
she
that
are
movie? What is that
trans.
movie? They
Logan,
did a
she
movie
talk.
about that a while ago called, what was the name of that movie, James?
The
Was it The
crying
Crying
game. The
Game?
crying game. Yeah.
The crying
Let me say
game.
something right quick.
Yeah.
We all speaking. Well, y'all are all speaking on y'all personal experiences. I had it both ways. I don't know how old you are, Logan, but I'm 46 years old, and and I've been gay since I was 16. And I've have trans friends who will tell someone they're trans. I also have some who will not tell someone that they're trans. So we can't say it's 100% false because everyone is speaking on their own personal experience and your limited experiences. So as far as the trans conversation, we need to be very clear that we're only speaking on our limited experience on our circumstances and our craft. We can't say definitively it's 100% false. Because, like I said, I know some that will tell off the rip. And there's also some who will not tell until, you know what I'm saying, they are more comfortable with said individuals. So we can't talk as if we are the end all be all answers to all these
Oh no,
questions.
I don't. I would never speak in absolutes. So
You said
because I know
but what you said,
there's
what you said,
exceptions. There's exceptions to everything. But
but what you said is,
I
but what you
will say a
said
lot
was,
of trans women have been more empowered to be themselves more now
but
than
that's not what you
anything.
said. See,
So
you're speaking really quickly, and then when someone is giving you a little bit of pushback, you're changing how you speak on the subject. What you actually said was you can 100% definitively say it is not true. That's what you actually said.
from my experience, yeah,
But that's
from
what I'm
my
saying.
experience,
But you can't
from my
capitalize for
experience,
what you said.
and from the headlines that we've seen for a lot of these dead trans women, the defense from these men were, I did not know. And then we later find out with the investigation that these people had an intimate relationship that for God knows how long. And if you are a heterosexual man, if from my understanding, heterosexual men eat pussy.
Right.
So my thing is, at what point,
Straight up.
as
So are you a
heterosexual men
post-op or pre-op
love
transsexual
vagina,
woman?
huh?
Are you a post-op or pre-op trans woman? Because if you're post-op, that means you still have.
Even with the
Let me. Can I
post op,
finish?
you
Can I
still can
finish? Can I
tell.
finish?
Hey,
Even with post
y'all
op,
gotta
you still can
respect each other,
tell.
my man. It's hard to decipher what y'all saying when y'all both talking over each other. And I'm
Oh,
trying to
my
listen.
apologies.
I'm
My
trying to
apologies.
listen to. I'm really trying to like
Have a
listen to
conversation
both
that
sides.
we are speaking to each other and listen to what each other is saying before we start commenting on it. Like I said, post-op and pre-op. There are women out there who get their vagina reconstructed. Well, it's not. There are trans women. I know trans women who have a very beautiful, very realistic vagina. And if she didn't tell me, if I didn't know she was a trans woman, I wouldn't have known.
Right.
So my point is, we can't say, well, they had this intimate relationship was like, and next thing you know, everyone knows everyone eats pussy. Yeah, everyone eats pussy if you eat pussy, but at the same time, if your pussy is reconstructed or designed in a way
How you know
to
what
where
you eating, right?
exactly. So my point is, we can't say that. So we need to stop speaking with absolutes and speaking with more broader terms because we don't know these things. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
But I
I,
came
I
here
have a
initially.
question.
hold on, hold
I
on
have a
real quick.
question.
One of the coolest things I ever experienced, I was living in Detroit and my mom bought me a 2 tickets to the Joe Louis Arena, and it was the last time Prince did like Love Red Corvette and all that. And I'm in my early 20s and I got 1 ticket. And I'm just going and when I'm walking through, bruh, every walk of life was in that month, man. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. And everybody was cool.
Right.
So I have a question regarding the trans attracted men, or however you said it. What if when that man does find out? Because I hear this a lot, and I didn't like where this debate was going on Twitter. That somehow, if that man does find out that it is in fact a trans woman and not a cisgender woman, and he says, "Oh, okay, I'm good. I don't want to date that person anymore." Why does that make him transphobic? Why is it that he can't
Well, who said that?
just
I don't
no? It
believe
was
that he
a
does.
Wait a minute. Let me
whole
put this
debate.
in perspective. This
There
is
was
what I
a
was getting.
whole
Hold
debate.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Because I see where this is going, where it's been going. There's a part of this comment right here where she did the not all heterosexual men eat, but right here where it says we have to stop lumping people all together into one. And that's kind of what's been going on for the last, well, probably 30 minutes. I saw a video where this happened. One video.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this, and then that happened. One video. What's that one movie? It's that one movie. They told that one story. I'm going to make it very easy for you all. We're not doing transsexuals anymore. Let's talk about something that everybody can actually
Relate to.
grasp onto. HIV and AIDS.
Oh shit.
There's not, because now when I change it to HIV and AIDS, I don't need a trans person to stand in for the trans community. I don't need a drag queen. I don't need, it's all of us. All of us know somebody with HIV. All of us are in the realm of HIV and AIDS. The whole trans thing is just like the HIV situation. When you meet somebody, you could run into somebody who will tell you that they're positive, and you could run into somebody
That
who
won't.
divulge to you that they're positive. There never is a 100%. There
Exactly.
never is a 100%. And that really is how deep it goes. That's as deep as it actually
It's
goes.
right.
If there's people in the world who are good and who live out front, and there's people in the world who
That
are
live in the
not
back, in the
they don't
shadows.
live out front. And that's really the answer to all the questions that y'all asked in the last 30 minutes. Is
And
literally
James, also,
Hold on,
and
you
James,
gotta
I
let him
also
finish.
think
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You gotta let him finish, man, because what he just
He
said
was
was
finished.
real.
Actually, I
All
was going
right,
to
all right.
actually add on to that. Like with HIV, it affects everyone differently. So just like with the situation that was talking about, what I was saying is it's an individual situation based on what we know it to be. I'm saying we don't. I'm saying like each person with HIV. Hey, babe, what's up? Sorry, y'all. But anyway, so like with HIV, it affects each person differently. A trans experience affects each trans person differently. So like I said, we can't speak in absolute. That's all I'm saying. To agree with what James
And,
was saying.
and what I'm saying is, it ain't that person's fault. It's your fault for not doing your homework. Do a little more research and homework on who you running around with, and jump and do some homework. Have
Well,
some
what about
text.
heterosexual women? What about the heterosexual women that have gotten HIV or AIDS or both from their down low man. They didn't know he was
Right.
fooling around, you know. And they come and they married to him, and they bring it back home to that woman.
Are they any
The
different
statistics
than?
show that the one reason why the black community has such a higher level, they say the black community has a higher level of heterosexual females diagnosed with HIV and or AIDS, or however you want to call it.
Right.
One of the reasons why is because of the down low issue or whatever.
Couldn't he just as easily get it if he was straight from school?
Yeah, absolutely. If he was straight, he could have given it to her too. You know, and I agree with that part about, you know, not doing your homework or your research or, you know, whatever else. I think it's a shame, but in order to feel safe, should you require the person to take a you know, HIV test,
Why not? Why
AIDS test,
not?
and
Why
bring it back
not?
Yeah,
to you?
That is.
Yeah, I'm not saying
nothing
nothing
wrong
wrong
with
with
that.
that, but you
Why
know,
not?
How long
yeah,
has it been actually? How long you been married, Living?
Olivia.
25 years.
Yeah.
Damn,
So you
that's
out of the dating
hardcore.
pool. That actually is a part of the new way of dating. One of the most important parts of new wave dating is, oh, I think you're cute. Oh, I think you're cute too. And you know, the next part is, well, I think I want to get down and do a little something with you.
Right.
And you know what comes right then, Libby, is you and I, let's go together and
Right.
go get tested. That's
Decisions.
part of dating.
That's what being a grown up come in at.
Yeah, I
Being
mean,
an
I feel
adult.
that, but the reason why I mentioned
But
that,
to ask,
the reason why I mentioned that is because I understand what James is saying, how it is now. But the first time I ever heard of the term down low was actually on the Oprah Winfrey show. I had never heard of anything like that in my life. I had never heard of married men, you know, having these little extramarital affairs with other men and all of this and all. I had never heard that before until Oprah Winfrey.
But you know it was happening, right? It was happening when
Right.
you was a little girl.
Right.
Yeah, it's
It was
always been
happening when
going
you
on.
was a little girl. It was
And
happening
before
before you were a
then,
little girl.
They
Yeah,
just
I
got
mean,
It
yeah.
became.
I'm just saying I had never heard of it.
Right,
And
because
also too,
it started to be, we started to
mainstream.
talk about it.
Right.
It
yeah,
Yeah,
always
because
happened. It's
it was
always gone on.
at one point in time I've
Acceptable.
read and I've seen documentaries to where it was illegal for men to have sex for a gay man.
It
It was
still is. It's called
you
sodomy. It
you
still
know it
is.
yeah, it was
It's
considered
still
to
on the
be a crime
books.
or a disability to where they you know they thought you had a mental issue if you were same attracted, so you couldn't go out and be with your partner or whatever the case may
Right.
be. So what you did was you had a family, and and then on the side you did what you
What you
did,
do.
and I
and
was gonna, sorry, I was gonna mention what you just mentioned to answer Olivia's question, because it doesn't matter if she's married or not, because there are men who purposely know that they are homosexual or bisexual, I should say, and they still choose to marry, but yet they can still transmit that disease or any disease onto their partner. So my question to Olivia was, what was your question exactly, or was you just making a statement?
no, well, I was referring to
Down low man.
the subject of the HIV and AIDS, and I was referring to it in particular when it comes to the black community,
Mm-hmm.
because of those stats that I had read, and I was relating it back to the first time I had ever heard of something like that. Was on the Oprah Winfrey show when she did that show about the down low man. I had never heard of that before, and so
Mm-hmm.
that's it. Just put me in the mind of that when James started talking about the conversation of HIV, AIDS.
Okay, because I was going to say a lot of those, because I think I remember that show as well, that episode of Oprah, and a lot of those men were married, if
Yeah,
I'm not
that's what I'm saying.
mistaken.
They were married. They just weren't
So
fooling around or
yeah, right.
junkie. They was married.
Yeah, so my thing is that, so even when James started mentioning what the new style of dating now is, it doesn't matter what the new style of dating now is. You can still get caught up in that situation if you're married to a man who still chooses to deny his true origin or his true essence, I should say, as far as being a bisexual or quote unquote men who are same sex attracted. So we like I said, I mean, this conversation can go much deeper than where it is going and much broader also than where it's going. So you got to be aware of that as well. I just want to make sure what you were saying.
And I believe also too, it's so many facets to that. To answer that, there's so many reasons why a down low man is a down low man, for
Right.
many reasons and many, society reasons. Not really owning who he is as a person, or just a lot of different reasons on why.
But is there really any reason for there to be a down low man in this day and age?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
Yes.
Girl,
Could
There's
you give me
still
some examples?
there's still a stigma and a sense of being ashamed and being less than a man if you come out as being gay. There's still these stigmas out there was not that will cause one to be on the down low. There's still all these odd ideas of if you're doing this, you must be this type of individual. So people don't want to be judged or stigmatized into this box. So therefore, they choose to not be as forthcoming and truthful to the world or even to themselves.
And
Right.
and
It's
after and to piggyback off of what he said, I'm 32, so but most of my 20s, I was a down low man. I was DL man. I wasn't DL in the sense of I dated women, but for as like my family and friends, no, I didn't tell anyone my sexual preference. I kept it to myself, because of the stigmas and from
right.
what things that I heard. Like I said earlier, like when I'm in spaces for it's like a bar or a barber shop or male dominated environments, I can hear what they say,
How they feeling.
and I hear, and to be honest, I was a part of the conversation as
Yeah.
if I was agreeing. So
Uh,
um
hey, how did that make you feel though?
oh man, it made me feel like a traitor. It made me feel
Right.
it just made me feel bad. But I'm telling you, it's a lot of people like that.
No, I'm
Also
not. I'm
too, I
not
Well,
didn't
the
saying that to
tell.
Mister,
make you. I
can I
wasn't
I
saying that
did,
to
can I
make
tell
you
y'all
feel
something?
bad, but I really wanted to ask you that because I know it's hard to like swallow your tongue and shit when you really got something to say, but because of who you around, you will
yeah,
swallow
because
your tongue and shit.
I have to choose my battles.
Right.
In that point, I
Right.
had to choose my battles because I have to ask myself, okay, do I really want to have this kind of conversation
Right.
with
Right
them?
now.
Or
Right.
and also too, it's a safety issue. I grew up in
You
the
want to
hood.
water yourself? I
you
agree
know
with that.
Mm-hmm.
so I grew up in the hood, so it's
It's a
also a
safety
safety
issue.
issue.
Right.
Right.
Well,
Also
I'll
too,
tell you the Mister
even
in the background
professionally.
grumbling. He said he would prefer uh not to have the conversation. Say I got Spiller Boy over here, you know what I mean, to my house and we all having the cookout or whatever. He don't want the conversation to be solely on the man's sexuality.
Right.
Like why he just don't want it brought up. Like everybody know you gay, so why you gotta like, just expound on it or whatever. Just be whoever you are.
Because
But
it's
it's
in
a
his
lot of
nature,
haters
and that
out
he just
there.
wants
It's a
to
lot
be
of people
normal.
out there that want to take that narrative and turn it into their narrative, and next thing you know, everybody just running them up.
Right,
Mhm.
because not everybody wants to be the educator.
Right.
Not everybody wants to be put in a position to where now I have to be the voice or the spokesperson
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
of a
I
certain
think it's
thing.
what he was saying. He just would like you to be like, if you at the cookout, you at the cookout because you invited to the cookout, not because you gay at the cookout. You at
It's
the
just
Right.
who
cookout
you
because we
are.
like you and we want to
Right.
invite you to the cookout.
I
You
have
don't
a
So,
know
question
what
for
but see,
sexuality
Logan.
is because we ain't trying
Okay,
to sleep
wait,
with
wait,
you.
wait, 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 wait.
Wait, wait.
But do
I
you
have a
realize
question
that
for
we
Logan.
don't
Hold
end
on,
up
hold on.
being at the cookout? We don't want to be at the cookout and then become the gay information specialist. But
Uh,
being at the cookout, y'all are the ones that actually make us the one at the cookout that's answering all the gay questions.
right.
bruh,
But
let me,
not
James.
Right,
Remember,
y'all.
I even
everybody
told
don't,
It's
you.
like if
you
you
know.
was it's like if you was working somewhere and it was an all white place that you worked at and they
Mm,
brought you to a
And you're the
cookout
token
to
black.
talk about
You're the
black
token
shit.
black. Right.
Yeah,
yeah.
y'all all know each other.
But see, what I'm saying
And
is that that's but do you agree that that's not always the case? Like being honest.
No, it's not
It's not.
always the
It's
case.
not.
I
You're
don't I
not.
don't think that's always
Hold on,
the
let me
case
say this
either.
real quick. I was fortunate enough to I had an uncle and an aunt. They was twins, Lolo and Lala, and both of them was gay. I didn't know they was gay until I got older, but they both was. The way I found out about Lolo being gay, because when Jeffrey Dahmer was eating motherfuckers up in Wisconsin, he was living right next to him, and my mom had to break it to me. On them all black gay men, that he taking into his house and eating,
Yep,
and your uncle
you
lived
not
Did you
right
say
lying.
he
around
was
the
like?
corner.
Did you
I'm in
say he was
St.
living
Louis.
right next to him?
I'm in St. Louis, but my family was up in Racine, and I was up there for a while.
What?
But I just remember that story to where it became a thing. Before
Right,
then, I
right.
was like maybe 12, 13, and I never really like thought about what they did. It wasn't my part of my thought process. But my mom sat me down one day and had to explain some shit, and I remember that day. And I
I think
remember
I always
him,
thought
and
it
I
was
remember
very.
her, and I love them like I love everybody else. Man, you a person before you anything.
That's correct.
What kind of
Human
But
person
being.
are
I feel
you?
like
What kind of
I always
person are
thought it
you?
was very interesting that the fact that Jeffrey Dahmer was doing that to black men always got left out of the national conversation about that
Because he knew
story.
they wouldn't care. He knew they wouldn't care about them.
They wouldn't care, but I don't think
I
it's
was
any
just
different
getting ready
than
to say
all
why
those.
that was a thing. Like that kind of tells a lot of the story of the thought process. Even when people are not hateful, it just is a part of the thought process because you already identified, Laker. You said that you're straight. You're straight.
All the way.
You're straight. And your mom said those
Except
are gay
for
black
Love and
men that
Prince.
he's actually doing that to.
Can
Right.
you highlight Mecca's comment?
You was okay. It didn't even come before you, right?
Right.
Mother,
What's up, baby?
can you highlight Mecca's comment? She said that's a form of the one that says it's a form of stereotype. See, that's a form of issue and stereotype.
Yeah, he got it up there.
I shouldn't have to be pretending not to be myself. Right. And
it's not about not pretending to be yourself.
What I was going to say about that is that when you can't see, it's different. Like you see Logan. Logan can walk into a room and no questions asked.
Right.
And that's it. Period. Even once he opens up his mouth and the way he moves, and trust me, all that stuff about Logan. He can go in the room and start it with females. Y'all will be writing y'all little phone numbers and carrying on, and I'll be just like this with my Coach bag, like and y'all be none the wiser.
But man, that happens to me all the time, man.
Right.
I get hit on by more women than I do men.
Absolutely.
So,
mine don't turn off.
Mine
don't turn off.
Right.
When I come in the room, I ain't got to say a word. I can have on I can put on that same outfit Logan got on right there. And I'll give you a real quick little story. One of my, y'all know I used to be a house mother and all of that. Actually, people keep asking, this is for the haters. See, this is off topic.
Shit.
You all always ask about my gay kids. One of my gay kids was actually in the room and doing his thing all in the comments. One of the original Treasurer kids was right in the room. They do exist, and they do come to YouTube, and they do talk. Y'all don't even know they be amongst y'all. Boom. Anyway, they like to take me to task at times. So, I got to throw a little bit every now and again. But yeah, one of my kids was right up in here. So listen, the shade has been thrown.
I get that all the time.
That's 100.
Anyway, so one of my other kids in the house, we had this whole conversation about what I do versus what he does and how I can't turn my flame down and just don't go down that far. And we literally had this little thing where I said, I'm gonna show you. We put the same exact outfit on. Same exact outfit. I did the big baggy blue jean shorts. I did the little wife beater, Tim's, hair. At that time, I had hair braided straight to the back, no frills, no nothing. I didn't even have crooked parts. Straight to the back, no earrings and all of that. And he looked at me when it came time to go out. He said, well, damn, you just look like a girl wearing my clothes.
Right?
It
It's
was the
not about
essence, man.
turning
It
it
was the
out or
essence.
looking
Burn
a
it
certain
off.
way.
It just is what it is. So when I show up to the cookout,
Right.
I automatically become the gay person at the cookout. Ain't nothing I can do about it. And I'll tell you how it generally starts. One of the girls that don't know, you know so and so, because you know we all know each other. Let y'all tell it.
But it's
Somebody
not
I ain't
about
never
turning it.
heard of, ain't never seen. You know so and so.
But it's not. But for I think what he was trying to say, it's not about turning it off. It's not about trying to put on an
Don't be the
outfit at
extra.
Tim's and huh?
You talking about with your husband? You talking about don't do the extra. What is the purpose of all the
No,
extra?
not do the extra. He's trying to say why does it have? He's actually saying why does it have to be the focal point of the whole cookout, or why does it have to be the focal point of the conversation for hetero men or the women? Why you just can't be
He just
flamboyant
want to
as
be
you are,
normal.
even if you got on a wig and heels with your makeup done? If say you coming in drag, right? Why does you just can't be? Why does it have to be the focal point?
Yeah, but that's again, that ain't for us to answer though, Olivia.
It's
That's
for
for y'all.
y'all.
Yeah,
That's for y'all.
I
That's
just
not for
believe
us.
That's what
he just wants to
Because
be
if you
gay.
he was
let us
saying.
just be, we would
Right.
just be. Well, some of us ain't. Some
Yeah,
of
he
us
was
will
just
not
saying he
just
would
be.
prefer
Some
it not
of
to
us
be the focal
will do
point.
the most, but
Yeah.
most of us will just be at the cookout, child, getting another.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just be.
Right.
That's all he was trying to say. Just be. It don't have to be a focal point. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
nobody wants to be. Nobody wants the light shined on them. You know. I mean, you definitely there needs some barbecue.
Right.
Don't nobody want you asking them questions. You know,
And
Right,
how
and that
long
may
you
not
not
been
be,
gay?
and that may
never and
not be
all
his
the time.
personality either.
Some people do. Some of us, I ain't gonna sit there and give y'all no bullshit because some of us are extra and some of us do want the spotlight on. Y'all know that, child, y'all know for a fact that there's some people who literally, when you ain't paying them no attention, they literally want attention at all costs. So it's never a 100%, just like with everything else. Some people actually want a spotlight, no matter
No,
what.
you
They
didn't.
will, if you don't give it to them, they will do something to
Lord
create
have mercy.
That is
a
straight up
spotlight.
shade.
The shade has been
The
thrown.
shade of it all. Now that was shade. Woo, damn.
Y'all got it. Y'all
Yeah,
understand
and
what I'm
also
talking
too,
Yes,
about.
I got it.
I believe that may not just be his personality either. He might just want to just be. So like, hey, I come to have a good time. I didn't
Right.
come to be the
Right.
expert on this. You
Exactly.
know,
That's
so
what I mean.
yeah.
Don't nobody want nobody asking them. I'm a woman. I don't want you asking me questions about my bra size or or whatever the hell.
Right. I mean, I have to tell my
I'm here
friends.
to eat some
Like once
damn
I told my
barbecue and get drunk.
friends that I was gay, like a lot of cause most of my friends are straight men, straight black men. So when I finally told them, you can imagine the amount of questions I was bombarded with and like secret conversations talking about, hey man, always had a question about this, or I had a question about, like, sometimes you just wanna, like, when we at the house and we watching the game, a motherfucker, I come to watch the game. I didn't come to ask, hey, what about this? How can you tell a person got an Adam's apple or not, and all that bullshit. Like, I just come to watch the game. So yeah, so I can relate. I can relate.
Yeah, I mean, don't understand why like my nieces had a friend. His name was Anthony. His name is Anaya now. Do you see what I'm saying? But he stayed with us for a long time, because his dad actually used to lay hands on him, and he would always, leave home. And we don't have a lot of kids in our house like that, but never was that ever a focal point. Like he didn't come to the house saying, why are you gay? You know what I mean? He was more worried about why do you have a black eye?
Lakers, is that you? Okay, go ahead, Liv.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah,
we had Anthony stay with us, and his conversation was never about this boy is gay. You know, his conversation was about, what can we do to help you get out of this situation? He came in the house one night. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning, knocking on the door, really looking for my niece, not even looking for a place to stay. And the child was scared. And the mistress issue was he was pissed off not cause he gay. He was pissed off cause Anthony had a black eye. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, you good? Lakers. Your sound is off. Can you hear me? Why the rest of y'all get quiet?
Oh, we was waiting for you to figure out the audio.
Joking to death, fucking around with you in these damn pictures.
Oh yeah, I would just try to let somebody else talk.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to figure out the audio.
Well, while we waiting,
What's up with them lips? What's up with them lips?
They're honest.
Go ahead.
And I
I'm
love
sorry.
and I love a good pair of lips.
You don't
Not those ones though. Not those ones.
Yeah, we got to get Lakers straight because it's something he got thrown off. Just show a thumbs up or something, Lakers, when you get it together, and let me know you're ready. All right, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all I was trying to say.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay. All right, here we go. Go ahead, babe.
Wait, what?
All right, Lakers, you good? I can't hear him. That way he got his mute on. Unmute yourself. That's a little violent, huh? Okay, Lakers, say something.
I'm 100. I'm trying to get these.
Okay.
I got some Beat headphones that I'm trying to hook up to my phone so I can leave my phone plugged up because the shit dying. And if I got my Beats on, I can have the phone. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right.
All right, y'all. Somebody said they had a question.
That's me, New York. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I had a
Newbie,
question
you
for
sound
Logan.
like you're underwater, child.
Okay. Is there a term for closeted gay women? Because in my experience, I've met a lot of them, married, not married. Like the term for men is down low. Is there a term for women? And if not,
It's the
why?
same. It's the same.
Okay.
There's down low women. I was
Are they down low or are they
I
just
would
women?
okay, so the reason why I know this because I was with one personally. My parents are ministers, so we always went to church, and it was a point to where I did something to where it was kind of suspect or whatever, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. And all this time I was talking to a dude and she was talking to a girl, but like with just for appearance sake to get people off our off our trails, we decided to act like we was a couple, like during those times, and we we were both we was both DL people, so
Child,
yeah.
y'all was beards. Y'all was beards.
Right, yeah. So
See, now that's the thing. Now that's something that's always been funny for me. With our women, they're just women, and none of the rules don't apply. When you're a woman, none of the rules apply. None of those
right.
labels or any of those neighbors. You're just a woman. period. And that's it. Just and it's acceptable and it's cool, and people will say, okay, when women like, okay, if I well, let's not use me because I'm gay, but if somebody else who is, they can be a little suspect, or they may be lean in there, they may be down low, then as soon as they do something and somebody finds out, they're like, sorry, gay, he is gay.
Right,
And then
right.
all of this starts to
All
come
the
in.
time.
Then they have to start to explain, well, no, I'm actually bisexual or I'm pansexual. They have to really go into it, and then they have to take a spot. They got to claim a set. They got to claim one of them letters. But with a woman, she can say, well, when I was in 4 years, I was in college. And I used to do my little thing when I was in college. But once
Oh,
I got
you
to
was just
college, I
experimenting.
got married to a man. Either she was experimenting, or they even go as far as saying, oh, girl, I was just making out. You done scissored. You done had to change the sheets and everything else. But they say, oh, we just making out.
Right. I mean, the prime example is the Cardi B and the Megan Thee Stallion video. No outrage. No outrage
Anybody say nothing?
when it was two women. But soon as Lil Nas X put his lips on another person, oh, what about the children? What about the children?
And
So
Cardi came back and did it some more with Normani.
and
Cardi
it didn't even
every
start
time
there.
she can
Did
shake.
Madonna kiss somebody on stage at one point? Like, it
Listen,
didn't
I ain't
start,
mad about none of it. Get it. Get
but
it.
it's misogyny.
Care
It's
about what they do.
misogyny.
It's just that the women never get caught, like you said. It's just normal.
Because there's nothing to say. There's
It's not
nothing to
that they
call
don't get
it.
caught. Nobody cares.
Yeah, it ain't nothing to
That irritates me.
entertainment.
Right.
Call it.
And if to be honest, there's a lot of straight men who love the idea of two women.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
I can't even call out one man.
Like
I can't call out a man that would say, "Oh no, I don't like that lesbians."
Me either.
Right. I was going to say some men are turned on by that and they actually want to join in.
No, I don't know. I mean, that's usually one of their fetish. I literally don't, and I know some men's child. I don't know one man that is not intrigued by two women.
It just the reason it irritates me because I have that same fantasy in reverse, but I get looked at as good. You're so weird.
But you know what? There's nothing weird about that. You should have every right to have your own kink or your own fantasies, and nothing be wrong with that.
Right.
But it's women bear no brunt of the backlash like men do. Men, you have to deal with the fragile masculinity, the hyper masculinity, to where what a man, what's accepted as a male, especially as a black male, So I think that's very progressive for a woman to say, I would love to see two men do something. Because Lil Boosie got a song talking about, I want to see two red bones bitches kissing in the back seat or something, like, and then but he hate gay people, but he loved two women. So I don't know. It's crazy.
Nobody ever said life was fair.
Right.
You see that? Look, here you go. See, you're not by yourself, newbie.
No, she's not alone. I like to watch anybody get down.
Now, I love you, newbie, but I'm not letting you work the light switch on me, sis. You ain't getting to see.
I like it with the lights on. I don't want it in the dark. I need to see what's going on.
Hold on. Let me go out and come back in, man. I got nervous.
This is what I put up here. This is the first. I've never heard anybody put this like this, which is hilarious because this goes down that whole rabbit hole. But to be fair, the Bible doesn't condemn lesbians, only gay men. There's nothing wrong with lesbians. The more women, the better. Laugh out loud. That is a key. That is a key.
And it's a kiki, and it's some bullshit too.
Right.
Where is that exactly in the Bible?
Whoever.
Where's that located in the Bible?
What?
She said it's not located in the Bible. She said it's not.
It's not in there. There's nothing about lesbians in there.
Right, but when the Bible's talk, I
That's
think
not
she
true.
mean, I
That's
think
not
they
true.
mean when they said man should not lay with men, or you should not lay with,
It says for women too. Men should
But I
not lay
mean, yeah,
with
but when they
men, and
saying
women should
man, it
not
mean
lay
for
with
men.
women.
I'm just gonna say, when they saying man, it mean for men and women.
Mankind,
Yes,
humanity.
mankind. It's going for the
Right.
man and the woman. Just because it's saying
No,
man,
but
that was
there is
like
a
you can
scripture,
human.
but there is one that does talk about that when they're when they're, oh God, don't give me the line. I don't know what the exact scripture is, but it's in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. It just talks about what the
Right,
reason why they call that sodomy is because of
right,
Sodom, right? Because
right,
that's what the men were doing in Sodom.
right.
Mm.
And then the next scripture says,
But do you
and the
realize that
women were
that's
also
That
having.
had.
Can I wait? Can I
right?
Can I finish? Can I
Yeah,
finish,
I'm
please?
sorry. Yeah.
The next scripture says, and the women were laying with each other in unnatural ways. It does reference that.
Okay,
Mm,
So
so
I'm just saying that is in there. It's in that story.
mm.
well beyond that, why didn't it come off the pages? Like the man on man came off the pages. The woman on woman ain't never came off the
Yeah,
pages.
Well, that's to fit a
it,
narrative.
it's
It's to
just
fit a narrative, and the
I
thing
do
about
agree. I
sodomy,
do agree that that's more mankind is
Yeah.
what
right,
it's talking about. But talking about sodomy is from Sodom, because that
right,
is the
the,
kind of sex the men were
which,
having. So
right.
that's where that word comes from,
It's the
right?
unclean.
Yeah.
It's the unclean. When it comes to the Jews and the Bible, the Hebrews. I'm sorry. You got to realize that when they're talking about the act of committing sodomy or on someone, or whatever, vice versa, it's the uncleanliness. That's the thing that they're talking about. The
Lord, I
I
feel
uncleanliness.
like this
That's
is
agree.
going
just
to be
like
I
another
agree
rabbit
that's
with that
hole.
though, Miss
let me
Olivia.
that 'cause you have to decode it, and that's just like when they talk. Just say they're talking about the uncleanliness, just like they say when you're only supposed to eat freshwater fish and no shellfish like shrimp and lobster and stuff like that. The Hebrew says it's unclean for you to eat any type of shellfish. You're supposed to only eat freshwater fish. It's the uncleanliness of it all. And that's people. Sometimes people take it literal and they don't decode it. They're talking about not necessarily the act, but the uncleanliness of it all.
Miss
That's
Olivia,
what
I
I'm
agree with
talking
that because if I'm going to be committing sodomy, you better be clean.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh
Yeah, that
God.
you
I didn't know what
definitely
to say
right.
about that
You
food junkie,
definitely
but
right.
that's what they mean
But
though.
also too, it's coming from a very spiritual background. Somebody I do but still believe I am a Christian and somebody who has studied the word for myself, because there was a point where I was questioning my own faith when it comes to that. Um, we have to also, when we talk about these scriptures and stuff like that, we really need to make sure we know like the what happened was like really going on in these
The
scriptures,
context. Yes.
because we will take certain scriptures for Sodom and Gomorrah, something that we've all heard before. If you actually read these scriptures, homosexuality was not included in not one sin
The word
that Sodom and
homosexual is
Gomorrah.
not in the Bible.
Also, too, when we talk about um in Leviticus, when it talks about the sin of man, it was talking about men having sex with boys, not other men. So, and also too, a lot of the translation that was from the Hebrew to what it is now. Think of Okay, so let's put it in perspective to make this just layman's terms. Do you really believe back in those days there was actually a Mark, a Luke, and a John, and a Matthew in these Hebrew cities, in these African cities, that there was a man named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
No.
These are whitewashed
Yes.
depictions of these people.
The New Testament is absolutely man made. There have been no
No,
scrolls,
no. First of
no
all,
legit scrolls ever found.
all of it has been canonized. All of it has been canonized to fit a narrative that these people
Right,
that these people
right.
wanted us to
Except
believe.
except for
They
the
had
first three
way
books of
more
the Bible.
books, way more. You know, the Bible consists of 66 books. The
Right.
Bible consists of so many different books, so many
But the
different
truth,
time spans, so many different perspectives. That's why
right.
there are multiple contradictions, because it wasn't it wasn't just one big whole story. It was a lot of books, and a group of men decided what books would be added and which
Right.
books would be burned.
That's why.
You know,
That is the reason
so
why the Torah consists of 3 books of the Bible, 3 books of the Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. They're the only documented scrolls that have been what you call it, like not verified, but
Uncovered.
the
uncovered,
original
yeah.
Hebrew text. It is Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. The reason why the Hebrews don't believe in the Jesus in the New Testament, is because their version of Jesus had already came and already risen. Okay, and they don't believe in that because they feel it is falsified. You know, I feel it's falsified as well, because I think that there have been many versions of the Jesus that they're speaking of in the Bible. Now, I don't consider him, from the way I read it, as the Son of God, the Son of Man. Okay, the Son of God, no, but the Son of Man, yes. Did he die for our sins? No, not really. I don't see it that way, but a lot of people do, because a lot of people take a book of allegory, except for the first 3 books, and take it as a commandment. Did you say they take it as literal and not allegorical? And so that's why you got to be able to
Yeah, I
decode
mean,
it.
yeah, but you have a right to believe that. You know, that's your preference.
That's just the way I see it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And so, but I believe there's a little truth
and
in every lie.
yeah,
So,
but there's a lot of people who use the Bible to demonize a lot of gay
yes,
folks, and then when I say, let me look at your Bible, and there's a King James version,
right.
and then
Do you
I
agree that
just
that
laugh.
Bible is filled with
I
misogyny?
just laugh because
Do you agree
King
that
James was a
that Bible is
homosexual
filled with
king.
misogyny?
Oh yeah. Oh
Like
yeah,
the whole thing.
it's filled with misogyny. I mean, they only got what? How many? I think Esther and Ruth is the only 2 women
Esther, yeah,
authors
yeah,
in the Bible. So
yeah.
yeah, most definitely, and also and they had female followers of
Well,
Christ.
Mary Magdalene is considered the first what?
Well, they
The
have many
first.
depictions of Mary Magdalene. Mary
She's
Magdalene is,
considered the
you know,
first
Mary
apostle.
Magdalene
She's
from a male's
considered the
point of
first
view,
what?
The
from
first
Apostle.
apostle.
from a from a from a
But
misogyny from a
But
misogynistic
they
point of
want to
view.
paint her as an ex-prostitute.
wasn't
I
Well,
she
yeah,
couldn't
married to
say,
Jesus though?
huh?
Wasn't she married to Jesus? Mary
No,
Magdalene?
in
no.
some
I mean, no.
translations,
Technically, in
yes,
the book of Genesis, Mary,
yeah.
he never had a wife. He never.
Well,
He's
Jesus is not
supposed to be.
in Genesis.
Huh?
Jesus is not in
No,
Genesis.
did I say Genesis? I'm sorry, I didn't mean Genesis. I meant the New Testament. That's what I was talking about. The New Testament. He
Well, I
didn't
mean,
have a wife.
there's many, many
Translations.
stories when it comes to Mary Magdalene. Misogyny
But
would
people
say
have
that she was a
suspected,
whore
you know.
and she was a
Right.
prostitute,
Guess
but
what?
there
Though,
are
at
a
the
Right.
end
lot
of
of
the day,
stories that said that
hold on. Let me say this real quick. At the end of the
Jesus's
day,
lover.
he
Right.
said that was Yahushua said that was his greatest disciple. Did you hear
Yes,
that?
his greatest disciple. And she's the one that carried the word that he had risen.
Mm-hmm.
Mary
Hmm.
Magdalene did that. And
She, she,
they have hated that.
her, they
And
were
you
the
said,
first ones to go to the
And
tomb.
and
right. But the
and
misogyny, those
something else.
men, they have hated that, you know.
And
They hated her
I
when she
talked
was
on
at
that.
the table with him.
Right. I talked on that earlier,
Mhm.
but something else too. I believe in my heart at least 1 or 2 of his disciples was gay because he accepted everybody.
Oh,
What's popping with that?
they said
I
Peter was
know he was
Peter was
painted real
suspect of being
feminine.
gay
Every time
because
you
of
see him, he real
humanity.
feminine, real life. He accepted everybody.
Hmm.
So divide and conquer. That we come back to that.
And there's gay people in the Bible, but people would never tell you that.
Man, hey, I know the Most High said sin is sin. I don't care if you're stealing, cheating, running around, adult, it's all the same to him. So how you gonna put that one above another one?
Right. I know a person that's been like a person tried to condemn me, and they've been married 3 times. They've been
Hey, when I
it's like
hey
they've
when
been
I was
married 3 times with a polyester suit
real
on,
life,
telling me that
real
I'm
life.
going to hell.
Hey, my bro. When I was in the Marines, I did 4 years in the Marines and shit straight out of high school. And I remember somebody told me when you point a finger at somebody, you got 3 more pointed back at yourself.
Hmm.
Deal with your own shit. Why you worried about what he doing in the bedroom? Why you so worried about that?
And
Why you
also,
worried
too,
about what
bro,
she
I think
doing?
that even that can be problematic. Even that can, when people say, I don't care what a person is doing in their bedroom,
Uh,
why it got to be excluded to just the bedroom?
just
Why
a
can't I
life.
be out in
Just a
public
life.
with,
Just a life.
with my significant
Why
other?
you worried about their life if you ain't got all
Right.
your shit
So I
together?
think I think that's a better saying because I hear that all
I
the
could
time.
say it. I feel. I was just saying that because that's what they focus on.
Oh no, yeah, yeah, not you personally. I'm just saying I hear
No, I
people
mean
say
me
that all
personally,
the time.
bro.
Yeah.
I wanted like about 15 years ago. All I did was rap, nigga. That's it. And when I found out the Tupac and a whole bunch of other motherfuckers was doing all this other shit, I was too young to understand. But I just stopped. I was like, I'm done. This shit is running amok. But that was my perspective.
Right, right, right.
You know what I mean? Because I was straight, nigga. Just because I'm straight don't mean you gotta be straight. You gotta walk you gotta do what you gotta do.
I agree with that. I don't think God is worried about small stuff, and he damn sure ain't worried about semantics. Just like I can't stand when preachers say, God told me to tell you. God ain't told you to tell me a damn thing. What he do?
And
Call
they
you to
and they
Starbucks and
don't.
have a cup
Man,
of
they don't
coffee
tell
with you? What you mean
they don't
God
tell
told
you.
me to tell you?
Hey,
The
let me
hell?
let me say something to you, sis, real quick on some real shit. It's only one place in the world that the water turned red. Do you know where it's at?
No,
The
Recently?
Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico is the only place in the world where they have red algae that turns the water red. So when Moses split the
I did hear
Red
about
Sea,
that red algae
when
water. I did
Moses
hear about
split the
that.
Red Sea, you ever heard of Crimson Tide, Alabama football team? Why they called Crimson
Uh,
Tide?
yeah, I didn't know the water was red though.
So every once in a while, the water turned red because of the red algae.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is everything they told us is bullshit. Everything.
Well, it's allegory. People take it as literal. I mean,
I know. Because
you know,
they want to form it to fit their life.
they want to control you.
Well, I
They
think
want
a
to
lot of
make
people
they.
use it to weaponize and
Mm-hmm.
to mind
Mm-hmm.
control. But
Right.
that's why I always tell people read it for yourself. You know,
Yep.
consume what you need to consume and
Yep.
throw away the bones.
And read
You
more
have
than
to
one
use common
religious
sense
book
on a lot
too.
of
You
things.
know, yeah, read more than one religious book. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, there's a little
And
truth in every lie or every fabrication. You know, because everybody, or every religion thinks it's a true religion. You know, and the only thing that really matters is your relationship. It's like I know it's a God. I don't need nobody to tell me that there is a
tell me how
God.
he
Like I know
worked.
it's a God, not because of a Bible, not because
Right.
somebody told me it was a God. I know it's a God because you done brought me out of a whole
He's
lot
been
of
in your
stuff.
life. Real
And
life.
at the
Hey,
Yeah, that's
same
I got a
time,
why,
question.
you got
and
me out of
also
stuff
too,
that
Jesus didn't come for
nobody in the
no
world could have got
religion.
me out of. You
He
know,
didn't come for I always believe it's about a relationship. So as
exactly.
Right.
long as you
Yeah.
have that
That's what I
relationship
wanted to
with you
say.
and your
It's a
creator, then you
difference.
good.
That's it. It's a difference
You don't
between
need no book telling you nothing.
it's a difference between religion and spirituality. It's a difference.
Absolutely, I agree.
I don't fuck with that religion shit.
Mm-mm.
I don't fuck
Religion
with
is
that.
man-made.
Yeah, that's
That's
spirituality.
right.
That one on one in the Bible, God tell you He wrote the book in your heart. Everybody probably got the
Right.
Bible written on their heart. You know the
He
difference
more worried
between
about
right and
what
wrong.
you like you said, your relationship to him. He more worried about what you think about him. Because he don't have to think nothing about you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Part of the problem with the world, in my opinion, is we refuse to bow down or supplicate ourselves and admit that there is a higher power, that there is a
I
God.
like that word.
And I have to put
Say
it,
the
there
word
is an
again.
almighty God. There are
Say
several
no, the
small
S,
gods,
the
but
S, the S word you use. Say that word again. Supplicate.
yeah.
I like that.
So that's my issue.
Yeah.
You can't. I'm not going to bow down and worship the pastor. I don't need you to be a
Man,
intercessor
uh,
between me and my relationship with God. I don't need you
immediate.
judging me because
Nah,
of some book. You know what I mean? And God is not worried about petty stuff. He ain't got time for that. The only thing you're really worried about, but I believe it in. Now I do believe it in the Bible when they say, your God is a jealous God, and you should have no other
real
God
life.
before Him. I do
Before
believe
him,
that.
right? Well, that's real.
I do believe that.
Right.
The one
And I
that
believe he is
the main
absolutely
scripture that
one
I
thing that listen, let me tell you this. One thing that he is absolutely offended by is if you take your own life. You know why? Because that is ungrateful and it's very selfish. And it is
And you can't
offensive to him because
and
he's the
once
one that
you
breathed life into your lungs.
and once you do it, you can't ask for forgiveness.
This
Right?
true.
You can't
His
repent.
death
You
is
can't
dead.
repent.
right, but the one that I always the verse the about the scripture that I always live on that I was get that my grandparents is the one who kind of truly reeled me back in to let me know that everything was gonna be all right when I finally told them that I was gay or whatever, and they just said, well, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life.
That's
He
it.
didn't say if you were
Gay
straight,
or straight,
if
right.
None of that.
you was black or if you
Whoever.
was white. He says whosoever
None of that.
Right.
Whoever.
not perish but have everlasting
Right.
life. But
Because
yeah,
your God is only worried about you worshiping and acknowledging Him and
right.
His
That's
greatness.
it.
That's why some
That's
people
it.
what do some people call Him? The great I am, right? He is just because He is. He don't need us. We need Him. Period.
Right. And we got to twist it.
Mm. Man,
We thinking he gonna come look
into a
for
whole
us. Man,
church.
he
Yeah,
ain't
like
coming to
we
look at
special.
you.
We ain't the ones that special here. He is. And so yeah, that's just how I feel about it.
And that's a
So
good feeling, sis. I like that. That man, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. That was good.
yeah.
Gil, did you want me to drop the link?
Nah, I feel bad now because now I got it's almost two
Hold on. Why you feel bad?
that looking all
Right.
nice and scrumptious and shit, and I'm talking about God and shit. Y'all got me fucked up
Man,
over.
that's what it is, man. It's balancing the world
Right.
with the heaven.
Yeah.
It's a everyday struggle, man. Like I
Right.
said
And
earlier,
God ain't worried about you
no,
saying fucked up either, by the way. Just let me say.
God don't place one sin above another. If you're
Right.
doing something wrong, it's the same to him. It's everything. I don't give a
Except for
damn
that
what you're
one
doing.
thing. Taking your own life.
That one right there is different because after you do it, you can't ask for forgiveness.
Right. And it's ungrateful and it's disrespectful and it's how dare you take away something that I gave you because
But
I am God.
but at the
I'm
same
saying what
time,
he
hey
thinking in
sis,
his mind.
hey sis, at the same time, it's some people that's going through things that they ain't got the mental, physical, or spiritual fortitude to get through it.
Yep.
For you to be that strong, you are blessed to be that
Yeah,
strong. Everybody
tell
ain't blessed like that.
you in
I
that.
mean, I realize that, and I wish everybody could be, and I wish it's just sometimes it comes down to just the fact of um feeling like there is no other way out, like you can't take it
Right,
no more. I get that
right,
too. You know
right.
what I
It's just
mean?
it's hard for me to just like overlook them people because you
Yeah, yeah.
don't know what
No, and
the hell they
I'm
go
not
through.
passing judgment.
No,
I'm just
I
saying,
ain't
yeah,
saying
yeah,
you. I'm talking about me.
yeah,
When
I
I
know.
look
Yeah,
at them, it's like I, I I don't know what it's like to be a crackhead or a meth head or an orphan or a mom
yeah,
that was beating on them or a dad that was. I don't know what that's like.
yeah. It's so
I can't.
bad, but you know what?
All right, I don't know what that was
A
like.
very smart man once told me that the time that you should when you're going through your hardest things, like say you're a crackhead, right? When you are
Right,
in the midst of smoking crack, you know what I mean. You could be praising God for bringing you up out of that addiction. That is the time you're supposed to have most faith. You know, you can have the crack pipe in your hand and be praising God
and in
for
your
Him
mouth.
bringing you out.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know, because
it's
God don't,
easy to praise
He don't
God
need
when
no
everything is
perfect
going
people.
right. So
Huh?
And
it's easy to
and you
praise
know
God when everything's going
what
right.
hurt me the most is
It's,
when I be
it
looking at
really
all these
it really
churches.
tests your faith when you're going through something.
Yes, that's
Right.
the test your faith. Testing your
Right.
faith. You're absolutely right.
It really hurt me when I see all these churches and shit going hard on the gay community. Like, hold up, bro.
So judgmental.
Hold up, in the preacher is probably gay. That's the part that just be crazy. All these gay
I was fooling around
preachers
with
and
3 or 4
shit,
baby
man.
mamas.
I mean, they're gay.
Stealing from everybody.
I mean,
Man,
that's
that
Okay.
shit
not.
is
I
just
mean, that's
crazy.
not. There's a. It's called. There's especially here in Atlanta, is the affirming churches. There are a lot of same gender loving preachers. So that's not uncommon.
Right.
So
You know who I can't stand? The preacher that I can't stand the most in Atlanta.
Who that?
I can't stand that dang on Creflo Dollar when he told his
Oh yeah.
congregation that
about
God said that He wanted him to have a damn his own personal airplane. I
Oh,
said,
you
no,
remember
this
that?
nigga did.
You remember that? Yes, he did. Yes, he
Yes,
did.
he got that airplane
Yes,
too,
he
didn't
did.
ain't
Yes,
he
he did.
dead
He
though?
got it. And he got
he?
it.
He got that airplane. Yes, he did.
Ain't he dead though?
No, that
No,
was
Creflo ain't dead.
Eddie Long.
Creflo ain't gone yet. Creflo still
Creflo's
Eddie
here.
Long
fine.
is gone.
Miss Olivia, when you
Huh?
get time, Google the word Creflo. It's actually a word. Google what it means.
He's
I'm
still
gonna have
here.
to Google what it means. I know it's the
Hey,
fool's
hey,
name.
hey, 50 Cent had him in one of his songs.
Mm.
How the
Creflo
hell you gonna pimp
Dollar.
somebody out of a whole plane? I bet 50
Right.
Cent didn't have him in his
Okay,
Niggas
song.
out here dying, can't
play
eat and
devil's to
shit.
play
Now
devil's advocate
you
about
got
the
a
whole plane thing.
$50 million plane, man. That shit is
But
crazy,
no,
man.
but the thing is,
Man,
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, I have mixed feelings when it comes about the plane situation. So when you have a person that have millions of people in his congregation, and he has other churches and other things, like he cannot fly commercial. So if he's a pastor over that many people, is it so far fetched to say, hey, I
let me
need
tell
this
you why it
plane?
is. Let me tell
Oh
you why it
Lord.
is. Hold on, let me get this. Let me tell you why it is. Cause sit your ass down, get on YouTube and talk to niggas. That 50 million, give it to the hood. Fuck out of here, man.
Mm.
But who's to say that he doesn't have
Man, he don't.
charities and
He
all of these
don't. He
things?
don't.
Just
He don't.
because,
He don't. Show me one.
well, I don't
I
know him,
know you don't.
so
Cause it ain't
I
one.
can't say, but
It ain't one.
I don't know. So
His
I would have to
charity
see.
is him. His charity is him. That's his charity. He gonna pimp the hood like J Lo did, man. That's what people do time and time and time and time again, man. But it's up to us to be like, ain't nobody else pimping us. That's it.
But
Ain't no
enough of the
way in hell.
religious. Like I
I
have a
don't.
like, not to get off subject or whatever, but I do have another question, like for Oracle or whatever. If you had just a hypothetical question, if you had the opportunity right now, if somebody came up to you, say it's God, came up to you and say, hey, I give you the ability to live forever with one other person, would you take it?
No, I
No,
can't.
I
Let me
don't
tell
want
you.
to live forever.
I don't want to live forever. That's too much
I don't want to live
pressure,
forever.
man. I'm ready to go right now, nigga.
I ain't trying to go right now, but I don't want to live forever.
I'm ready to go
Mm.
right now. Man,
It
hey,
would be too tempting. It would
let
be,
me.
I think, a question,
Mm.
and I think
Hey,
a situation
Logan,
like that, it would be
let
too
me tell you
tempting.
why I said
How,
that. Hey, I'm
how,
like 17, right? And I'm in Kenya, Mombasa. I'm in the Marines and shit. I'm over there, and these it's like about four locals that was like, hey, you want to smoke some ganja? I'm like, what the fuck is ganja? They was like, mo, weed. I'm like, oh hell yeah. Man, they took me out on. They walked me out like about a mile away from the fucking club. We walking up the beach, and all three of them pulled guns out on me and was like, "We should blow your dumb ass away right now. We hate Black Americans." And I'm like, "Hold up, hold up, hold up. Why?" And they went on to say the news and everything that we
Yeah,
see here,
propaganda.
and
Yeah.
they mad as hell at us. But you know what? You a cool dude. Make sure you take the story back. And I'm like, well, can we smoke this blunt first, bro, before we go back, or before you kill me? Can we smoke?
Yeah.
I swear to God,
But do you know how
true
exhausting it
story,
would be to live
true
forever?
story, bro.
I don't know. I'm on the fence with that too. I'm on the fence with that too. Like,
But did you say you was in your 20s?
no, I'm 32. If I could be
You
32
32.
forever,
Okay.
oh man.
Well, yeah,
You know
you
how
live a
much
couple
you know how
live a
much
couple of
wealth
more
you can
decades,
you
and
know how
then
much wealth you can accumulate for your family?
yeah, but I don't want to live forever. I mean, you got to get tired after a while. I mean, like my God,
I
you
mean, but
know.
even
Man,
okay,
I'm
so my
tired.
thing is
I was
once you
tired by
get
the time
tired,
I was
right?
15. Hey, Logan,
Once you get
I
tired, that's a
had
wrap.
a
You're not coming
Logan,
back.
Logan. I had a 10-year-old cousin. I'm like 17. This little cat just walking a block away to go to the candy store, and it's a blood crip shooting at each other, and Matt gets shot in the chest. This in St. Louis. And when I looked at that little coffin, I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. That's why I went to the Marine. Cause I couldn't, the shit that I was in, I couldn't be around that shit no more, bro. Seeing the little coffin changed everything, bro. And that was then. I was tired of life then.
Mm.
I'm like
Yeah, I
43
mean,
now.
but I hear a lot of people say that when, like, especially when they use their 20s to party on up and like really like live hard, like live real hard. Like I'm talking about going to work, then going to the club at 11, don't get out until 5 in the morning, going to work at 7, and doing it all over again. Like,
Right.
I mean, when people live hard like that, I can
No, that ain't
understand
what
when
I'm
people
talking
say that.
about. That ain't what I'm talking about. You let me finish my answer. The reason why I don't want to live forever is because I'm not a damn people person, and I'm not really that enthused about anybody enough to want
You
to
a
live
G.
forever.
You a G.
Now, if I could live
You a
down
G,
here in
sister. You a
the
G.
garden of Eden or
That is
somewhere
such
by
a
my
fucking
goddamn
Hey,
self,
and
that is a
Spilla's
I'll
a
fucking
be
G
all right.
bad
too. Y'all
answer. I
some
tell you.
I
G's,
don't want
man.
my
Y'all some
husband to be
G's,
with
man.
me.
I'm in
I
the
just want my
presence of
damn
some G's
dogs,
right now.
maybe a couple
She
of
said her
goats.
dog.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Other than that,
I
I don't want to be bothered with no motherfucking body else. I don't want to live
I
forever. I
get
don't
you.
like
I
people
get
enough
you.
to live forever.
Hey, sis,
I don't even
put the
like my
gun.
own goddamn people enough to want to
Hey,
live forever.
sis,
I
put
ain't
the.
gonna lie to you.
Hey, sis, put the
Period.
gun down. Put the gun down. You about to
Shit.
I
pop
ain't going
everybody in the
nowhere.
room. This.
I
I ain't
don't like these
going nowhere. I'm
motherfuckers.
staying until I can't stay no more. And you know what I do when I get tired of living?
Go to sleep.
Take a
Go
fucking
to sleep.
Because
Right.
it's like
Lay
when
your
What
people
you say,
ass
see look
James?
down.
like
Lay
when
your
people
ass
say
down.
take a nap. I ain't
Take a
leaving till
nap.
he say
Tell a James.
you gotta go.
look when people say, oh, I get tired, it's like, once you gone, you're not coming back, right?
But child,
I know
listen,
full goddamn well I ain't coming back. I
I
ain't coming
always
back
got
to
one
visit
more outfit.
nobody. I ain't like my grandmama. My grandmama still be haunting my black ass. I ain't coming back to
She
see these
love
motherfuckers.
you, man. Cause she love you.
Man, I will make sure all my family's straight.
I'm
I will
sick
feel
of
like
them.
a guardian angel over my whole
I ain't going to
family.
nobody's. No, I ain't no, hell no, no.
Child, I
Mm.
ain't. There's not enough
She
time to be
said,
done with
fuck
all
all
the things
that.
that I want to do
I'm
every day.
out.
I always
When
got
I'm
one more
gone, I'm
outfit that
out.
I'm trying to finish.
Right,
I
right.
ain't going nowhere.
I ain't trying to go nowhere no time soon.
I can
Nowhere.
see. Look, I can see James right now talking about. Oh man, I wore that back in 2020.
That
It's the year 3000. We don't wear that shit no more.
right. I'm gonna be trying to
Oh,
redesign
know what? You know what,
it.
Logan and James? Guess what I was thinking of, y'all? Well,
What?
since you bringing up the thing about clothes, James, you know the movies. You too. Well, I don't know if you know Logan because you 30 something, but I love the way that the women dress, like in the 20s. Those dresses with the
Oh,
long frills and
I love
stuff.
that.
Like if I
I
had
love that.
endless amounts of money, don't you know I would pay somebody to replicate that wardrobe for me? And like those dresses Della Reese wore on Harlem Nights and stuff like that. Like I really like that kind of dress. You know,
Real clothes. Real
that
clothes.
clothing. Yeah.
Hey, James.
Oh, you want shoulder pads and
I
shit.
want to spill something, Jay. I want to spill something real quick. Man, I'm like 27, right? And my mom called me up and was like, "Hey, your stepfather over here doing this, that, this, and the other. You need to move back home." So I moved back home, right? And make a long story short, after she found out this motherfucker wasn't shit, she coming to me like, "Hey, you gotta move out. Cause shit about to go down and I don't want you here." So I get on Craigslist and I find a room um that somebody got for rent. The room that I get, it was just he was about, I'm like 27, he about 55, and he an old ass gay dude, right? And this is one of the coolest motherfuckers I've met in my life, man. And me and him got so fucking cool, bruh. It was crazy. To the point where my mom was coming to his house telling me, "Okay, well, I want you to move back home." I'm like, "Nah, finish doing what you gotta do." Not she calling me gay. "Well, you over here with this gay?" And I'm like, "Mom, you know me. You know I ain't like that." But if your mama would do that.
Your mama got jealous because you was getting along with
I
the
know, cause
older person.
wait, he was a real. This is one of the nicest, coolest motherfuckers I've met.
Well, that's what the
Ain't
problem. She got jealous.
never
You was
came.
getting
I
mothered.
know, I know, I know, I
You
know,
was
But
I
getting
not only
know,
buttered.
that, she
I know,
knows only
I
what
know.
she knows. She only
I
knows
know.
what her
I knew that
experience
too.
is.
I knew that too.
You know, like
Yeah.
It
my
just hurt
mother. My
though. It
mother
just hurt.
knows me
It
and
broke
she
my
knows
fucking heart, man.
everything about me and how I do things. But she still has her own
Fucking
version of
opinion.
what
Right.
gay is and what it
Right.
looks like outside of me. And she
Mm.
knows how I am, inside and out. You only know what your experience is.
Right.
Right.
But
And then, and
also,
then,
I
but
agree.
also, James, I think she felt like that gay older man was mothering her son better than she was, because she the one put him out in the
mm,
first damn place. I feel like she
mm,
felt like he was doing a better job than her.
Well, not
Oh no,
mm.
mother.
I don't think that's what it was. I
Role.
don't think Oracle. I don't think that's what it was. I think the mother thought the old man was being sweet on
Date,
her son, and was
Okay.
man.
it was
So
licking
you
that
thought
lollipop at
she
night
thought
and didn't
what?
want
She
her
Oh
to
thought
know.
what?
Lord.
Say it
Woman
again.
over there that she didn't like, honey. You know how that be. Don't nobody like
Man, my
when
mama
their
know, but
son
y'all
get
gotta
jealous.
understand. My mama know me, man. I never killed nothing from my mom,
Right. That's
and
what I was gonna say. Your mama know you.
for her to play that card, I knew it was
But that was
jealousy
manipulation right there, y'all.
and manipulation and a whole lot of
She's
shit.
ready
That's why
for you to come.
I'm still there for my mom,
I
but I
mean, but
don't
to be
fuck with her like
honest
that
though,
no more.
moms are master manipulators.
Real
Let's
Goddamn
be
motherfucker,
right. You
honest.
gotta
man.
be. The
You
hell?
goddamn right. She's so,
You gotta
say no
trigger
joke.
if you a woman and you don't know how to
Right.
manipulate, then I don't know what
Something
to tell
wrong
you. You
with you.
gotta trick a
Ooh,
motherfucker into
hey
thinking
sis,
it's their idea.
let me tell you something.
My mother
Let me
was
tell you
good
Okay?
something
at
I
that.
came up with. This is something I came up with
The
like
hell?
about 15 years ago. When a daddy come home and his son done broke one of his He-Man toys or Spider-Man, whatever, and he crying and shit, the daddy might kick his ass and tell him go to bed. If he come home and his daughter crying because she broke her doll or some shit, she finna get a new doll.
Right.
Yeah.
Women are taught to manipulate early, and the real women learn how to fucking hone into that craft. If you fucking with a real woman, oh yeah, you gonna get
I believe
manipulated.
it's a secret power. I think I
It
believe
is.
it's a secret power that God gave them
Yeah, it is.
because they do it
It
Well, the
so
is.
reason
well, and
why
it's like you don't even see it coming.
let
Like
me
you
let me
really be with the bullshit like it was your idea.
Mm.
that's right. Cause
Bruh,
y'all think y'all know
bruh,
everything and you don't know a damn thing.
and you
So we
don't
gotta
know a
talk you
damn
into it so you can
thing.
do the right thing.
Talk you into the right. Hey, hold on now. Let me say this real quick. Remember when okay, Adam's first wife is Lilith. Look that shit up. And that shit
I
is
know
a
about
whole nother
Lily.
crazy
That's
story.
my girl.
And that's the oldest magazine in the world. It's a magazine still all called Lilith. But the bottom line is when Adam did what he did and she did what she did, God told the man, you will always be deceived by your eyes. And he told the woman, you will always be deceived by your ears because of you letting him talk you into it. And that's why I be looking right now when I look at shit, it's like, damn, that's what be going on right now. Men are deceived by their eyes, and women are deceived by what a motherfucker can say to them.
Some women.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, that's what they did for us with slavery, and that's what they do with female horses. If you can break down the woman, then you train the woman how you want her to think, then
The
she's
men,
gonna
and she gonna
pass that
train the
down to her
men to think how
offspring.
they right to her
Ah, you going
offspring.
back to the Willie Lynch letters, huh?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, hey, I got my masters in this stuff, so I'm
Hey
so
James,
I
this
do this
hey
all day.
James, hey James, old girl is a gangster. Jesus Christ, G
Yeah, Levy
man.
is. That's
Logan
Levy.
is too. Logan, you a G too, my man, for real, bro.
I
They've
appreciate
been
you.
asking all night, does Logan have a
Honored.
channel? No,
I
he does
feel
not.
honored talking to you cats right now, man. I'm honored to be in this little circle right now talking with y'all. Thank y'all, man. On some real shit. Thank
No,
y'all.
that's sweet.
Hey, y'all doing any big plans for Halloween?
Oh,
Hell
that's a
no.
whole nother conversation.
Hey James, is
I wanna
Milan
go. I
coming
wanna
out
go
for
to Vegas.
Halloween?
I wanna go to Vegas for Halloween.
You know that Milan do not come out for Halloween, Logan. How dare you?
Logan, I wanna
One
get to
thing I'm
Vegas,
doing is
bro.
That is not a costume. That is
yeah.
me. It's not a costume.
Only
Oh
thing I'm
Lord,
doing is
I
cooking
don't know
some.
why.
Uh,
Hey James, when I see you for this Halloween season, I just see you and uh being what Hocus Pocus. What's that movie Hocus Pocus? Just
Like,
reenacting that shit.
maybe a witch.
Wow. You out of
Only thing
control,
I'm doing for Halloween is
James.
cooking some rotel and some chicken wings because y'all know the COVID and they having all the little ones down here. The a little family Halloween party type situation with the candy and stuff. Cause they can't go trick or treating and all this and all that. So I'm in
Hey
charge of
sis.
the rotel and the chicken
Hey
wings.
sis,
That's how they do
you know
it
what
around
scared me
Yeah,
here.
about Halloween?
we both going from party to
Hey
party.
sis. Hey sis, you know what scared me about Halloween this year?
What's that?
That fucking fit and all shit.
Oh my god.
I know, right? Cause motherfuckers can wipe that on some shit. You can't even X-ray that. You just find out after you take it.
Can you
Yeah, you
imagine?
know how potent that shit is, though,
I
man.
know, I know.
And
That's
then
what
They
I'm
they
had
say
saying.
that they're
they had an
making stuff look
officer
like
that
candy.
just
That
opened
shit's
up a
scary,
bag and
dude.
he passed the
That
fuck
shit,
out.
that shit just
Yeah, they
opened the
said make it look
bag
like
up.
candy.
Well,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to be going trick or
That shit
treating
scared the
at
hell
places
out of me,
you don't
sis.
know.
I don't
You're
need.
only supposed to
I'm
trick or
going
treat at
out.
houses that you know the people. We are
Right.
not
Correct.
in
Right,
that time
right.
Correct.
anymore.
You'll wind up having a candy with a razor blade in it. Wasn't that something that was going on back in the 80s and
That
shit?
was the 80s and the late
Yeah.
70s.
Yeah.
Don't
Back
nobody
in the day. Yeah.
yeah.
No, they was
Yeah.
putting razor
Yeah.
blades and shit. Niggas was
Whenever
actually
my
going
boys
getting their
was,
candy
I didn't
X-rayed.
do trick or treating. We went to I had a cousin that lived around one corner. We wanted to give him a bag of stuff. I had an aunt around the other corner, and my mother gave me stuff. That was it. We didn't go door to door begging.
Mm-mm. We
Hey,
used to just
No,
only
I
be
had to
allowed
go
to
about
go.
when we
begging.
was a community though, we did it in the projects,
Yeah, that's
so
what we could only go in the
everybody knew
community.
But when
everybody.
I was a kid, I did it. I mean, I did, Halloween, and you go as far as your legs would take you. And that was, and our parents still had to go through the candy and all that stuff. My mother
Yeah.
was tiresome, but you had to do it. But by the time, I got older and then here comes some more kids. No, my kid, I was already into my own thing where I was like, I ain't gonna no
Hey
begging.
James, hey James. Now, to touch base on what you just said. Now, my moms used to do the same shit. She would we went trick or treating. We'll put all our candy out on the
On the
floor and shit,
table.
and she would always take all the good
Inspect
candies
it.
and all my Baby
No, my
Ruths
Oh,
mother
and
did
she'll
that.
shit.
take good candy.
Well, I was going to say that's what you're supposed to do. Take out the chocolate, baby. Them Reese's
Take
cups and
all
them little mini
talk.
Snicker
I
bars.
was
Oh,
like,
your
God
Talk.
mom
damn.
not pulled a stunt, honey.
That's what she did. I almost thought she was a queen.
Ooh, you supposed to take the good stuff.
She
And
took
wait,
all the
and then that's
Baby
the
Ruths.
funny
She took
part.
all the Reese's Pieces, all the name brand
No,
candies.
no, my
And
mom
talking
didn't.
about, oh, you don't need that. That's gonna rot in your teeth.
Yeah,
All
we're
that
serious
Yeah,
about
but
bullshit.
she in there chumping away and shit. She in there
Right.
Yeah.
chumping away.
She was hurting like
Hey,
a
hey,
motherfucker, still eating.
chumping. Hey,
Ooh,
Logan.
yeah.
Logan.
What's up?
What's sis name? I don't know her name, and I hate saying your name and Jane's name, but I can't say her name. What's her name? I could have asked her, but I
or
wanted to ask you because you was the one talking.
I'm not
What's
sure
her
what you
name?
talking about. You talking about Oracle?
That's Oracle. That's a cool name, Oracle.
Oh,
Cool
Livy,
fucking
yeah.
name.
Oh, yeah,
That's
we
a
can't
real
call her
cool
Livy.
fucking name.
Well,
Yeah,
all right.
I fucks with Oracle. Oracle don't give a fuck. She gonna let you know what's on her
No,
mind.
immediately.
I love it. I
Immediately.
love every bit of it.
No, a
Immediately.
bit.
Yeah.
She's
Immediately.
trouble. She's trouble. She's been
Yeah,
nice.
she is.
Yeah,
Absolute
but
trouble.
She ain't
itching.
no
I got her.
joke.
Hey, Olivia, is your throat itching?
That's it.
Cause she to be
Mm.
5 hours and she ain't cussed nobody out yet.
Hey, look, I remember the last time I was
Oh,
on
I
when
do
Oracle
too.
was on, and I remember
Oracle ain't
they
no
got into a
joke.
heated debate,
Olivia.
and all I can remember was, I don't give a fuck about your purpose.
And then guess what happened after that, Logan? I got cussed out.
What?
Lillian, she cussed me out. Yeah, for what y'all did.
No, that
That's
was
Livy,
crazy.
child.
Ever since then, I watched everything since. I was like that. I fucks with her. I fuck with her the long way,
That's
10
okay.
toes down.
Thank
Hey,
You
you.
done very
you know
well.
you know you a cool dude, right, Logan?
I
You
appreciate you,
know
bro.
you cool. Nah, don't appreciate me. Appreciate the people that raised you. I didn't do nothing. I don't want to take no
Oh yeah, I was
props
raised by
for
some
that.
awesome people.
I know, man. You a cool man. You and James, man. And on some real shit, it's hard to be you, nigga. It's hard to just go outside every day and be you. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
agree
That
with
shit
that.
ain't easy.
I agree.
Everybody wants you to be somebody else. They want you to be, it ain't mine, who they think you supposed to be. It's hard to go out there and be you. And I want to
Oh
thank
man,
you,
yeah,
James,
you're
Oracle,
right.
for
Shit,
being you.
but
Thank
you know
y'all,
what though?
man,
I
on
don't
some
deal
real
with
shit.
that in my personal life as much. I'm the most
Hmm.
the where I find the most difficulty is in
The most
my
resistance.
professional
Oh
life.
yeah. Want me to tell you
Like
why?
'cause I'm in
Because
I'm in a
most of them know
I'm
you
in a
better.
corporate
Most of them know
setting,
you
right?
better than them. They know you better than them. That's where
Right.
you find that resistance there. They know
And
you
that was
What do
better.
you
and
They
do,
don't.
Logan?
They know you better.
I'm a district manager for all the groceries.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's enough.
Damn, that's super cool. Hey man, I need a job, my nigga.
That's enough.
I'm just
Look.
playing.
Oh, okay, my
No,
bad.
no, that's fine, Lakers. You
I don't
go
even know where
hit him
you
up.
at, nigga.
Hit him right. That's what I'm gonna say. That's enough on here. Hit him up on his IG
Right,
or
That's
right.
super
You'll
cool though.
see all
that's
that,
That's
he
super
all
gave
that.
cool
too
though.
much.
A
I could choke his
district
tongue out, but
manager.
Yeah,
Hold on, that's not a
yeah. My
manager.
bad, but no.
You a
he knows
district
best.
manager.
Yeah, I
Hey,
mean,
hey, how long?
I
Hey,
make a pretty penny. I make a
no,
pretty
no, no.
penny.
Fuck all that. I
It
ain't
get
talking
me
about
through.
that. It ain't the money. It's the power. You got more power than money.
I'm getting
To
there.
be a
I'm getting there. But
district, to be a
my goal is not to stop there. My goal, because I don't want to work for nobody. My goal
at the
is
end of the day.
to be a gay black man who owns my own grocery chain. I
That's
want my
awesome.
own
Mm.
That
grocery
is
chain.
awesome.
Can you
That is
explain to
that.
me what a district manager means? Like what are you over and
Okay,
all
so
that? Cause I done
there's
heard that
levels of
term a
management,
lot.
right?
Right.
So there's levels of management. So we already know about the department manager. We know about the assistant manager and the store manager. So
Right.
above the store manager, you have your district manager. So the store manager is in charge of the day ins and day outs of the store. Like
Right.
they do the day ins and day outs of that one store. As a district manager, I manage store managers. So I'll have
Ah,
6 or 7
and you
stores,
having
maybe 8
meetings with
stores.
them on why
So
shit ain't going right.
yeah, so my umbrella is 8 stores. So I manage store managers to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and not just to reprimand them to see if they need help or whatever the case may be. Making sure
Right,
payroll and all that shit is straight. That they don't have to worry about it. They can worry about just managing the store properly.
right. Real life.
Damn.
Yeah, I pretty
Some
much I
cool
just pay the
shit, man.
bills.
It ain't just that. For them to bestow that power on you, you must have been doing something different
At
than
32, yeah,
everybody else.
yeah, at 32
You
years
had to
old,
been doing
absolutely.
something different.
Man, I've been doing this all my life, man. I've been in the grocery
Real
business
life,
all my
real
life.
life, real
Yeah,
life.
And let
man.
me,
And I
can
just
I
want to
ask
give
you a
you props
question,
on that, big dog.
Landon? Let me ask you a
Hold on.
question.
Who
What
that?
is going on with the food supply chain?
Oh man. Well, what's dealing with COVID. Every the food industry has taxed a lot on the consumer by 40%. So if you notice an increase in like your eggs, your milk,
Yeah, that's like
certain
two,
products,
$3
Did you
more. That's
just
what I'm
say
um,
like.
40%?
yes, everything is up
Yeah,
by 40%
yeah,
due
Damn.
to the demand.
yeah.
2020 put a strain on a lot of businesses and a lot of vendors. So in order to
Right,
keep up with that demand, they had to hire more people. They had to get more workers in because a lot of the factory workers was coming down with COVID as well. So in order to keep up with all of the nuances and all of the stuff that was going on, they had to increase. They had to increase it. So you'll notice that a lot of things been up by 40%, but it is slowly going. The trend is going down now. I've noticed when I did my profit and loss statements that a lot of things are starting to go down again. So
Thank
probably by the
goodness.
beginning of next year or so, you'll start seeing prices
maybe,
going back down. It's not just with
maybe.
grocery. Look at the gas. Look
Right,
at gas. Look
everything,
at look at a
Yes,
lot
everything,
of
the
things.
gas.
everything.
Absolutely.
You know,
Logan and Oracle. I'm a cook and I work in the kitchen, old Chicago pizza and shit. And because of COVID shit, and because the gas prices going up, that mean when they deliver your shit to the store, all that shit going up.
right? Because look
Right,
how much gas it takes to fill up an 18-wheeler to
number
do a
one.
delivery. So and they
Right,
need to be compensated. So in order to receive a profit, they had to bring the prices up a little bit. And some things is just you will never, it'll be a few cents here or a few cents there. That's why I always tell people when you're shopping, don't be stay out of the perimeter, because when you're in the perimeter, that's where they're gonna take all your money.
right.
When you shop
Hey,
at the
Logan
perimeter
and
store, they're
Oracle,
gonna
I want
take
to
all your
ask
money.
y'all a question. I want to just throw it out there for y'all too to like mess around with. But I'm fucking curious as fuck. It's a YouTube channel called Industry Hoax. And this nigga was on Tupac head. And he showing pictures and all type of shit. This motherfucker one day was talking about how Quincy Jones had 2 sons and now they 2 daughters. And Pac was dating one of
I have no
them.
idea
I
nothing
know, but
about
this
that.
I want you to go back and look at it. So when
Yeah,
I talk to you the next time,
I'll have
bruh,
to I'll have to
that
go and watch
nigga,
that.
bruh,
See,
bruh,
I'm not too
that
much of
nigga.
a
I
conspiracy
understand that.
theorist.
What I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is that nigga was gay. That was
You
one of
think
the first.
Tupac was gay?
I'm 100% sure, bro. On no
Well, he
bullshit.
sure didn't
I'm
like what's the dude who made that Michael Jackson song? What's his name?
Quincy
The
Jones.
producer,
Quincy Jones.
Quincy Jones. He sure didn't like him. He
Let me
thought
tell,
Quincy
but let me
Jones
tell you
came on
why.
to him.
He was dating Quincy Jones' son.
I don't know nothing about that, but
I know
if
you
he liked
don't,
it, I
and
love
I'm
it.
I'm throwing something out there for you. I'm throwing something out there so you can go look shit up. That nigga was the first real gay rapper, bro. But then no, he was just like you, nigga. He wasn't gonna he not like you. I ain't gonna say nothing like you, because you ain't finna go against what the fuck you doing in order to make money. You might not let people know what you're doing, but if you gotta speak out, I know you're gonna speak out.
Oh yeah, I don't give a
But
fuck.
he,
Nah, I tell everybody. No.
that's what I'm saying. That dude was fucking gay. And my man, industry hoax. That's the name of it. It got so bad. It got so bad where that YouTube channel was going so hard at him. You know what Pac did? Came on and had to make a song, and he put industry hoax name in the song. Shit was crazy.
Oh, bro, yeah, you deep in that shit. I have no idea.
No, no, I ain't deep into it. But what I was
I've
saying
never
to you
heard that
earlier,
before.
bruh, everything that man, all I wanted to do was music. All I want to do was this. And then when I found out, well, if you want to do that, you're going to have to do this. And I'm like, hold up. Why the fuck I got to do that if I want to do this? Hey,
Yeah.
you remember when Birdman and Lil Wayne was kissing and they had all them pictures on the boat and shit and all that shit?
It was one picture. It
But
was
did you
just one.
but did you see it?
Yeah, I've seen it. But but also too, that's not uncommon. Like
I
in New
know it's
Orleans, like I'm
uncommon,
from
bruh.
I'm
I
born and
understand
raised
that.
and
I
bred in
understand
New
that.
Orleans.
What was
That's
the
not
biggest
uncommon.
rap? What
You
was the
see that
next
all the
rapper,
time.
bro? What was the next rapper that Wayne brought out? Who was it?
Was Drake.
Nah, nigga, before Drake.
Uh Shit,
Come
I
on,
don't
man,
know.
stop playing with me, man. What's that nigga name? That nigga was doing all kind of weird shit.
Who?
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name. He wore dresses
I
and
can't
all
either. I can't say his name right now, but
Not
he was doing
not Slim. What's his name? The little weird
nah,
looking
nigga.
man.
that. Was it Slim
Nah, it
Thug?
was
Slim Thug.
Slim.
Was it Slim Thug?
Mm.
I just
Nah,
thought he was being provocative. I didn't think he was gay or
nah,
anything.
no. How you think Drake got on?
So would
You
you
ever hear
think
the
Drake
story
gay
about what?
too?
You ever hear about the story where Lil Wayne was in the studio and all them dudes did that shit to Wayne? You
Nah,
better start
bruh.
look, man. Come on, bruh. Yeah, yeah, on some real shit. On some real shit.
I'm so glad
And
I'm
then,
not high right now.
bruh, you need smoke something, nigga. On some real shit. Wayne actually like fucking said, okay, it's cool to do it. I think it is
I
Slim
don't know,
Thug.
man.
Man, you better stop
I
playing.
grew up with
Who?
the hot
Well, who do
boys.
you
You know,
think
the
it
hot
was?
boys.
Who do
I
you
knew
think?
the hot boys before they got actually
I ain't talking
famous.
about the hot
You know,
boys.
when they was local, when
I
they was
ain't talking
local
about the hot
rappers.
boys. I
No,
ain't
I'm just
talking
saying that
about the hot boys.
to tell you a story. Like we
Right, I'm
heard
listening.
rumors all in school on how like certain shit was going down, but they say that about every group.
Real
So
life,
I don't
real
know.
life.
I don't know, but I don't knock it. If they like it, I love it. To each his own. I don't even know how to even
Okay,
go
question
past
for you.
that point.
How do you feel about Lil Nas X right now?
I love him.
Real
I
okay,
smash.
flat.
Mm.
God damn, hold up. That's
Definitely.
hold up, man. Being real is cool, but goddamn, give me like something. Give me a warning first.
Hey man, hey, you wanted the answer. That's the answer. I find nothing wrong with him. I want more of
Nah,
it. I
hell,
want him
hey,
sliding down more
all of us.
poles. I want him wearing
Flatline.
less stuff. I
Keep
want him to
doing
be
what
as
you're doing.
raunchy as he want to
Keep
be.
doing what you're doing. Hey,
I do not think that Tupac was gay.
Tupac gated them motherfuckers.
I do not agree.
Those rings and shit, man. Stop playing with me.
I do
Don't
not
do
agree
that.
that
Don't
Tupac
do
was
That
that.
gay.
I know
but
you
I mean,
don't.
y'all
I
talking about
know you don't.
Tupac. I won't get back to this
Tupac
little
was,
now. I won't
was
get
in
back
Come
to
love
this
with
on,
little
Quincy
man.
Nas
Hey,
Jones'
X.
cut it out.
daughter.
Hey, I go back to that. Go back. I want you to go watch something tonight, Oracle. Go back and watch when he was 17 and he was giving that interview when he had that black fucking tank top on, and look at the way that he's using his hands and everything. That nigga
Oh,
was gay
wait,
as
wait.
fuck.
You going based
I
on
did not. I did
mannerisms?
not.
No,
Tupac is
not just
Black Panther's
mannerisms.
legacy.
Not
And
just
I
mannerisms.
just cannot. I
I
cannot.
know. You know the coolest thing about gay people? This what I love about gay men and women on some real shit. Fuck with them. They gonna fuck your ass up right there. A real one, man, they gonna kick your fucking ass. I
I mean,
love that.
nowadays, yeah, because a lot,
No, back then too. Back then was even harder. They had to scrap even harder because they
That
didn't
got to
have
do
the
with Tupac
government
being
behind
gay.
them. Tupac gay as fuck. Deal with it.
I don't know
Oh
about that, but
Lord,
if
the
I
he,
know, I
but
know,
if
disrespect
I
he
is like,
was, I
know.
wish I was born
Yeah.
in that time.
oh my
Bruh,
God.
goddamn, see, man, why you
Oh Lord.
Really, Logan.
Oh
Logan, why you got
yeah.
this nigga?
Uh-uh.
Logan,
Lord,
come on, man.
I would have kept it secret.
Man, you out of control.
And y'all know good dang on well Tupac was gay.
You out of control. You all I'm saying
Y'all know that
is
song, "You're My Little
you
Secret."
out of
Who know he was
I
control.
gay?
would have
Now he
been.
know
Why
he was
you
gonna
but
get it.
why? Logan,
Hey
come
Tupac,
on.
Tupac, I got you, bro. And look, I would have told him in public, in public, I'm your bro.
Right. Oh wow.
Now, see, now you're gonna start to quoting off the
That's how we do. That's how we do it.
old town.
I'm your bro.
A mess. Tell me you
Hey
love me.
Logan, man, love my niggas for real. Cause I love people that can be
You,
them,
but
bro.
but you
That
know what?
man, it's
Hey, bro. Hey,
hard, bro, to
Lakers.
be
Hey,
you.
Lakers. You know
What up,
why
though?
I talk the way I talk now? Because my
Cause
straight
you a
friends have no
G.
problem telling me how much pussy they getting, how much
Right.
how bad a woman is,
Whatever,
and
right.
how and they
All
can
that shit,
go
all that
and they can
bullshit.
be as graphic as they want to me.
But
So
once I start
what I'm
going
gonna do
in,
the same.
flatline,
I'm gonna do the same. I'm not gonna
flatline.
censor myself to make my friends feel comfortable.
Make
You
you
know, because
comfortable.
that goes
Right.
back
Fuck all
into
this.
like when we say about Lil Nas X. People like Lil Nas X when he
Hey,
was in the beginning because he wasn't a threat to anybody.
right. Right.
Soon as he
Hey, Logan,
became a
Logan, let me ask
threat,
you a
now
question
he
real quick.
became problematic.
This some shit, this some cool shit about him. How many motherfuckers got 3 commercials with Elton John? How many?
Lil Nas X, and I think,
That's it.
and if he ain't careful, if you're not careful, Elton John might want a Lil Nas.
Man, ain't
He
no
might.
telling what happened. I don't care what happened. That's not my that's
Well, now
not my business.
y'all go look. Well,
It's
shoot,
not
El
my
John probably done
business.
had it anyway, woman.
Now I don't know. That's speculation. But what I do know is Elton John. Man, that dude got some good fucking music when it's
Oh
all
yeah,
said
that
and
man is
done.
talented. That man
When
is
it's
talented.
all said and done.
Well,
And you know
look,
who
Nas
else?
X done
Hey,
got with the right peoples. I know
hey,
him.
hey, Oracle. Me and my brother
Mhm.
had an argument, right? Almost our whole childhood of who was better, Michael Jackson or Prince. When I went to that Prince concert, after my brother had passed, no, he didn't pass. He got murdered by my first cousins.
Oh
And they
goodness.
was selling shit to their younger brothers and sisters. And my brother was a Marine too. Went home and
Damn,
told
this
them, "You
shit
gonna
went
stop this
dark
shit."
really
And
fast.
I know, and they shot him in his face 5 times. But
Oh
Oh
good.
but
wow.
I know, right?
Damn.
But he always said Prince was better, and I was like, Mike better. But when I went to that Prince concert, it was, I, nigga, it was over. When I seen Prince
Nah,
in
bro.
person, man,
Prince
Prince
could
better.
never beat Michael, bro.
You out your mind,
Prince,
bro. This nigga played
man. If
32
okay,
instruments
come on. If we did a versus battle right now with Mike and
right
Prince,
now. Come on, man,
Mike
I'll
would win.
murder you. You out your fucking mind.
Okay, let's
You
put it
done
like
lost your
this: Michael
fucking
Jackson is
mind.
Beyonce. Prince is Rihanna. You
Oh
feel
my
me?
God. Hold on. What? Nigga, Prince was the one. Boy, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna give you something. Have you ever seen the video when what's up, Rick? Not Rick James. James Brown. He had a concert,
I already
and
know what you're talking about. I already
he
seen it.
called Mike on stage,
And he called Prince on stage, and Mike blew his
and
ass
then
out the
Mike
water.
called Prince on
Mike
stage,
blew his
and then
ass out the water, bro.
he did. Prince was fucked up. Mike had on some shit that night that
When
he
is
didn't know what
Prince
the fuck
not
he was
fucked
on.
up?
Niggas, watch your mouth.
You ain't
When
fucked
was
up now
Prince
because
not
you
fucked
dead.
up?
You better watch your mouth.
You the one
Don't you
that ain't
talk
fucked up now.
crazy about that nigga, man. That's hey,
And don't
the
get me wrong,
coolest.
I love
I'm not
Prince, the
no hell.
assless
I'm
chaps and
joking. I'm
all. I
joking. I'm
love
joking.
Prince.
Man, goddamn.
God was dead.
If I was born in Prince time, Prince could get it too.
Man, goddamn. Man, you was G Logan for real, man.
Bro,
All
I
I'm
think,
saying
but
is,
I always thought Prince was
okay,
like a little
your
suspect, though.
favorite Mike song. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song, nigga? Right now, period. Mine is
Dirty
Heal the
Diana.
Mine is Heal the World. Dirty Diana is like
I
second or
love Dirty
third.
Diana. That's my favorite,
I,
man.
Heal the World is the shit to me. Not my favorite Prince song is International Lover. You ever listen to the song? Have you ever heard it? Hold on, Oracle. Don't let them off the hook. Hold up. Let me give you another one. Let me give you, boy, you bet not try that. Don't do that. 'Cause I argue with my brother every day
You
about
know
that.
what? You know when Prince
What's up?
lost me?
What's up?
Is when he did a song with Dionne Warwick. I was like, you know what? He he really need help.
Oh, clown.
He really need help.
You
God.
stupid. You
What
stupid.
the hell is wrong with you, Jay?
Stupid.
When Prince did that song with Dionne Warwick, that old
You
smoking,
stupid.
psychic
Man,
reading ass
come
woman,
on,
I was
man.
like, you know
Prince
what?
was just looking out, man. He's trying to give some people some money that he cared about, man. That's
But I get,
she tied to
Michael ain't doing.
Whitney, man. That's one of
But you know
Whitney's
what? Michael ain't doing no
aunties.
bullshit ass
That's Whitney
features
aunt,
though.
man. Mike wasn't money. Yes, he was. Cut it out.
With who?
Who?
Don't you do that.
Guess what? But you know what though? When they was casting the Wiz, Prince wasn't on the roster.
Oh, why not? You know why? Because that nigga was doing Purple Rain.
The only movie I can ever remember Prince being is with Purple
Hey,
Rain, and that was my
check this.
introduction to
Hold on,
Prince.
check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Without Purple Rain,
See, Jazz, I
there
didn't want to
is
do this
no
to Prince.
Crush Groove.
I didn't
Listen
want to do
to me,
this.
bruh. Without Purple Rain, there is no Crush Groove. Do you understand what I'm saying? Prince
Was that
did that shit first.
cinematic
Prince
singing?
did the first double album. Man, come on, man. Don't do
This
that,
thing Crush
man.
Groove, child.
Logan,
Crush
nigga,
Groove.
don't do that, Logan.
Come on, man. Nah,
Man,
Not Crush Groove,
so you
baby.
didn't think. So you didn't think that the Purple Rain movie was like a rip off of the of that of Coming to America.
Hell no. That shit was completely
I just
different.
look. I looked at them clothes. I looked at the shit, and it don't seem like it was cohesive. Now watch the shit now. I know we watched it back then,
Have
and
you
that's
ever
all we
seen Under the
had.
Cherry Moon?
Go back and watch that movie right
Now
now.
that
I
was a
bet
piece
you
of trash. Now I'm sorry, but I love
It
Prince.
was.
Under
It
the Cherry
was.
Moon was a piece of trash.
that movie
It
was
was.
horrible.
That was a video that went on too damn long.
Too long. Too
Long ass
long.
video.
Especially when
I know,
especially when all these
man.
white women was falling all over him and he was just looking like he was uninterested. I'm like, God damn, is Prince gonna ever wake up?
I don't even remember what it was about. I
Me
just know it was
either.
too damn
I don't
long.
either, man. I just remember the name. I
That
just
was
threw the
All
bad.
I
name out
thought was
there.
Prince looked uninterested and high most of the
Under the
time.
Cherry Moon
You
is
know why he was looking uninterested.
uh,
You ain't
Drift.
never seen no woman dance in heels the way he did, ever.
All I know is Prince came out there with his 4 inches on.
Flatline, getting it, playing
I mean, do you
instruments and
really like
shit.
this? You really think Prince is better than Michael Jackson?
Hell yeah. Without a
Wow.
doubt.
See,
Say it
but you know
upside
what though?
down.
It's it's like
Hold on. If you say that word upside down, what is it? Say wow upside down.
Mom?
It
Damn right.
don't matter though. You can't turn them albums upside down and get a Michael album.
You
You
can
just it
play,
just
but you
it
might
won't
can't play
happen.
upside down, but you can play Prince shit backwards and get some messages. What's poppin'?
What?
Yeah, but that don't make it
I
better
never
though.
felt the need to put them against each other.
Man,
Like, how
Prince
do you? They
was a
two
musician,
different
bro.
things.
Mike was a singer. Prince was a singer and a musician.
Well, I
How
ain't gonna
many
give Mike
instruments
all
Mike
of that.
play?
I ain't gonna give Mike all of that. Michael was a performer. He was an entertainer. Now
And Prince
Prince,
wasn't.
now
And
for
Prince wasn't.
vocally, I have to give it to Prince. Vocally.
Right,
Now stage presence and performance, Michael all day.
Like
without
you
a
said,
doubt.
Beyonce and Rihanna.
Without a doubt.
I agree with
Like
that
yeah.
analogy. I really
Hold
do.
up. No, don't do that. Don't do that. It'd be
I agree
Beyonce
with
and
you.
Whitney. I can't even believe I'm saying this
Now,
shit.
now Whitney
Not
stands
Whitney.
alone. Now, hold on, wait a minute.
Not
Ain't nobody
Whitney.
comparing to
Listen,
James,
Whitney.
calm
Whitney.
down,
It's
James.
Man,
Calm
Beyonce
down.
and
Whitney?
Whitney.
Calm
No,
So
down.
who
no.
So
Whitney?
you
So
about to
which
you about
one
to blow a
Whitney?
fuse right now.
So
Yeah,
which
no,
one
You
no.
about to
They're
Whitney?
make
not
people
even the
blow a
So
fuse
which
same.
right
one
now.
Whitney? So hold up, who Whitney? It's Beyonce and Whitney. It ain't no
No.
Beyonce and
It ain't
Rihanna.
no
There's
Get
no
Beyonce
out.
and
Beyonce
Whitney.
Whitney.
It's just Whitney.
No,
Without
Beyonce and Whitney.
Prince
without
and
Whitney,
So
there
which
is
Whitney
no
one is Whitney?
are never could never be on the same level. Prince and Whitney
ever,
could never be on the same level. It's just not
No, never.
possible.
I
ever.
didn't say them.
Beyonce can't even be on the same level with Whitney.
Whitney can't even be on the same level as Whitney.
Thank you,
Okay,
God
James.
for
damn.
real. I
Not at
agree.
all.
I
Logan, you
freaking
a G.
agree.
Was that James or Logan? Which one was that?
I,
Both.
Whitney can't be on the same level as Whitney. Who
I
said
I
said,
that?
agree.
yeah,
Both.
Whitney can.
Was that
When Whitney
James or
was alive
Logan?
in the you know
Man,
what though?
Logan
In
said it,
Whitney's
but I
last
agree.
days,
Right.
I even bet she was listening to them old albums, talking about, God damn, who is that?
Hey, what's your
man.
favorite Whitney song? What's your
I
favorite
think when
Whitney
people are
song?
really, I think when people truly have a gift, I think it's a
Oh,
burden on them. Like if God gives you a
yeah,
gift,
it
if
hurt.
God gives you a gift, you know what I mean? I think it's a
Right.
burden on the human
Hey,
soul. Like I
you know,
think
mom,
Whitney was really had a gift from God.
she
Now wait a
did,
minute.
without a doubt.
Sunshine, sunshine,
What's your favorite
baby.
Whitney song?
That would be a no. That
Mariah
would be a
Carey,
big old
yeah,
Man, ain't nobody calling on no Mariah, man. Come on, cut it out. Hey,
Mariah
Oracle, what's
Carey,
your favorite? Hey, Oracle,
yeah.
don't moonwalk from this. What's your
I was
favorite
about to
Whitney
blow a
song?
blessing
And
when
you
I
too,
said that.
Logan.
What's my
I
What's
favorite
y'all?
Whitney song?
Yeah,
Oh Lord, it's so many.
I
I
don't even got
know
to think.
mine.
I want
I
to
know
dance with
mine.
Man,
somebody. I love that.
Every time I hear it, I come to tears. Every
I,
time.
But you
Hero.
know what though? Even
You
with
know
her
my favorite
record,
song is Hero.
I
Run
love
to
to see her
you.
live.
Oh,
Right. I
yeah.
never
I
seen her
love to
live.
You
watch her
gave
I've
live.
Riri too
never seen her
much.
live.
So they done let Riri have it.
Logan, what is your Whitney favorite live performance? Which song?
My favorite Whitney live performance is when she did a medley of "I Am Telling You" and "Here Come Parky" or something, or whatever the case may be. But when she did "I Am
Right.
Telling You" in that yellow dress with, Whitney's about to sing when she got that towel in her hand.
Yeah.
When and she just sweating all over the place before the crack.
Mine is when she done All the Man I Need, and she had the red on with the towel in her hand.
Oh
That's
my
a
God!
good
Oh
one
yeah.
too.
After welcome
Yeah.
home from
But you know what? She can sing the Star Spangled Banner and
She did.
drop jaws.
She
Right.
did, man.
She
That's
did.
lit, man.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it ain't no Rihanna and
she did.
Beyonce. It's
Why y'all think
Whitney.
you know
It's
what
Whitney
they
and
had her on
Beyonce.
purpose? Listen,
It's
Lakers, they had cause you're in
okay.
the military, right? They had Whitney
Hell yeah.
sing the Star Spangled Banner, at the Super Bowl after 9/11. They did that on purpose. I seen a little documentary of when they were talking about how they made it a point to have Whitney sing the Star Spangled Banner after 9/11 because it felt like it would provoke a sense of pride and togetherness in this country.
hmm
And baby, when she sung the song, it brought me to tears. I ain't gonna lie.
That's
And think
lit,
about
man.
it.
That's her, man.
But
She
That's
sung
Oracle,
Whitney,
think
the
man.
about it
hell out of
today.
the Star
That's
Spangled
fucking
Banner.
Whitney, man. Don't play.
But think about it
Don't
today.
get
Who voice today can do that?
I
Who
who
haven't
can we
voice.
say
nobody,
can
I
do
got
that?
one. I got one.
nobody.
I got one. She
Who?
don't really sing a lot. and it ain't on that level, but it's close to the level. You ready?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, please don't crucify me for this, y'all. I really love the
You get
way
ready
this
to
man
sing?
I
sings.
hope it's
Wait a
good.
minute. Wait. You get ready to sing?
No, nigga, I'm
Oh,
finna
I
tell you
thought you
how
was
to
going to
do it.
bust out singing. Okay.
No, man, goddamn, what is you talking about? What you drinking? Give me
Well,
some, send me
who's the
some of
person?
that.
Listen, I was great.
No,
Clear for you.
Celine
You better
Dion,
make
bro.
it good.
Celine
Man, when
Dion.
Celine, I like
Who?
the way she sing.
Okay. Well, let me say this.
Child, she done turned into Whitney. She on so much
Okay.
drugs
This how
now.
you
She
know. This
probably
is how
I
can't
you know
sing
I'm
no
understand
mad.
that.
Selena.
Now I'm not
I
talking about
love
now. I'm talking
Celine
about then.
Dion with a
Celine can
passion.
I ain't
get it
mad at
in.
her. I like her.
My mom told me something
Like
She ain't
about
no
it that
Whitney.
hurt my heart. She
I love,
saw
but
her
she's still not no
mama's
Whitney.
husband.
What?
I love Celine
What?
Dion,
You
and
never
even
heard
she
that
can't
story?
sing how she used to sing.
They
When she
adopted
was
her.
even
They
at Celine
adopted
Dion's
Celine,
best,
and
she was no Whitney
Celine ended up
Houston.
taking her mama's husband later on in life. And that's when I
Well, I
was
mean,
like,
I like Celine Dion as a performer. I hate
I
that she
know.
going through what she going through right
I
now.
know. But that's what
It
happened.
seems like she going
Karma's
through
a
something right
bitch.
now.
Karma a bitch. When karma
You
come
know.
back, if you've been
But
doing
I
fucked up
think one
shit,
of the
karma
strongest
gonna get you.
vocalists we got right now is Jennifer Hudson. She not no
Jennifer,
Whitney, but she a
oh
Oh
serious
no,
y'all,
vocalist.
she
oh
go
no,
hard. She go super hard. She
oh
cool.
no, she too sharp for me. Her notes be too sharp for me. I
He
don't.
said
Well, I
too
mean, I'm just
sharp.
saying she ain't no Whitney, but I think she's a strong vocalist. I
Who?
really
I
Okay,
do.
well,
can.
who the best on
If
the
I had
earth
to put
right
it to
now?
that, I
What
would
you
rather
think, James?
Fantasia
I
over
like J
Jennifer.
Hud. J Hud she's it's one of them things. Like she's another one. I don't compare Jennifer Hudson to people because there is
Yeah,
no comparison to Jennifer Hudson. She
yeah,
is
Correct.
like she's a phenom
yes,
almost.
she is.
She has her own little lane, and
Yes,
I don't compare
like
people to her.
Whitney.
Like I don't
Yeah,
compare people to Michael. I don't compare people to Prince.
yeah,
Um,
Right.
we could
You just
stop trying
don't
to
do
compare
it.
people to Beyonce. Like, why are we
yeah.
doing
You a
that?
G,
And Whitney
James. I
Houston,
just don't do it.
yeah, Whitney Houston is that girl.
Yes, she is. Forever and
Just like
always.
this.
For real.
I'm
But you know who?
saying
But you know
Period.
who
that's
never
Absolutely.
all
needs
I
to
was
do another
saying
song.
was it's
But
not
you know
it's
who
you
Yes.
Celine
gotta
should have
say
never
is you
started?
gotta say you gotta
Is
say
Celine
you gotta say
Dionne
Whitney
Warwick.
and Beyonce. Not
No,
Whitney.
why are you saying that?
Whitney and
Cause
Beyonce.
You
cause
would
y'all
never
was
see
saying
them in the
we
same
was
place
comparing
ever for any reason.
we were comparing two rappers. And then
Yeah, but you
y'all
can't.
compared them to them two, and
No,
it's not Rihanna. You can't put Rihanna in there.
Beyonce and Rihanna are the two comparisons. They are
Man,
that's
cut it
the
out.
way it
So,
came out.
no, Whitney is
No, how can you put
that's
them
number
there? You can't
Whitney
put
one.
cannot be compared. Whitney cannot be
Right.
compared.
So don't even leave
Okay.
her
They
out
were
Yeah,
of it.
girls
I dig it.
underneath.
I dig it. I
Whitney
dig it,
was a
love it.
woman, and they were
Leave her
girls.
out of it. Don't even
Yeah,
If
bring
that's
we
her
right.
was
into it.
if we was
I
playing
could dig it.
chess,
No, you ain't gotta
Whitney
say
would be the
no more
queen.
to Cal. I can dig that. What you just said, I can dig it. Don't bring her into this conversation. It's
Yeah,
them
Whitney.
two.
Whitney
And
just a
and between and
Whitney's in a
between
whole lane of her
Rihanna,
own.
hold on, who better? Who hold on, Logan, who better?
Who's better at what?
Nigga at singing. Nigga, who the best between Rihanna and Beyonce? Who the best?
Beyonce.
Rihanna can't sing. What are you talking about?
Don't know about that. We might have to talk.
Rihanna cannot sing, man.
Watch
What are
your
you talking about?
motherfucking mind. Watch your mind. Don't do
Come on
that.
now, you
Rihanna
really
is a
want Rihanna
singer,
to
but
ring
she
your
ain't no
to
singer. That child don't
Rihanna
sing.
is
Okay,
not a
okay.
flat-footed singer.
So hold up.
Rihanna is
So
not a
why?
flat-footed
So
singer.
so why did Jay Z have her locked up in the room and wouldn't let her go?
Because he needed her to say da da da
Why
da.
ain't he just have? Why didn't he just
That's
have Beyonce sing it?
Because
they never
Beyonce was
locked her
not
in the
gonna do
room.
that
She walked
bullshit.
it. She
Huh?
walked it.
Excuse me?
There's no comparison musically with Beyonce and Rihanna.
Oh,
They're
yes,
both
it
singers.
is.
Now,
Okay,
star
what's your
power,
favorite
yeah,
Beyonce song? James, what's your favorite Beyonce song? Right now,
I
nigga.
can't
Give
pick
it to me.
one. I can't pick one.
Me
Yeah,
either.
me
Why not?
either.
Why
See, that's
not?
how that works.
I
I
know
can't
mine.
Hey,
pick
I
I
one.
got
know
I
You
like
mine.
have
Whitney
one.
Houston
I know
songs.
hey
mine.
Lakers.
Me
Hey
either.
Lakers.
What up though? What up
I
though?
got two I want y'all to see. Who's who's the better singer out of Aretha Franklin,
Oh dear.
or Patti LaBelle?
Oh my God, this boy put a gun in my head.
Actually, in all honesty, and y'all know Patti LaBelle is my whole thing.
Hold on,
But
can we
Aretha
throw
better
one more
sing.
person in there, please? Anita Baker. And I'm
Aretha's
gonna
better.
go with Anita Baker.
Anita Baker. Where she come from?
You said what?
From?
You said
Anita.
what?
Yeah. But between Patti LaBelle and Aretha Franklin, I'm going with Patty all day. Without a
I gotta
doubt.
go with
I
No,
don't
Patty
even
too. I gotta go with Patty
like
too.
think that.
I
But
can't
when I
even
put
say the other
Patty up
people that
against
got those
Anita
power
Baker,
chords.
when Patty go up
Hey
against Anita
James,
Baker,
you cannot lie. You cannot lie. Aretha been pissed at Patty for singing "No Way" better than she did for generations.
She been pissed because she was just mean, child. She was mean. She was mean. She was pissed for no reason.
Aretha wasn't playing with him.
But I can't say
Aretha
it
was a
with
G.
the holding, with the staying
Patty
power.
LaBelle,
I can't
man.
give it to
Why would
Patty.
you
I
do
love her to death,
that?
but I can't give it to her because Patty's voice be cracking now. Aretha left up out of here. You ain't never heard Aretha Franklin's voice crack
Voice
ever,
crack.
And she
Ever.
was truly a
Ever.
diva.
her power was still there. All
Ever.
her range was still there.
Okay.
But
But you know what the
again,
difference is?
the
You know what the
skills
difference
there.
is, James? Patty sings in her full voice. Aretha only sung in her head voice.
Okay,
However,
So
can I ask y'all a question? I want to get off this real quick so we can agree to disagree. But I want to ask all three of y'all a question. And I'm ready with mine right now. What's your favorite song all time? What's popping?
of all time,
All time.
of all time.
man,
All
that's
time.
impossible.
Number one. If we all did a
Oh, I
video
got
and we
one.
did our
I got
top
one.
50 songs.
Hey, my favorite song of all time because the song that comes to mind every time, almost every day, and that's what's her name? I can't. Oh shit! But she was like, "Cause I love you, baby,
Denise Williams.
just the way I
Denise
want to
Williams.
be loved." Yep,
Williams.
Denise Williams. That is my song.
Cause you love me.
That's my wake up song
Okay,
right
all right.
there.
He said his. They can change tomorrow, but tonight. What's your favorite song, James, all time, or
Shit,
Oracle?
mine will
If you
change
want me to go first, I'll
what
go.
is it, 251? Ask me at 315 and I'll tell you something different.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right
I
now,
don't have a
right
favorite
now.
song of all time. I
You know
don't.
what mine is?
Right now,
Right now,
right
we
now
are
I'm
the
listening to
world. We
now,
are the world.
now,
The
Oh,
first one.
Lord.
Oh man, it was
I
everybody.
said we are the world.
Yeah,
compilation,
man. That's
compilation of
my
that.
favorite song.
You know what? You know what James' favorite song is in my head is
But
Bernadette Cooper's. Is Bernadette Cooper's song. I look good.
which one?
I've been trying to get James to perform that motherfucking song.
You
I don't
stupid.
know how long.
You stupid. You stupid. You stupid.
He has been for years. For years. For years.
Last year I had COVID,
You
y'all. I was
stupid.
in the motherfucking hospital. I still asked James on his live. I wanted him to perform Bernadette Cooper's I Look Good. I don't know what it is, but I just feel like Malone would tear that fucking song up.
I'm gonna do
Right.
it to do it for you. It's you with that, and on site April is she begs me to do Natalie Cole.
Oh.
Oh
Hey
shit.
James. Natalie
Did I'm
Cole is
catching
my
hell? I
second.
think it is.
Hey, that's my second cousin.
Do
Real
Natalie Cole.
life. Yeah. On some real shit.
Oh, now
My
that
my
might be a
grandma
good
my
debate, though. That
grandmother
might be
my
a good
grandmother
comparison.
maiden name was Elizabeth Cole. On some real shit.
Who would you compare Natalie to though? Natalie
I would
Wood?
compare Natalie to Gladys Knight.
Natalie learned how to sing. She never could sing, and she
No.
learned early on in her
Natalie
life.
Cole can
She
sing
couldn't.
her ass off. She can sing her ass
She
off,
at
but
the
she
end of
don't
her
want to be
career,
playing
but at
with
the
Gladys.
beginning, bruh, she couldn't sing. She learned how to sing.
Well, it's all right.
But I can actually see a versus battle between Natalie and Gladys Knight. I can actually, because I feel like, both of them got that warm, rich tone.
Yeah, it's
They
just
they both
different. It's
kind of
just
melodic in a
it
sense.
make you
I
want to
don't
start cooking some
know
eggs or
because
some
apparently
shit.
that it just depends on what era that
you
you go
wanna
into.
you
Because
wanna cook
Natalie's
breakfast in the
different.
morning.
Right.
Natalie was different later. That's what she got into all that melodic tones later. When Natalie was in her heyday, Natalie was singing way up here.
Hey
Right.
James.
She was
Hey
singing way up
James.
there. Most of them was
James.
real high.
James. 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 Who is the lady that sang that song? It's
That's
morning.
Shirley Murdoch. She
Let's
was singing
Oh,
that.
that was the
talk
original
about her.
sidekick song.
Boy,
There you go as a vocal
boy,
battle, Logan. Is
boy,
who is the better singer, Shirley
boy.
Murdoch or Cheryl Pepsi Riley?
Shirley Murdoch.
That's
Sure,
the vocal battle.
Murdoch all
Thank you,
day.
James. Thank you for
You
that,
think
James.
so?
Hey, that
Oh
song right
yes.
there
And here
is
and let me tell you
real.
why.
I don't know. I don't even know if I could pick because people don't even realize what a beast that Cheryl Pepsi Riley. Cheryl Pepsi Riley is
Oh, I
something
know because I mean, because
serious.
I watched the Tyler Perry plays, but
Right. That Cheryl Pepsi Riley
I
is something
knew her
serious.
voice well before she was on Tyler Perry.
Right.
Because she was doing the Chitlin circuits around
Right.
New Orleans and shit.
Right.
So,
And people don't know nothing about Deatra Hicks. They
oh
don't
no,
know
she a
a
beast all in herself.
day
Never,
of
hey,
She a
you know
Deatra
beast all.
Hicks.
what, James? I
Nah,
never
Cheryl
heard
Pepsi
that
Riley and
name
Deatra Hicks,
before.
I
Them
wouldn't want to see
two,
it.
don't
I
I
never
wouldn't
nobody
even
want
know.
to
They
heard
date.
don't
the
want a
name.
day
I
of it.
never
Do
even
you
I
heard
wouldn't
the
see?
want to date.
name. You a what?
Deatra Hicks can sing her ass off.
Deatra Hicks
Right.
is something serious.
That is a singing
And so
fool.
is her sister Terrell.
But
Terrell ain't no
but you know what
she,
fucks her up though? Like and she got all the talent in the world, but it's her attitude.
oh yeah, Deatra's
Okay. Well,
mean.
It's her
Logan.
attitude.
Hey, Logan. Tell me the name of this person. That la la la
Millie
la
Whipple.
la la
Oh, that's
la la la. Milton
Rippleton. Something.
Rippleton.
Yeah, Millie
Do
Rippleton.
do do do. Can't nobody hit them notes.
Don't
But you
You
know
gonna
what?
you, you
But
gonna
you know
get
who
beat.
was in a class all by herself though?
Who
Is
that?
Betty Wright.
Betty
Betty
yeah,
Wright.
Wright.
Betty's by
Oh
herself.
my
Betty
God.
You're
nobody don't
damn
compare to
right.
Betty Wright. If you didn't play Betty Wright at the cookout, I don't know what you was doing.
You
using
did
your
something
partner.
wrong. He said you did
You
something
you know
wrong.
what though? I remember.
mama's
Look, I'm not.
favorites.
I remember that shit. I remember all the words to that. Tonight is tonight.
Yeah, that was one of
Uh,
my mama's favorites, but she loved her
Oh
some
my
Betty Wright.
God.
Oracle had to come back in.
When she said, "Well, I played it for my mother, and you know I'm the baby of the family, and you'll
Okay.
never
She
grow up to
had
your
to say
mother."
something. Right.
Now they
Now,
said Mariah Carey can hit that note, but there's a lot of people that can actually hit that note. Ariana Grande can hit the note. Shawnice
Right.
Wilson can hit the notes. Mariah Carey can hit the notes. Lisa Fisher can hit the notes. We can go on and on and on. Desiree Coleman can hit the notes. There's a lot of people who can
Right.
hit those whistle tones. But
James, how you feel about
but
Otis Redding?
what about him?
How you feel about
He's
He was
dead.
all right.
him? He was alright. What?
I ain't really everything else.
You know why he got murdered, right? He got murdered the same
Here
reason.
you go with your conspiracy theories.
No,
Yeah,
ain't
there
no
Uh-oh.
we
say.
go.
Why they
Don't
get
do
him
that.
now?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why they
You
get
know
him
what he
now?
was trying to do? He's trying to own his own shit.
Oh yeah, Shantae Moore, absolutely.
Oh
Now
yeah,
that's
Shantae Moore is a
you
great
don't
singer.
compare
Moore.
her to nobody either.
Shantae
You just let
Moore
her
was
sit over there by
100.
herself.
Shantae Moore was 100. Hold on. If we're gonna talk about Shantae Moore, we gotta talk about my girl, Monica. Yeah, I said it.
Where are you getting this stuff from? How are you putting Shantae Moore and Monica in the same sentence?
Don't you even try to do
First
it.
of all,
You
Monica got
better
to get
leave
out of the
Monica
KFC to
alone.
even
Man, y'all
compete
better
with her.
leave Monica
And I
alone.
love
Leave
Monica,
her
but we like,
alone.
no.
Leave her
You know,
alone.
Monica ain't got no range on her.
I know that, but leave it alone. Monica,
Monica's a very good singer, but
Monica is that
man.
singer that when every time she sings, she look like she's struggling.
Oh my God. Why you gotta do that, Logan?
I'm just and I love Monica. I love Monica, but
Okay then, that's
every time
cool.
she sings, she look like she got a headache.
Monica or Brandy, who you rolling with?
Brandy.
What?
Sitting up in my room,
What?
back here thinking about you. I must confess, I'm a mess for
I
That's the
you.
saw
shit, nigga.
Shawty
That's the
lying,
shit.
saying she's the
That's
musical
the
bap
shit.
and all that old
Oh
bull.
well, I
A
take
lie.
Maddie point. I take Maddie point. She's not the vocal Bible. She may be the vocal matchbook or something, you know. But not no Bible.
She's the Sunday program.
Right. If
Okay,
anybody gonna
okay,
be the vocal
okay.
Bible, that'll be
Monica,
Whitney.
Brandy, or Leah, who y'all rolling with?
Aaliyah.
Hell no.
I'm
First of
rolling
all,
with
Aaliyah
Aaliyah.
wasn't no
Man,
singer
come
like that.
on, man.
Who was it? Aaliyah, Monica,
Monica and Brandy.
Brandy.
And
You
I'm
Brandy.
can't
going
even
with
Them
put
was the
Shawty.
Aaliyah on
top
the map.
three. No,
You
no,
can't even put
it was a
Aaliyah
What
couple
in
you
of
there.
say,
more.
James?
I said I'm going with Shawnice Wilson.
She wasn't on the roster.
She on it now.
Hey,
All we did is
hey,
I threw her
y'all
up
know
on there.
the original side chick song that they
Uh-uh.
The
still
original
perform at the
side
shows
chick.
today, James? Is that woman to woman?
Who Barbara?
What?
Barbara. Barbara. Barbara.
What's her name?
Y'all stupid. Y'all
She said,
Woman
stupid.
to
"Hey,
woman.
Barbara, this is
Barbara
Shirley.
Mason.
Stupid. Woman to
Barbara,
woman.
this is
Woman to
Shirley.
woman is
Hell
Barbara Mason.
I don't know if you're gonna be cool to come out of a bag on me,
Right. Okay.
but the man that you're in love with, he's mine, man.
Now.
When I tell you, my mom used to play that shit in the house all the time. Crazy,
right,
man. And
right.
then after that, my dad would play that song from old boy. She got papers.
Okay.
Not the
Oh
music
man,
boys now.
She got papers.
I
I'm
know this
telling you.
Countess Vaughn could out sing all of them. You're right. Could. But it's over now. Countess Vaughn. I loved her when she was I followed her from a little girl from Star Search all the way through 227, all the way up through the Parkers, all the way up. Baby, she came out with that wifey song, and I said, get your purse.
And sit your ass down.
Get out.
And
Don't
guess
look
what, James?
back.
They did a
Don't do any of
retake.
that.
They went back and did a retake, and it was still horrible.
Child, get out of here. You ain't left your keys. Get on out of here, honey.
Hey James.
But I
James.
feel for her though.
Hold
She
on,
was
James.
sick
Hey
and shit.
James. You know how I know you an older gay dude? Want me to tell you how I know? You still say
Is it my
child.
eyes?
The way no, it's the way you said child. It's certain words, man. And the way you said it, you drug it out,
I don't know.
child.
I think that might be a
On
Pittsburgh
some
thing
real
though.
shit, bro. You a G,
Well,
bro.
nobody ever says
You
I
a
sound
straight
like I'm from
OG, man.
Pittsburgh, though, Logan.
Oh real?
You a OG, man.
People always think I'm from down south. I'm like, I ain't even been down south. What are you talking
Right.
about?
I ain't even been
And then as
down
soon as I
south.
talk a little bit more, I talk too proper to have been down south. Child. They be like, I'm like,
Hold on, James. Where you from? Logan, where you from? And Oracle, where you from? I don't like asking people that, but after I talk to them for a minute, I want to know so I can understand a little bit more about you. I think Logan from like New Orleans or some shit, because I heard him
Yeah, I'm from
talking
New
about.
Orleans, baby.
I'm from
I heard you
Tennessee.
talking about it earlier, but
that's why when he
Yeah.
says he want me to dress up like a witch, that ain't no read. That's serious.
oh
Yeah.
my God.
New
Oh,
Orleans
you know
is.
my favorite voodoo queen is La La Reed.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
Marie Laveau.
Hey,
Marie Laveau. Yeah, Marie Laveau.
Okay.
That's
hey,
my
Logan,
favorite.
what's your
That's my
favorite
favorite queen.
Prince song? What's your
That
favorite
your
Prince
name, your
song?
bad name. For real.
Everybody, what's your favorite Prince song? What is your favorite Prince song?
Boy, you
If it
on
come
Prince
on,
heavy today, huh?
He
no,
sure is.
no. I left it alone for a minute.
I just want to
My
know
favorite Prince
yours.
song would be that.
All
I don't
three
know
of
the
y'all.
title of it, but it was like
He said we all from YouTube.
maybe
That's
I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied.
Oh, when doves cry.
When doves
Doves
cry or
Cry.
something.
That's the name. That's the
Right.
tranquil bird. That bird is the bird of peace. That bird should never cry. But when the motherfuckers cry, there's something going on.
You
That
know who
was
was a
a
better?
deep
Hey,
fucking
Brad. You know who
song.
was a better singer than Prince?
Who?
Everybody. I'm just playing. I'm just
Oh
playing.
my
I'm just playing.
God. You
Somebody
better
But
say
leave
no,
me
Logan.
alone, boy. You about to make me just run
Luther
around.
Vandross.
Oh, Luther
Luther
Vandross was
Vandross.
a better singer, but the shit that Prince wrote, bruh, the
See, Prince didn't
substance.
do that. See, Prince can't do that. Shoo. You ain't. Prince wasn't doing none of that. See,
You
Prince
know
wasn't
Luther
doing
was
that.
gay to the motherfucker too, right?
Prince couldn't be
You
no heavyset black
you
man.
remember when I told you? Remember when I told you that I was living in Detroit and I moved out my mom's house and had to find a spot to live at? When I was living there, that dude told me, the gay dude, was like, "Oh yeah, every time Luther came here, the first thing he was asking for was like a young white dude on some real shit."
I mean,
Child,
everybody knew.
you let that
Everybody
big
knew that
Luther
Luther
talk.
was.
You leave Luther alone, child.
I know. I love me
I'm
some
not messing
Luther.
with
Okay,
Y'all
Luther.
Big
better
Luther.
I'm
I
not
am Big
messing
leave
with
Luther.
Luther. I'm just
You
telling
got
alone.
to
you what
leave
I
Luther
heard.
alone.
That's
I'm
how I
being
found out he was
funny.
gay. I
Come on.
never knew. I never knew my man was gay. What's my man name? Marvin Gaye. Even the nickname was gay. I didn't even know he was gay. I just found out when
Well,
his father
Marvin Gaye
shot him.
wasn't gay.
well,
He
first of all,
told
he
his
wasn't
father on his
gay. He was
birthday.
bisexual.
He was what?
He was
Bisexual.
bisexual. His dad was
A
bisexual.
mint. Right. I know, but I didn't know, James. I didn't know, man. I just love this
Well,
music.
it
I
was
didn't
no, it
know.
was all right. You didn't
But
see
you
I
know
that was
was
what?
on
It
too
a
wasn't
need
for
young.
you
first
to know.
basis.
Mm-mm.
And
And
also
y'all
too,
keep on talking about it. And there
but
you
come
go.
on
Look
now,
at that.
everybody knew Luther was. Oh, what's that?
Little
Oh, that looked
Y'all
like
spicy.
keep
Prince.
bringing him up. Y'all keep talking about him. It's
That
him.
looked
He's
like.
here.
Right. Luther,
Oh
man,
Lord, y'all
Ain't
conjured him. You talked
nobody
about him
got no
so much, y'all
music like
conjured
Luther.
him here.
Man, we turn that music on. Ain't nobody got no music like Luther. That's Luther. When his shit come on, you know it's Luther.
Man, Luther was talking
You
about
saying his
furniture.
name wrong, Lakers. His name is Lufa.
Luther.
It's Lufa.
See, Prince.
Stupid.
No matter what size Luther was,
Luther.
whether he was fat or skinny,
That's it.
people
That's
still loved him.
Luther Vandross.
never too much. Never too much. What? What you
When I
Man,
say?
tell
you
you
can't fuck
Luther was
with
singing
that
about
dude,
furniture,
man.
and I remember my first time listening to that motherfucking song, and
Right.
I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
A chair
And
is
he
just a
said, a
chair.
chair is
It's
just a
just a
chair.
chair,
Right.
nigga.
Come on, Earth.
It's a chair.
Even when ain't nobody
It's
sitting in the
just a
goddamn chair.
chair.
What? What you say?
Man, you better stop
And
playing.
then he went on to say,
What is your favorite
a
Luther song?
house is still a
It's
house, and a
just a
house
house,
is not a home.
not a home. The house is
Read
not
me
a
a
When
real
no,
home.
one, boy.
They ain't understand what he's talking about. They
hey
ain't know.
James, you're
They
gonna
was
have
too
to have
much
one of your
for
jam
him,
out
man.
sessions again.
I know. I
Oh
just
yeah.
did one not
Hey,
too long ago,
hey,
and
hey, hey, hey,
it was good. We had a good
Logan and James. You know who one of the like fucking this motherfucker was weird, but I didn't understand who he was until I was in my 30s. Can I tell you who?
Who?
Freddie Mercury.
Eddie Murphy.
Freddie
Freddie
Mercury.
Mercury.
Oh, Freddie Mercury. Oh God, no,
From
yeah,
Queen, huh?
Freddie
Yeah.
Mercury
And the thing
is
that fucked me up was they
that
named
too.
their
Oh, I saw that
group
movie.
Queen.
Yes.
Oh, that was a good movie too. They
I
named their
liked the movie.
group
But it
I
was
did.
very
Queen.
whitewashed, though. It was very whitewashed.
Oh, he was
Right.
worse than
They
that.
named their group
Oh
Queen,
yes. Oh, they
and I
didn't even
still
get to
didn't know.
half the shit.
They cleaned it up some.
Oh
They,
wow.
yeah, just think of some shit and think of it 10 times worse. Like
Oh wow.
Baby,
they didn't even touch him.
Times
They
was
didn't even
fun.
He
touch
said they
his
watered it
diagnosis.
down.
They didn't
Right.
really
They
touch his
watered it.
diagnosis.
They
I
didn't.
mean,
He
they
just
just
walked
did it at
into
the
a get. I
beginning.
remember
That's good.
him walking into the hospital, seeing a dude walking out, and they didn't even talk about it no more. You right.
I'm
Right.
glad they did because it would have
You
tainted the
right.
story. He would have
But
took
that
and
dude,
he wouldn't
but
have
that
remembered
dude right there. But all I'm saying, James, is that dude right there, man. He had everybody dressing like him, doing everything he was doing, and rock
Hey, when you got that
everybody.
much influence, people will mimic anything. Just like I remember with Mike, I had my red leather jacket.
I had my gloves,
Well,
bro, and my
I had my
beaded
red
jacket,
jacket with
nigga.
all the zippers and
I had
shit.
my penny
Me
loafers, all
too.
that
I
shit.
got one for Christmas.
And guess
I
what? I
mean,
still will rock that bitch.
Hey,
I
hey, hey,
can't
hey,
see
Logan,
it,
listen
but
to this. Logan, listen to this. My mom bought me and my brother some tickets. She bought three of them, and she was supposed to go, but she had to work. And she got a brother that was like, he was in the army and shit, big ass buff dude, super masculine and shit. When he came to pick me and my little brother, we like 11 and 12. It's the bad concert. We like 11 and 12. We hype. And he mad that he taking us. You motherfuckers want to see me. All this shit, right? So, about 30 minutes into the motherfucking concert, me and my brother just chilling and shit. We listen to the music. Next thing we know, we hear this nigga screaming, Mike! Mike! We look up, and it's this nigga. This nigga so into the nigga. I'm like, God damn. How the
I
fuck
don't
Mike
know.
got my uncle like
My
this?
first time ever really knowing Mike was that nigga, it, like I said, was that motherfucking Dirty Diana. I knew he was that nigga then.
Oh, that
When
dirty
I
Diana.
say
Hey, you know
when
who that song
when I
about,
tell
right?
you
You know who it's about?
just the
Do
lyrics
you know who it's
alone,
about? Do you know who it's about?
I don't give a fuck who was it about. I
I
knew she was
know.
a bad bitch.
Let me tell you real quick. That song is about when he got molested by Diana Ross, nigga.
Is that the
Dirty
Hell
song
no.
Prejudice?
Diana, nigga. Yes, it
Jesus
is.
Christ,
Uh,
man.
I know,
Now
young motherfuckers
we
don't
was
want
all
to
we
talk
all
about
know the
that.
songs
hey,
about
Don't want to
Diana
talk about
Ross,
that.
but you had
You
to throw
don't
your
want to talk
spin
about
on it.
that. Man, that shit was
No, we
about
not
her.
gonna talk about that because
After
Diana
that
said,
song, him and
"Stop,
Diana didn't fuck
stop
around no
in the
more.
name of lunch." We not talk about that.
Okay, we gonna
when
kill
all I know is in
I
one of the
said,
verses when he said, "I called my baby at home and my baby wondering when you coming home," and when Dirty Diana said, "Well,
He
you
ain't
ain't
coming
going home
home.
because you staying with me," I knew she was a bad
Hearing
bitch
me,
then.
motherfucker.
what about baby love, my
My
baby
baby,
love?
Baby
I
love.
need you. Oh,
oh
how I
how I
need
need
Oh,
your
your
love.
love.
need you. Who is that? Hold on.
When but you know what though? That was the
Hey,
original
hold on.
Destiny's
Who
Child.
is that?
That was the
Don't
original
do
Destiny's
that.
Child.
Hold up. Let me know who that is.
you
Baby
know, he was
love.
out of
No,
order
that's
talking about
Diana.
Ross,
That's
Daddy. You know, that's what I call my
Diana.
moderators,
That's
the Supreme.
Diana. That's the Supremes. That is the
But
That's
you know
right.
what
Supremes.
That's
though? If we talk
That
about the
was the
Supremes,
shit.
Diana was on that bullshit though.
of course
Oh,
Diana
she
she
was
been
was.
on
on
that
that
bullshit.
bullshit. She been on that
Diana
bullshit.
was on that bullshit with
That's why Mike
she
stopped
said,
fucking with her.
"I want Mary Wilson out the motherfucking group. She causes problems." Anytime when you can have Barry Gordy in your pocket and let that motherfucker change the name
Well,
to
why
die
shouldn't she have
instead of
Barry
the
Gordy in her pocket when
Hey,
she had him in
Logan.
her
Hey,
purse?
Logan, James, listen to this shit. I'm living in Detroit, right? And I'm listening to how Barry White is about to take Motown out of Detroit, the museum, and move it to the fucking suburbs. And I'm like,
Not gonna happen.
what the fuck? What the fuck is
I
going on
mean,
right now?
I don't know how true that is, but I
Mm.
mean,
I was there when it was going on. I was there when it was going on. That's why when I tell everybody who my favorite rapper is, they get mad at me. I'm like, fuck you, man. This motherfucker be killing everybody. He got a song. He got a song that he put out a week ago.
who you talking about?
Man, you know who? Man, who the best rapper alive right now? If you
Lil
had a
Nas X.
million dollars, man, cut it out, man. Cut it out. Cut it out. He finna do a song with him in a minute, and it's gonna make him even more popular. But he might be at the Super Bowl with these niggas. I don't know. The nigga that's gonna be at the Super Bowl this year, nigga. Stop playing
You,
with me, man.
hey, Lakers, you been smoking?
What up, though?
You
Hell,
you
nigga,
been
I've been
smoking?
smoking, I've been drinking, I've been thinking. I wanna have some niggas thinking. I wanna just pop a couple niggas, just stick them
I don't want
over
to
in the
have two niggas
corner and
thinking. I
shit.
just want two
Nah, I
niggas.
know. The niggas that murder my brother,
Who do
bro,
you
I
think is the
still
best
want them
rapper
niggas.
right now? You never
Oh,
Eminem,
told me.
right now?
Eminem, right now.
Eminem.
Eminem.
Oh, Eminem ain't
Who?
even
Oh,
on
I
the
know.
roster.
Okay,
Eminem.
question. I got a
Eminem ain't.
question. Did y'all hear that song?
Eminem can't.
No, I'm
Eminem
not. Let
can't
me
even
ask you a
get
question.
backstage.
Did you say
Can I?
Eminem?
Can I?
He said M and M, honey.
Motherfucker.
Oh, no, he
You
Let me
must be
didn't.
expound
talking
on
about you
that. Let
can't
me
get.
expect. Can I
Have you heard
talk
the new
about it?
Nas album?
Oh man, you know M was on that bitch, right?
I know, but have you heard the album?
No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
I heard it.
Have you heard the song with Lauryn Hill, honey?
Damn. Right. No.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Oracle, for that. I'm
Uh-huh.
finna go when I get off here tonight. I swear to God, I'm listening to that before I go to
Please
while
listen
I'm
to it.
going to
You can
sleep.
YouTube search it, honey. Look at
On
Nas.
some
Listen
real
to
shit. It's
Nas's
gonna
new
pop up
album,
fast.
the
But
complete
Oracle,
album.
I wanna ask you a question. Did you
Uh-huh.
hear that song with M and Juice World?
I heard the song with Eminem on it. Yeah, I did. I was not
And Juice
impressed,
World?
and whoever
That
else,
that
but I
that
was only
my
impressed by the duet
okay.
that he
It's
did with Lauryn Hill. That's my
I'm
favorite
talking
song
about
on the album.
I'm with Oracle. I'm with you, but listen to me. I swear to God, the song you just told me I'm gonna listen to. I want to
Okay.
give you two songs to listen to. A
Okay.
year ago, it was him and Juice World that had a song.
I don't know.
Hey,
It's
wait,
called
ain't Juice
Godzilla.
World
I don't even
dead?
know what the hell a Juice World is.
It was just him and Juice World. That's all I said.
No, Juice World died.
I know M got a song with Juice World right before he died. It's called Godzilla.
Is this on some
Now,
experience shit
man, I'm
too?
not. No, bro. You can look it up right now and it'll pop up. Godzilla, the pop up. Nah, he got a song that he just dropped like five
You know,
days
I'm gonna tell
ago.
you another good rapper. Another good rapper is my nephew. Listen to him. What is his
Right?
name? He a big boy. His raps be real deep. I can't think of his name. He got plaid. See, I was dressed real well, but he a big boy.
What are you talking about?
I can't think of his name.
I know you're not talking about
Who?
Sean
It'll
Kingston.
come to you.
No, not Sean
Hell
Kingston. I
no.
know who
No,
she's talking
not that.
about.
No.
You better not say no.
Is it
Is it
Tyler?
Rose Rave?
That little guy. It's the other one, the heavy set.
Rose Rave or
I have
Rose
It's
no
all
idea.
good.
Rave?
My favorite rapper of all
Y'all
time is Kendrick
four.
Lamar.
Hey James, I would love to do a top 100, but maybe like in 10, like 90, from 100
What
to
is that
90,
man's name?
all four of us, and then it'll be a show on all that shit. Cause I know my nigga, the music I love, and some of them songs is gonna be some shit I did.
I wish we could play
It's
music
gonna
on YouTube because
Why
I
you
have to school
can.
real fast.
No, you
So
go.
yeah,
And I
I
love to
have to
get
school.
school. I swear to
You
God, I
27
love it.
years
I
old. You
love
don't
when I
know
get.
nothing about real rap music.
Excuse me. Say that one more
You
again.
don't know nothing about real rap music. You 27
Hold
years
up.
old.
Okay. I ain't 27. I'm 43.
I thought you said you was 27.
No, that was a
No, one of
story
his
I was
stories, he was
telling.
27 when he moved in to
Oh,
the house
okay.
together.
I'm getting sleepy. My fault. I'm
Nah.
getting
Hold on.
sleepy, y'all.
Oracle. No, Oracle. You
Wait,
made me look at you
wasn't
now.
Loretta Devine in one of the original rap groups?
Who?
Loretta
Loretta
Devine.
Devine.
I ain't never
No,
heard that
that
Not
was
name.
Loretta Devine. What's her name?
Angie Stone.
Angie Stone. Yeah.
Angie Stone was
Wasn't
We're
Angie
Gonna
Stone in
Funk
one of the
You
original rap
Right On
groups?
Up. We're gonna funk you right on up. That was
Hey,
Angie Stone. She
You
was
know,
in
let me tell y'all something real quick
Sequence.
on some shit about
Get
rap,
up,
on
get
some
up,
real
get up,
shit.
get up, get
Guess
up,
who was
get
the
up, get
first?
up, get up,
Guess
get up.
who?
Six back time.
Logan.
Right on
Guess who
up.
was the
We're gonna
first
funk you right
person?
on up.
Guess who was the first person to get paid off a rap song when they put it on the radio? Guess
who?
who?
Sugar Hill Gang?
Nah.
Run DMC?
Blondie.
Blondie.
Yeah,
Who the
nigga.
fuck?
Where
Have
you
you
get
ever
these
been to the
facts
Rock?
from?
No, no,
Those
nigga.
all
Have
these
you
black
ever?
people you
Let me
talking
tell you. Let
about.
me tell you. Let me tell you. Have you ever been
Nigga,
to the
what
Rock
you looking
and
at,
Roll?
solid
Have
gold?
you ever been to the Rock and
Yeah.
Roll Hall of Fame? Have you ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Yes or
With your
no?
soft rock
Not
ass.
solid.
What
And I
you
Not
swear
looking
to
solid
at?
God,
gold.
bro. I swear to God.
Not solid.
She
Oh
had
my
the
What
god.
first
nigga look at
rap
solid
song,
gold and shit?
bruh. She had the
You ain't never heard of
first
Soul
rap
Train?
song that she
Damn.
got paid for. I didn't say the first rap song. That's not what I said. I'm talking about the first one that she got paid. The first one that got paid for a rap song. It was Blondie.
Woo!
It,
Lord have mercy,
go
Jesus.
to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That
Oh,
shit fucked me
God.
up. I went there. It's in Cleveland.
Ah,
I
You know,
call alternative.
hey, no, Logan, some real shit. When I went there, when you go there, the first thing they do is show you a video, right? And the first thing that you see is guess
Is a
what?
white woman.
No, nigga.
no, not
It's
that
fucking
blondie.
slaves.
There's
It's
a
slaves. It's
blondie that's a rapper.
slaves. It's slaves singing. It's slave. That's the first form of American music. It's
Oh,
the
I thought you was
Negro
talking about that white girl
spirituals.
named Blondie.
Yeah, me too. Me
No,
too.
that was a rap song. That's like 500 years later. I'm
I
talking
thought
about
you was
the
talking about
first
the white
form.
girl named Blondie.
That's
That's why I
she was
thought you
the
was looking at
first.
solid gold or
She
something.
was
I
the
don't know.
first
I'm
one to
just
get paid for the shit.
But you know what though? They need to bring shows like that
Oh,
back. Like I wish they would do a
they really
I
revamp
do.
of
know.
like
I
Solid gold.
want to ask
like
y'all
Soul
something.
Solid
Train.
solid gold.
Hip hop.
Man,
Hey,
I
the
even used
word
to
hip
like the Lawrence Welk show. Don't I won't use no black
Oracle,
voice, but I did. I ain't gonna lie.
hip hop. What is
Yeehaw.
the acronym? What is the acronym for hip hop? Do you know? Hip
No.
hop. Want me to tell you?
Yes.
Higher infinite power healing our people. That's what
Well, it would
hip
make
hop
sense.
meant.
It would make sense when it comes to the origin of hip hop and rap. Absolutely.
Right. That's how it started. That's how it
Yeah,
was
that's how it
supposed to
started, and it
be.
dissolved into what it is now, unfortunately.
Right.
So
Right.
yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I agree.
I mean, but the
No,
shit
I don't want you
evolves
to
over
agree.
time.
I'm
Like
just
with all
giving you
music,
some.
like all
I'm
that shit
just giving
evolves
you
over
something
time.
that most people don't know. I'm giving you something.
Well,
That's
thank
what
you for
it
that. I didn't
means.
know that.
Somebody gave it to me. It was one of my homeboys from the West Coast. And I never heard it. It was maybe a year ago, 6 months ago, and he told me that. And I was like, damn, I never heard that. I never knew that. That's what
Hey, you
hip
know
hop
what, Lakers
is.
though? I think
What
Lil
up, big
Nas
dog?
X is living up to that acronym.
Real life.
I
I think
disagree.
he's living up to that acronym.
I
Real life.
disagree.
And I swear to God, I
You
make
got me
fun
about to
of
wake
him.
folks
I
up.
joke about him
I
and all that
disagree.
shit. But at the end of the day, it's hard to be you. How can you be? Can you just, bro? Don't come to me with these false positives and shit. Just be you. Everybody can't be who the fuck they is. It's too hard. Family, friends, society, and all this other shit. It's hard to be you.
So, do you believe that people pretend with certain groups of people?
I believe, yeah, yeah. First, I want to say yes to what you just said, and secondly, it's like it's hard to say this is how I feel when everybody around you saying, "Well, I don't feel like that," but, but that's the way it was when Christ came to this bitch.
Well, I also too. I believe we, as a society, we foster an atmosphere where we can't agree to disagree. You know,
And but
either
that's it ain't about the
if we
street.
if we
No, I'm
if we
talking about just
disagree.
being you, bruh. Something about you, Logan, and I peeped out tonight. You have been you this whole fucking time. And if somebody want to look deeper, and they want to like take some time out in their life to look deeper, they'll know who you is and actually look
Yeah,
at
but
you,
you know what?
and
But to say
they'll
that
know.
though,
To
I'm
say
like,
what? To say what?
like
To
I
say what?
agree, I agree, but I would say that I'm a lot of things. I'm a lot of things to a
Right,
lot of different people.
right,
I'm different
right.
things to different people.
You know,
Right.
so
But you
yeah,
the same person.
on this farm, I may be
But
one
hold up, can you
way.
agree with this? But can you agree with this? You different people to different people, but you the same person.
Yeah, but the relationship I had, like I'm a brother, I'm an uncle, you know, I'm a partner,
But you the same
whatever. So I
person.
was for an
If they really want to
example.
know who you are, if they really want to know who you are, all they got to do is ask. Some people
Well,
scared
no,
to
but
ask.
yeah, but not all the time because I don't want people. I don't want just people asking
You
me
don't
random
want to
shit.
know,
And
but
also
that's what
too,
I'm saying.
like let's say for instance work,
Dig
right?
deeper. Dig deeper. Learn who you're around.
Yeah,
Talk
but
to
sometimes you
them.
can't control who you're around. So you know,
No, no, I'm
and I
saying
use and I
no,
use
I'm
work
saying
as
this.
an
This is what I'm
example.
saying. This is what I'm saying. If me and you, if like I'm just a stock boy at Aldi's, and I'm like, this is a cool ass dude. I like this dude. Well, let's hang out and let me learn a little bit more about you.
I would say no.
No, you can't say no, cause I can do it at the stove. All I
Nah,
gotta do
I
is
don't
talk
hang.
to you.
See, that's the thing. I don't fraternize. I don't fraternize with my
I ain't talking about
coworkers.
fraternizing. I ain't talking about fraternizing. I'm talking about like this. Say you just in the store, right?
Right.
And I'm in the store and I'm stocking the shelf, and you like, this is a cool dude. Let me just talk to him for a second. And I say, how you feel about Lil Nas X? You gonna
And
tell me how
I
you
would.
feel?
No, I wouldn't. I would tell you that
You wouldn't?
that's not appropriate at work. Let's talk. Let's continue to do other things.
Flatline, you will move away from it. I
Nah,
feel
I
it.
would.
I didn't know
First
that.
of all,
You'll move,
no
not
one,
move away from
no
it, but
one would
this ain't
know.
the place to talk about this. Well, then
No,
I say, well, let's talk later on then. How can I holler at you later on?
then I would think that you coming on to me.
Nah, how the fuck is that coming on to you?
I'm
Man,
could not
come
because
on,
I could
man.
not. I'm thinking
Cause I want
now.
to
I'm
know you a
thinking
little
like because
more.
first I
Cause I
have to
think you a
understand
cool.
because not
Because
no
I
I'm
think
just
you
saying
a
because now
cool
I have to
dude,
understand
and I
what
want
your
to get the
intentions are. I have
my
to.
intentions is understanding who you are, so I know how to communicate.
Right. See, but it won't ever get to that point. It won't ever even get to that level
Oh,
because
it
people
would
do
get
that
to that
now.
point. Don't get it twisted. It's gonna get to that point. I
No, but
want
I
to
mean
know everybody around
people
me.
try to do that now. People like
I
I've
know,
got
but them
coworkers at work
hey,
that go
Logan,
out and
that's
want to watch
them,
the
bruh.
game
Logan,
or
that's them, bruh. You ain't gonna just talk to them. My mama told me a long time ago. If you know who a fool is, if they a fool, and you see that fool talking to somebody, and they
you go
actually having a
around.
conversation, then they a fool too.
You
Well,
just
What I'm
Logan,
yeah,
you're
my
not.
mama
You're
what
told
I'm
me
not
the
a
telling
same
you
Logan. I
thing.
is,
think it's good that you establish your
hell yeah.
boundaries, Logan. It's good.
Yeah,
What I'm saying to
I
you
have to
is, bro,
because
I'll
Yeah,
let
absolutely.
nobody
I've seen
slide. Ain't
situations.
nobody
I,
sliding around me. You ain't gonna moonwalk around me, bro. I
oh,
need
I'm
to
gonna be
know
slipping and
what the
sliding,
fuck
bro.
popping.
I'm gonna be slipping and
I
sliding, bro.
need to know what's popping.
I
I need to know, cause
think
that's
it's good to
me.
have boundaries, especially
Yeah,
with
I'm
your
gonna see
work.
what's
And I'm
popping
gonna
is
give you,
I'm gonna say
if you
and I'm
tell
gonna
me
tell you
I don't
what's
want to talk
popping
about it, I ain't gonna. You
is
ain't gotta
that
talk about
popcorn
it.
on the shelf that needs to be stopped. So but yeah, I keep clear boundaries because I've seen situations to where a store manager was friends with with some of his associates because they worked overtime,
Mm,
and you know
mm-hmm.
it's normal that because you spend more time at work than you do home, you see these people all the time, so of course
More than your home life,
some relationships are gonna form, but you have to understand
right?
when you're an associate level, that's
Right,
okay because one person can't put power over another person.
right,
But when you are a
But
manager, when you're the store manager
right.
and you're friends with
district
your
manager.
associates, it you know
It
it
complicates
never
things.
ends.
But
It
I
never
know.
ends
But
well.
No,
what
it
I'm
never
saying to
ends
you, but
well.
what I'm
And
saying to you is certain people that you know I'm supposed to talk to this person. You know it.
yeah, but when I'm at work, bro, I don't even think about that type of shit. I
I
don't
know
because
you
Mm.
don't.
I don't
I
allow my
understand and I
but I
understand
see
that.
what you
But
but I know what you're
what I'm
saying, but I'm
saying to
telling you
you
for
is
me, I don't allow myself
you
to get
one of my
there.
brothers. You
Right.
are
I
a
wouldn't either
brother
if I
of
were you.
mine. I consider you a brother. right
Yeah,
now
now because we on
from
this farm.
from
But
no
if we met and you was
not
my
because of that.
associate,
No, it ain't about the platform. It's about me talking to you and me being able to talk to you. And you
I get
actually
that.
opening up and saying some shit. And because of you
Right.
doing
But
that,
we
I
wouldn't be
gotta respect
but we
that.
wouldn't be saying this shit at work.
Nigga, if I met you at work, nigga, you will talk to me just like this, nigga,
Nah,
on
bro.
everything
I
I
would
love.
nah, bro.
I
If it got
demand
if it
it.
got to that point,
And if you
then
don't,
I would have to let you
if
go.
That's
right,
what I was doing. You
and
took
that's
the words right
cool,
out of
and
my
that's
mouth.
cool, and that's
And I would
cool.
have to let you go.
That's why I have a hard time in my
And
job.
then after I
Cause if
let you
you
go,
can't,
then we
bruh,
could be
I
cool.
let you know who I am not you, Logan. I ain't talking about you. But when I'm out at work and all that, I'm letting motherfuckers know who I am 100% of the time. If you can't be honest with me and I'm being honest with you, I'm not supposed to be in the
But see,
shot.
but it's not that cut. It's not that black and white. It's not that cut and dry.
I
Like I
See,
don't
I'm gonna let
understand
you
necessarily have
that.
to
know
make
who I
friends.
am. I'm gonna let you know who I
Right.
am, and I'm
To a
gonna let you
certain
know who I
degree.
am at
To a
work.
certain degree.
Right, at work, right. Like I'm not. It's not necessary for us to be friends.
Right.
Especially if I am your
Right.
supervisor.
But I'm
Only thing you
right.
need to know about me is what I want from you as
I'm
a
your
as
boss.
somebody
That's all
that's
you need to
Yeah,
know. I'm
working
your
and that's
boss.
with
not to
you.
say we can't have casual conversations.
I mean, you're
You
like
know,
casual. Like,
Right.
how's your day?
you
Fine.
can,
How's the weather?
but it
Good.
has to stay on a very surface
Logan,
professional
Right.
you
level.
told
You have
Like
to
me
I
have
was like, oh
earlier,
boundaries.
we,
Logan, you
you know the
told
type
me
of shit I
earlier,
talk.
you
You know
thought
the
that
type of casual
I would be
conversations I
coming
have at
Wait a
work.
minute,
on you if I
Lakers.
said that.
Lakers, hold on. Listen, so you can learn
I'm
something,
sorry.
baby.
Look,
You
I'm
you
can't
know,
be
listening.
that familiar with with people that work under you.
right.
Right.
Because they get to thinking, oh, we cool, so I cannot
And
do
then
my
they take
job, and
advantage of
they
that.
won't
Right,
mind
and
if
then
I
now
take
you
a day
force
off.
me.
And
Now
they
you
can take
force me to do my
advantage of that.
job. You
Right? You
force me
Take
to
force
do my
advantage of
job,
that
exactly.
and
conversation.
then now you can
Right.
further go to HR and say, this person did X, Y, and Z, and I don't
Said
want
Right.
to,
this
Now you
and
gonna
this
do
and
and
for
this
I'm
my
not
and this
about to
job.
and this.
I'm not about to mess with my money.
Exactly.
Period.
So
Period.
Exactly.
so
That's why
Period.
you have to
to be
establish
honest,
boundaries.
when I go to work, my whole personality, my whole mindset is in business mode. I'm a businessman.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm not there to be
I'm not
liked
there to be
because
friends.
with my job, I cannot afford to worry about people liking me.
Yeah, I can't.
I go there
You
to do a
cannot.
At
You
job
the end
cannot.
of the day,
Absolutely.
when it's
because
all
my
said and
job
done,
requires me to
Absolutely.
ruffle some feathers.
Absolutely.
You
flat
know,
line. Hold
so
on, hold on,
Absolutely.
hold on. Say that one more again. Say that one more again. My job requires me
to
to
ruffle feathers.
ruffle feathers.
Yep.
Yeah, it does. Because
Especially when you're
when
put
I
in that
walk
type
in,
of position
when I
and
walk
That's
into
you're
a
a
some G
black
store,
shit.
person.
That's what I'm supposed to do. And if
yeah,
I'm
because
too
when I
cool with
walk in the
you,
store and the shit ain't working
right,
right, I need to dig
Right.
in somebody's ass. Because
right,
when my bosses go to those stores, guess what? He's not gonna
Right.
go to them. He gonna come to me.
Absolutely.
flat line.
So I
Absolutely.
need to, and I'm not
But,
about to let
That's your
anybody
head.
jeopardize how I pay
but
my
Logan,
bills.
Exactly.
all I was saying was this.
Exactly.
This is all I was trying to say. This is all I was trying to say. It's certain people that you come across that you know without a doubt you good. And I'm
Oh
supposed to
yeah,
talk to you a
and
little
I get
more than
that.
everybody else. That's
But
all
it
I was
has to
saying.
be,
I
but
don't
it has to
expect you
be
to
an
do that to
unspoken
everybody,
thing.
nigga. But if I was around, nigga, you gonna do that for me, nigga.
It has to be
Period.
it will have to be an unspoken thing. It has to be
Or
in the
I'm
way we
gone.
nod.
Or or
It have
I'm
to be how we
gone, nigga. I'm
salute.
out, nigga. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Right.
I'm gonna go
Right.
somewhere else and I'm gonna take my talent somewhere else because I know what I do. I know how I get down when I work.
Right.
And what
And
I'm
I
Right.
saying is
and don't get
the
me wrong, I
bosses
got a lot of
the
I
bosses
would
that I
have to
have.
hold the door
I'm
open
listening. I'm
for you
listening.
because,
I'm listening. I'm
like,
listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
but no, but to be honest though, there's people at work that I'm cordial with,
Right. I
that
know. That's all I was saying.
we can have good
Right.
conversations, but it cannot
Right.
go
You'll go a
into,
little
first of
bit
all,
deeper with them
don't
than
ask
other
it
people.
can't go into my personal life. Don't ask me
Real
anything about
life.
my personal life. That's
None of
violation number
that.
one. Don't
Right. Cause
ask
now we
me
fraternizing.
don't ask me about who I think is fine at work. That's
oh,
violation number
God, there's
two.
too much. It's
sexual
too much.
harassment.
Straight
It's
out the
too
door.
right. Then they get into
Yeah.
that. Then
Don't
nonsense to
ask me
that.
nothing political. Don't ask me
None of
nothing
that shit.
political. That's violation number 3.
None of that shit.
Now listen to
All I'm saying to you, Logan, is I love people that's real as fuck. And when I sniff that shit, you a real nigga, a real woman. I gotta get a little close to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That's
Cause
that's
trust
me.
me,
That's me.
I
That's
trust me.
me. Cause
I
and the
truly
good
I
thing about
truly
that is the good
understand
thing
that. I
the
truly understand
crazy
that.
thing about that
look,
is
see the
some real people will cuss your ass out in a heartbeat. They
and
gon'
I
they
will see
gon' they
your
gon'
ass to the
give it
door.
to you in real life. And I'm the type of cat. Well, go ahead and cuss me
I
out,
don't want anybody to
okay?
give at
And then
work.
I come back 2 or 3 days later, knock again, and be like, "Hey, I still know who you is."
I don't know
Can we
about you,
talk a
but I've been
little
cussed
more,
out more by the
man?
people that say they love me more than the people that say they hate me.
Because that's why the people that love you get more upset because you supposed to know
Well, you
what's
would, but I
popping.
would rather be respected than liked. You know, like especially in a
Right,
Right,
job setting.
right,
right, right,
You know,
right.
right,
I don't know if you,
right,
like, Chris. I don't know if you ever worked in like a office type setting.
Right.
It's all about politics. You know,
Mm-hmm.
right.
especially when you're
Real
leading a
life,
team. And
real
I
life,
can't, and I got to be better than everybody else.
real
Oh,
Because of
life,
color of
every
my
hey,
day.
skin.
Oracle, I
Like I
feel
said, I
that
live
now.
down south, so I don't need you
To
being
like me,
condescending to me, number one,
real
because
shit,
I need you to respect
condescending.
my
I
authority.
hate
And
that.
so for that reason, I have to have boundaries. I don't want to go after work for drinks with you. I don't want to come
None of
over
that
to your
shit.
house for a
None of that
party. I don't
shit.
want to do none of that. I
None of
just
that
need you to
shit.
do what I ask you to do
What I
so
tell
we
you to
can all
do.
go home.
Hey
Right, and
Oracle,
That's
you a
what that's all.
and
G.
my
Hey
associates
Logan,
do.
you a
My
G. James,
associates
you a
do
G.
that.
I'm on the phone. I'm out here with some real G's right now. And thank y'all. Are we gonna finish what we talking about? But I really want to say that right now, and I really want y'all to understand, and I mean that. Thank y'all.
I appreciate it, but yeah,
It's
but
in,
like you said,
bro.
Oracle,
You know
like
how hard it
I
is.
really
Do
do
you
understand that because
understand how
that happens
hard it
now.
is? Do you know how hard it is to actually have a conversation with some real ones? Most real people, if they don't know you, they ain't fucking with you.
Hey, salute to you, Lakers. I get you. I got
No,
you.
I mean that, bruh. If they don't know you, I'm not even fucking with you. I'm not
But I
gonna fuck
mean,
with you. And I'm
I
like that.
believe
You better
we should
make me
all have
fuck with you.
conversations. We don't always have to know each other to have a good conversation.
I know, but you know what I'm saying, though, right? I'm talking about without the YouTube, without none of that. You just day to day life. Man, I don't like fucking with nobody because I don't know who he is. I don't know. Most niggas wake up in the PM with an AM. They wake up in the PM with ulterior motives. I'm up in the morning. They waking up at night trying to get what I got. Fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
What you got, Lakers?
What you got?
Huh? Excuse
What you
me?
got?
What you mean what I got? I got
I
a
want to know
problem
what
with
you got.
That's
motherfuckers.
what people want to get, honey. What you got that the people want to get, Lakers?
nigga, nigga, my soul, nigga, is gold.
They want to get your soul. Listen, I've had my soul.
Nah, I've heard of some soul snatchers, but I don't know.
You know some
Ain't nobody
soul
getting
snatchers,
that,
Logan?
bro.
I
I
bet
I
know
you
will
some
a few
soul
fight,
on
nigga. I
snatchers.
will fight, nigga. We fighting on that. We
it.
fighting on my soul,
Hard at
nigga.
it.
My soul is 100, nigga. Hey, can I listen to this shit? This some shit I wrote, and this is the last motherfucking hook I wrote, and then I stopped doing
Oh, so
rap
you a
after
rapper?
this hook. All the way. This the last
Now
hook I
be
wrote.
careful, Lakers, because I got some friends that be
Nah,
watching
nigga.
my videos
That's
and
cool. That's
playback, and they'll
cool.
steal
I
it
don't
out
gotta
of
be careful, nigga. I know who I am. I know who I am. I'm
you.
good.
Okay,
I ain't
they'll
worried
steal it, and
about
the
it.
next thing you
I
know,
ain't
you'll
worried
hear them
about it.
and give it a
I'm
popular
not
status to it.
James. I ain't worried about it. Listen to this shit. And
Okay,
and,
because
and
I
this
don't
is
want to
what
steal
made
my
this is what made me stop fucking with rap music. I'm in the studio, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I got the perfect hook. I wrote it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Okay. Karma's a bitch with a dick, and she getting it in. She's the big payback for all of your sin. Your apologies not needed. She's ripping your skin. Karma's a bitch with a dick, and she's getting it in.
The niggas was telling me I was gay for saying the shit. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you mean gay?
You
What the
said,
fuck is
wait
you
a minute.
talking about?
Let's unpack
How the
this.
fuck am I
Hold
gay?
on.
How am I gay for saying that?
So the hook was
I'm gonna
karma's a
say it
bitch.
again, James, one more time. Karma's a bitch with a dick, and she's getting it in.
So karma is
She is the
trans.
big payback for
Karma's
all
name
your
is
sin.
Leon, ain't it?
Your apologies not needed. She's ripping your skin. Karma's a bitch with a dick, and she's getting it in. That
That
was the
sounds
hook I wanted to like go to. Like
You said
just
karma's name is Tracy.
no. Karma's name is Milan,
Tracy.
child.
What?
That's Karma's name, buddy.
Tracy? I don't know, man. That's when I just
I
left
don't
it
know no
alone. Like,
Tracy.
man, I gotta just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
It's too much. But
I let
okay,
that's what I said.
that
I,
don't
I
make you
walked
gay
away.
for saying it. Men write
Right.
song. You were talking about Michael Jackson and Diana Ross. Did you know that Michael Jackson wrote that song for Diana Ross, Muscles?
Hold on. Say that one more again. The name
Did
of the
you know
song, just the
Michael
name.
Jackson wrote the song Muscles for Diana Ross?
No, I didn't. I gotta go listen to it.
And Kodak Black
Well, me
wrote
too.
that song for
It's
City
all over
Girls.
his body. There's no
Hold
way
on, big dog.
sang by a man up until now. Now we can have little Nas X do a version of it, but back when he wrote it, a man that sang it back then. So that don't make you gay because you wrote the
You
song about
stupid.
me on
You
child. You all
stupid.
right.
I know I wasn't. It just hurt my heart, bruh. It was
But
like,
nah, we
bruh,
gotta
this
get
is
rid of that
something.
though.
Go on and
It's
finish that
okay.
song on up and send it to me, Hanny.
It's
Niggas is
okay
fake,
for men to
man.
show
That's when I
affection
learned, man.
towards
That's when
other
I
men
learned,
and
man.
not be
Oh
gay.
man, motherfuckers is fake, man. Motherfuckers talk and they just fake as fuck, bruh. If you around some real people, acknowledge it and appreciate it. That's it.
Right.
That's what it is. It's as simple as that.
Acknowledge it, and appreciate it. That's it. I'm around some
Hey,
real
so
motherfuckers tonight.
hey Lakers, I got a
So
question
thank
for you.
y'all. What up,
I got
big dog?
I got a question for you. Have you ever been hit on by a man?
Remember that dude I told you that I moved into his house and he was gay and
You
all
ain't
that
think
shit?
that you think.
And he did a couple times, but I let that nigga know, bro.
What
I'm
did he
not.
do?
I'm.
Did
That's.
he walk in a room with just a
It was
bathrobe
just
on?
no. On some real shit. This nigga was showing me pictures of him marching in Michigan in the gay pride like shit in the 70s. And
Okay.
then it was just I can't explain it, but I know he was. But
Or
I'm letting
he
this
was
nigga
giving you that
know,
look.
But that ain't hitting on you.
right,
That
He
you
was
him
giving
right.
marching.
you
I don't. Maybe he wasn't.
he was setting off some pheromones.
Wait a minute.
Right, but
Marching in a parade, that ain't sexy. What's sexy about marching in a goddamn high-end
I
parade?
don't
Hey
know,
James, it
bro. I
depends
don't
on what he
know.
had on in that parade.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That
Was he
nigga
loving?
was in some weird shit, bro. And he was young as fuck. When I met him, he was in his 50, 55, 60. When he
Hey
was
Lakers,
doing
you ever
that,
been
he
to
was
a
like in his
bathhouse before?
20s. What happened?
You ever been to a bathhouse before, or like a?
Hell no, my nigga.
It's pretty nice.
Hell no. But I know that shit come from like I heard of bathhouses. That's some Roman shit. But
As
Hey,
on
long as you
everything
was
I
swimming,
love,
swimming in them
on
in the
everything
glory
I
hole, you
love,
all right.
they got good
hey
saunas,
nigga,
bro.
I love y'all, bro. I love y'all, nigga. I love y'all on everything I love, bruh. Like I said, my aunt and my uncle, Lolo and Lala, Angelo and Angela, bro, both of them was gay. That's how I found out about Prince. When I was like 7, 8, 6, 7, and they got the posters hanging up, and I don't know what the fuck going on, but I know who it is because I'm listening to man, y'all nigga, y'all been doing this shit and y'all been hurting and battling for a minute on some real shit.
But Prince wasn't gay though.
Nigga Prince was gay as fuck. His
Prince was
his
not
wife was
gay.
a
Prince was not
hermaphrodite.
gay, bro.
His
Prince was
wife
not,
was a hermaphrodite. Stop
Prince was
playing
not
with
gay.
me.
He just had
So why
high
did he?
arch.
Why,
He was
so
not gay.
why was
This is
his
not
wife
gay.
a
He's just a little
hermaphrodite?
man.
Yeah, he was. Prince was not gay. He just liked to
He
show
was
his.
not gay. He just
He
had
had a
high
nice
arch,
ass
So
and he wanted to
child.
so
show it.
why
That's
That's
was
just
his
all.
wife a
Prince had a nice
hermaphrodite?
ass and he wanted to show the
pussy love
world.
too. Yeah.
His wife was a hermaphrodite.
His wife who? You talking about
His
Mate?
nigga, he only had one wife.
My Tay wasn't no hermaphrodite. She ain't no
He sure
hermaphrodite.
ain't.
Did she have kids?
And that's even a better. That's
She
even a
lost her
better question.
baby.
So if a person was born with two genitalias, does that and a person loved that person, does that make that person gay?
Right. I don't know, man.
Because no matter
I
what
don't
you
know if
got
he was
going
gay.
on, you
Look,
only
I don't know.
heterosexual.
All I know is he had way
No.
more bitches than me. That's all I know.
Of course, because he had the
That
money.
nigga had
Well, I mean,
way
can you really, you know what?
no. He had way more women than
I
me.
got a question
No,
I
for
don't
you.
care
y'all
what he was
fucking
doing.
Prince
I
too
don't
much.
care what he was doing. That nigga had music.
He could just walk in here.
Period.
Other than that, that was it, child. He was
Oh,
not
he
gay.
wasn't just walking James. That nigga
But you
wasn't
know
just
what
walking
though?
in here. That
I
nigga was
always tell
dancing.
people, I always tell people, there's a certain type of people where they can just walk into a room and they can have anybody they want.
Everybody gonna hold their
You know,
breath. And
whether
Prince
it's
was one
man
of
or
them.
woman, and
And
that's
Prince was one
it's
of them.
just that.
Everybody gonna. Oh shit! Hey, my nigga,
I
it's
personally
Prince.
believe everybody people are more fluid than they are one thing or the other.
Right, child.
Hey,
That's
and
some,
Logan, go look into that Tupac gay shit, nigga. The way you can
yep.
look it up
I,
is
I'm
motherfucking
gonna look it up.
Women had their
Like I
industry
bodies.
said before,
hoax. Industry hoax, nigga. Put
I
the
wish it's
name in your
true.
mind. Hey, Logan, say the name for me real quick, and I'm gonna shut up.
What Tupac?
Industry hoax.
Oh, industry hoax. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Go
Child,
look that up and
seriously
look at
time,
them
I
man.
feel like
videos, bruh.
that's gonna like put me into
Nah,
like a
bruh.
black hole
Nah,
of all
bruh.
kind of.
They got pictures. They got This dude had pictures of Tupac
He would be
in the
stirring up
hotel
those
room,
with coffee.
laying up with another dude. They in the same bed. The dude got his arm around Tupac, and they laying in the bed together. And it's like, nah, my nigga, nah,
But that don't
nigga.
make
Ain't no
it
real
gay.
nigga gonna be on no pictures like that. Ain't no nigga
Why
doing
not?
no pictures like that.
Why not?
No, no, no. You're
If you
not.
my buddy, if you my dude,
No,
like I don't
no,
understand with my
no.
hand around you gotta make signify that you gay.
Bro, you had to see the picture, bro. And I'm telling you how to go find the pictures.
Just like that whole B2K thing. I don't think they were gay, and they was all in the bed together at one point in time.
They were kids. They
All
were
I'm
like
saying, I'm just
teenage
letting you know how to
friends.
go look at it, man. I'm just telling you what to go look at. That nigga was gay.
But then if that's
That
the case, then
nigga was
Tupac and
gay.
Biggie had a love affair.
Oh Jesus.
It's probably it's possible.
And
Him
the
and
love
Diddy,
and the love
nigga,
was so
him and
strong
P
that motherfuckers
Diddy,
was jealous and they shot each other.
all of them,
If we
and
go
Nelly
if we go
too.
if
And
we
Oh,
gonna go
hey,
down
Lewis,
that,
Nelly too. Nelly, hey, Diddy did some shit with Nelly too. It's pictures with him and Nelly that's very, very fucking questionable.
oh, I see you on it,
Extremely.
huh? You know a
Nigga,
lot.
I stay
You
on
know
it.
more queer. You know more queer shit that's going on than I do.
And you know why? I told you why. Because when I was like 7 or 8, I had my uncle and auntie showing me shit. So it's some shit that I could see, nigga. My eyes was already open. I
Okay.
don't care if that's you. Bruh, these are the people that raised me. They raised me, nigga. When my mom and my father was fighting and beating each other up and wasn't around, them motherfuckers raised me. They
Bro,
had
you need
me.
a. Do
The
you have a
soul in
channel,
me.
bro?
Nigga, I don't want no channel right now. I want a
I'm
channel,
telling
but
you,
I
bro.
don't want one right
You
now.
have a market.
I'm,
If you was to ever create a channel, you
nigga,
definitely
you
got a
my
market.
market. James my market, bro. I love y'all, nigga. I'm
Oh, I
around
fucks with
some
James too.
real people.
That was my
I'm
introduction to
around
YouTube.
real, bro. When I'm around real people, I love it, and I come alive.
Mm.
Everybody ain't real. Most niggas is fake as fuck. They
Hey, bro.
fucking fake.
My first introduction to YouTube was James. when I was watching it when he was like chronicling his cancer treatments, and he would
How
just have
old
his
were you?
little
How old were
his
you? How
talk.
old were you?
Yeah.
But how old were you?
Oh man, I mean, how long ago, James, was this?
At that point,
6 years
when you
ago
first
now.
start watching
6 years
James,
ago. I'm 32 now, so 6 years ago.
you was in your mid-20s.
Right. So
Right.
right. So and yeah, I've been watching ever since. But so that's when I hear people say certain off the wall shit about James, it kind of it just baffles me because I was like, this is not this person, you know. James don't go after nobody unless you come after him. You know, if anything, James be in his own little world, his own corner. To be honest, if James never talk about anybody else, he still would have so much content. James
Right.
can sew. James can James do drag. James have story times. James had a soap bop series. I mean reactions. I mean reviewing shows. I mean that's just to name a few. I mean a sewing channel, a cooking channel. Like, let's be real. If he really like, why would he even waste time dealing with foolishness when he got so much other content? So that just lets me know that a lot of people be on that bullshit, and you have to go. You have to come after James for James to come after you. And James is old school, old school gay. So it's like that's not the type of person you want to read with because it's too quick. It's too quick and it's lethal. So when I see it, I was like, "Oh goddamn!" I know somebody said some shit, and that's when I just tell James, "Hey, I'm just peeking through. I ain't even got nothing to say. I'm just peeking through." But
Lamar. Hi, Lamar. Hey, Lamar. You fine, Logan. Keep going. I
oh
just
shit, my bad, my bad.
no, I wasn't cutting you off. I just saw Lamar and I was like, Lamar. I'm surprised he's actually woke fooling with me this time. He
Right,
didn't
right,
jump
right.
out the bushes. Thank you, Nikki. You said this is the longest live ever. I thought I was coming back for the replay, but y'all still here. You know how I do. Well, listen, I said in the beginning, I was going to open the panel, which, we don't do that often, and I was just going to let it go wherever it went. We covered what we was going to cover, and then we just were talking, and I didn't send nobody home. Everybody's still here. I was ready to make grilled cheese sandwiches for everybody.
And I love me a good grilled cheese
I
too.
want pickles on mine.
Yeah, no, Nubiology was already over there just snacking. I was like, she must don't realize I ain't eat dinner yet. She just snacking. Child. Take and knock her plate over. I'm just gonna skip it now. It's like 3:51 in the morning, so I'm probably just skip it. I'll pick
Hey,
it back
James,
up for breakfast or lunch.
don't kill it, Chet. Don't kill it. For real, man. Make this your longest live stream ever. That's it. On some
I
real
need
shit,
what you
man.
sipping on, Lakers. I need what you
Man,
sipping on.
hey,
If I'm telling you, Lakers, if you was a person, you would be psychedelic. I promise.
Hey, my nigga, on some real shit. I'm sipping on life. On man,
Hey, that's the best thing to sip on.
You wish I would drop a whole album. I was be sure to download it and stream it. Oh, you'll get your chance, honey. You'll get your chance. You'll get your chance. And I'm waiting on Lakers to send me. He can finish writing that song and we can collaborate and I can go
Cause
on
I
the.
really want to know who Karma is with the dick,
I
though.
just told you, Logan, and you keep playing. I showed you her.
I
Why
don't know.
you keep
I must
playing?
wasn't looking at the time. I don't know.
You weren't looking? You want me to show
I
you her
might have
again?
wasn't looking.
You want me to show you her again?
Yeah, who is it?
Okay, that's just how I know. She's something else. Here she got.
I look good. Look at him. You know what? That's the wig. You should do it. That's the wig. You should do the song in too.
Right. That's why I pulled that. So damn messy.
But you know what though? I know because I know you said you was a house mother and stuff like that. When like in my early 20s and stuff like that, I did meet this older dude who how he described it to me. He said it was like a competition kind of thing.
Right.
So like early, I used to like do like little like walk categories and shit like that.
Absolutely.
And that was the best like fun time I've had in a long time.
That's what we
I
did. We
just
would
didn't
go
like
to the
all that
balls.
attention.
Yeah, we would go to the balls and we snatch trophies and
Yeah, my categories was sex siren,
Yes, it was. Oh,
realness,
yes, I'm sure.
and schoolboy.
That's where you'd been.
Yeah, so I snagged me a few.
Oh, I'm sure.
But yeah, man. But out here in
Siren
Atlanta,
categories gets down and dirty.
Oh yeah, they fight now. They fight now.
And that's the whole point. Now that's stupid. Anybody got time for that?
Right. Like how you
All
lose a
that time
category and then now
your
you want to
party
fight.
and then get to fight and getting all scratched up for what? For a trophy? Are you crazy?
Well, you know now, like especially here in Atlanta, I don't know how it is out in Pittsburgh, but you know in Atlanta, they don't even give a fuck about the trophies. They want the money.
Money, right?
They want the money.
I was around when it transitioned from trophies.
Just the trophies.
It was transitioning.
Right.
Spiller Boy, did you do balls in Pittsburgh?
And don't talk about the club not having your money.
Oh no.
Oh my god! When I seen so many fights break out because they're talking about, we're gonna give you your money at a later date.
No, anybody got no time for that.
But yeah, man, it's all on YouTube. I promise you. The clubs out here, they go
They
hard.
fight because they can't get on HBO. You know what? Stupid.
But you think they're gonna bring back that show though on HBO? What is Legendary?
Legendary. Yeah, it has a whole follow. They starting to have like a cult following. So it's yeah.
But isn't that more like a
game show?
But it's more like instead of like a ballroom scene, it's more like a dance thing, right? Instead of actual.
What they did was they can't really put like regular ballroom onto the script because the masses, they wouldn't understand that. So they had to really make it to where where everybody could actually understand. You know, the ballroom doesn't have 7s and 8s, and that it's either 10s or chops.
Yeah, 10s or chops. Yeah,
couldn't put that on television. That wouldn't be. People would be so upset. The people would be so upset.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite episode of Legendary?
Of Legendary, shit.
I can tell you mine though. It was a superheroes and supervillain one.
That was good.
When old girl snatched that cape and pulled her back. Oh man.
Yeah, that was really good. I don't think I had a whole one full episode. There were moments.
Like bits and pieces.
Yeah, there were moments that
that dude Diego. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Say no more.
Oh my god.
Say no more. Shut your mouth, buddy.
Yeah.
The house of gorgeous Gucci was they was pretty.
Yeah, but I felt like there was just looks. It was looks. They didn't really have like no real talent. It was just fashion. It was just more like fashion and looks.
Right.
And like posing was their thing. Because they even said like outside of ballroom, that's the categories that they go up for.
Yeah.
You know, like sex siren and
that's what the Fox is known for. He turns it out.
Right. But
Jarrell.
yeah, that was my shit.
Jarrell,
So it kind of
Jarrell,
introduced me to a lot of shit.
they were groovy. They were groovy.
Hmm. Oh, have you I wanted to ask you, have you been getting into that Angela Bassett show 911?
I left 911 in season 2.
Oh, you didn't care for it?
I know I liked it, but it just didn't hold me. You know how things do. You know how I'll be on
Right,
something,
right, right, right.
it won't hold me. I still like it, but it
Season
just
5 is off the chain.
right.
Season 5 is off the chain already. It's like, but the only thing is, I think they give, because Jennifer Love Hewitt is on there too.
Lakers.
What up, though?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jennifer Love Hewitt is on there too, and I was looking at the pay scale. Y'all know she getting paid just as much as Angela Bassett.
Hey,
I
you
don't
know,
understand that, and she
you,
she
you know what that gives,
executively produced the show.
but you know what that gives because
Right. Of the
she,
persuasion.
you know what it
That's
gives.
sad. It's sad. And she's an executive producer over the one the Tech the spinoff. So
Hey,
you mean to tell
Logan.
me she got to do
Hey,
3
hey,
jobs?
hey, Logan.
What's up?
Do me a favor, real quick.
What's good?
Chill out. Hey, James. Spillboy TV.
Mm-hmm.
You man. Thank you, my nigga. For real. Thank you for being you, building a platform that you talk about what you want to talk about, and doing what you do. Thank you, bruh. That's some real shit. It's hard to be you. I've been saying it all night. It's hard to be you. And thank you for being you.
Not a problem. I maneuver.
Hey Lakers, your profile picture is that LeBron James
Nigga, you
with
know who
the
that is. Nigga, don't play
is
with
that
me.
LeBron
You
James
know
with
who
the
that is.
infinitely
Nigga, you know
gauntlet
who that
on?
is. Nigga, you know that's you know who
How
that
the fuck did
is.
you do that?
You know who that is. Nigga, stop playing with me. I don't want to talk about sports, nigga.
Bro,
Cause I,
God
I
damn.
get too far into it. And I ain't trying to get on that right now.
You trying to say the nigga is Thanos?
That nigga is Thanos, nigga. He get all the Infinity Stones.
Now he might be passing some stones, but he ain't.
Man, why you gotta do that?
Come
Why
on,
you
man.
why you raining on my
I
parade?
love LeBron James, but I
Logan,
still don't
Logan.
think when
Why
they
you
compared
raining
him to
on my
Michael
parade?
Michael Jordan, I still
Nigga,
don't
he
think it's
better
a
than Mike.
comparison.
Nigga, we could pull up the numbers right now. And he better than Mike.
Come on, bro.
He
Nah,
top.
so you own that shit too, huh?
Logan, just let me
If
tell you. Let me say something to you real quick.
Nah,
Can you
man.
listen? LeBron James is top 10 in points, assists, and rebounds. Mike only top 10 in one of those. So stop playing with
Nah,
me.
nah, nah, nah,
No,
nah,
no,
nah.
no,
Go
no,
look
no,
at that
no,
shit
no, no,
again.
no, 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 no,
Go
no,
look
no,
at that
no,
shit
Logan,
again.
Logan, Logan. Hold up. I got kids in the house. I can get too loud. But who is the GOAT of basketball right now?
Steph Curry.
Wrong. Let me tell you who. This nigga won 11 championships in 13 years. You know who
After
did
he
that?
moved around from team to team to
No,
team
no,
to
I
team.
ain't talking about LeBron. I'm talking about the one that won 11 championships in 11 championships in 13 years and played as a coach. He was a coach of the team and a player. But because he was spearheading the civil rights movement, they don't even talk about him no more. Who I'm talking about?
Shit, I don't know who you talking about.
I know you don't. So sit your young ass down,
I don't
nigga.
know who the fuck you talking about,
Sit
but
your
all I
young
do know
ass
is in
down. Bill
2021,
Russell, nigga.
man, all I know in
Bill
2021,
Russell,
they got
nigga.
they
Bill
got a whole
Russell.
bunch of niggas
If
now.
Bill Russell would have did what Michael Jordan did, everybody will be talking about him. But because he didn't do what Michael Jordan did, nobody talk about him.
Cause nobody can beat Mike, bruh.
Nigga, Bill Russell
Nobody
won
can beat Mike.
11 championships in 13 years.
I'll say this:
How
put
many
put
championships
Mike
Mike
at
got?
his prime and
No,
LeBron,
no,
LeBron at
no,
his prime
no,
in 2001.
no,
Mike
no,
dunking on
no,
that nigga.
no. How many
Mike
championships
dunking
Mike
on that
got?
nigga.
No, Logan. How many championships Mike got?
What?
Six.
I think was 6, huh? 6 or 7.
Six. Bill Russell got 11.
I don't know about that old time
That
shit. Maybe it was
nigga
easy
got
to get it
more.
back then.
That
I'll
nigga got more
talk about
rings
now.
than fingers. He got more rings than fingers.
Then that means they must have was giving that shit away like a cracker jack.
No, they wasn't. No, that's what he was doing.
He must
But
have got that shit out the gumball
no,
machine.
Logan, listen to me. He was a spearhead of the fucking movement. He was one of them people speaking up for us. And because he spoke up for us, they don't talk about him.
So you saying they Colin Kaepernick this nigga?
Damn right. That was the first Colin Kaepernick.
See, I love my old heads, but y'all need to stop.
Who? What?
Y'all need to
Oh
stop.
my God. Hey, you know
Y'all
what?
need to
Hey,
stop.
you know what? That shit you want to know what I'm drinking? I got to sip some more of that shit because of your motherfucking ass right now, nigga. Leave me alone. I got to go take some sips. I got to turn my camera on for this. I got to have some sips, nigga.
Hey, but you know what
Nah,
though? They
shut up,
got
nigga,
they
shut
about
up.
to they got some new
Shut
talent
your
coming in
nigga,
there.
shut your ass up, nigga.
They got some new
Shut up.
talent coming. Hey,
Shut
did you see the
your ass
draft
up.
though?
Nah, nigga, I don't want to see no draft. You need to be in a
They got some new
draft.
talent. They
You
got my
need to
niggas
be
from
in this.
LSU coming in that bitch. They got my niggas from LSU coming in that bitch.
Don't
About to
do
shut
that,
shit
bro.
down.
Hey, you need to understand who I was just talking to you about.
Man, I get the nigga did shit. So did Babe Ruth, and so did
What is
all these
that?
other.
Wait a minute. What is that you drinking? Like, what is that?
You see it, huh?
Yeah, what was that?
You ain't getting off
What you
no
drinking
hook.
on, Lakers?
Nigga, what I want to
Is
drink
that
on.
what
Why you worried about what I'm drinking on? Why you
I
worried
was
about
just
what's
saying I
in
might
my
need to go
cup?
get me a bottle.
Why is you worried about what's in
I
my
might need to
cup?
go get. I might need to go
Because
get
What?
me
we
a
might want
bottle,
to
bro.
match your energy.
Why in the
This
fuck
ain't it.
is you worried about what's in my cup, nigga? What's in your cup?
It wasn't no
Now
soda.
what's in your cup? I need to get what's in your cup.
You can't get what's in my cup, nigga. I'm a motherfucking G.
Bro, I gotta get. Like I
Yeah,
feel
Dub,
like
I drink
I
some
feel
of that
like y'all
alcohol.
was of the.
Come
Cause
on,
come on now, let's
it'll be
be
a
real. Like
whole
the
different.
'80s was like the worst fashions in the world.
The what?
Like the
Nigga,
40-year-olds, y'all was around in the
oh
early
my
'80s and
God.
shit.
There he go. There he
So
go.
it's like
There they
y'all was
go.
around
There
with
the
like
hating.
what the
Here come the
worst
hating.
fashion in the world.
You finna
Y'all was
start hating.
around when y'all had tape decks and shit.
So you finna start hating on us. You
Y'all
finna
had
you just
y'all.
finna start you just gonna shit on us, right?
I'm
You
just
just gonna
saying.
shit. You
What was
just
that
gonna
shit
shit
y'all put
all
in?
over us, right?
What was that shit y'all put in the car? What was it called? A track
Cut it out,
and
Lou.
shit. I'm telling y'all didn't have to wear no
Hold up, hold
seatbelts.
up,
Y'all
hold
was
up,
dying
hold
left
up,
and right.
hold up, hold up, hold up. What's Lil? Hold up,
Y'all
no,
was
no, no,
smoking
no,
on
no, no,
airplanes
no,
and
no, no, no,
shit.
no, no, Logan, real shit. What's Lil Nas X best fucking bar, nigga?
Oh, Montero. Go listen to Montero. He got the
No,
best looking
no, I'm
shit.
I'm I'm asking you, what's his best bar? You know
Oh well,
what a
I'm
bar
not no
is,
rapper,
right?
so I
Oh,
don't know
you
this
don't know what a
bar for
bar
bar.
is? This is what a bar is.
I
It's
know what a bar is, my nigga. I'm
okay.
just
So
saying
what's his best bar?
I don't know the shit by heart though. I'm like
Why
I'm not
not?
on.
You know why you don't know by heart? Because you don't really like him.
I do. I fucks with him.
I know you fuck with him, but it's
Oh,
other
I
niggas.
fucks with him.
It's other niggas I can ask you one of your favorite bars and you will know.
Nah, not really.
Nah, for real?
Only one bar
For
I
real?
know, and it's because I used to say this shit like growing up in school because it used to be the most
Right.
popular. Like you talking
Who
about
bar is it? Who bar?
what was it? Was have you ever been
Nigga,
over a friend's
nigga,
house
who
and the food was
bar
tasting real
is it?
good and the
Nigga,
macaroni sauce and the
don't play with
whatever it
me.
is, the beans and the
Why you
chicken tastes
playing
like
with my
wood.
emotions, Logan? Don't play with my emotions. Don't do that. Nigga, say the bar.
Newbie done cut y'all off. Newbie said enough.
I was just saying, man. That was my shit. Cool in the game.
Cool in the game. Hey,
Mm.
guess what? Hey, let me say some real shit, Logan. My mom got pictures with them niggas. Like I got Polaroids at the house when my mom was hanging out with these
I
niggas.
see. That's what I'm talking about. You talking about Polaroids and shit.
Yeah.
You talking about the shit that y'all had to wind up and shit.
Hold up, no,
Snap.
nigga. It
You
wasn't no
can't. You
wine.
couldn't
It
even.
was, see, you see how you try to hate. You try
I'm
to
just
low
saying.
key
You couldn't
hate.
even
You
see it.
try to
You
low
could. You
key.
had to
You
wait to
try to
get your
low
shit
key
developed.
hate. You
You
try
had
to
to wait
low
to get
key.
your shit
Hey,
developed to see what
Logan,
your pictures gonna
Logan,
look like.
Logan,
No,
Logan.
look, Polaroid, you
Stop.
click it and say,
You just take a
and it
take a
comes
picture. This is a click. You ain't gotta wind up
Oh no, you
shit.
talking about that? No, that's
Logan,
the one when
you
you
be
had
also.
money.
Hey Logan,
That's the
stop
one when
out.
you
hating.
Oh,
had money.
Logan, you a cool dude, but stop hating on us, man.
I ain't hear you. I'm just
Yes,
saying.
he is. You said wind up, nigga. We weren't winding up shit, nigga. It was a
Hey
click.
man, y'all still had a
It
rotary
was
phone.
a click.
Y'all still had a rotary
It
phone.
was a click.
How
Don't
many
do
times we had
that.
to get to that big TV with
Hey,
them pliers
you know
and
what,
turn?
Logan? You know what? I know Spill love you, and I'm gonna love you because I know
I
he love you,
I love him
nigga.
too.
Nigga, if that nigga took his blanket of protection off you, I will get your ass, nigga.
I'm just spitting.
I'm just
I'm just
saying,
pointing out the
don't
facts.
do that. Don't hate on us, nigga.
I ain't hating.
Don't
I'm
do that.
congratulating.
Yes, she is. You
Y'all had
said
to
you
do.
had to
You know
wind
how you
up the
said. You know how
pictures.
your statement was.
Nigga, you
How it's
said,
hard to be. It's hard to be us. It was hard to be y'all.
nigga, it's hard to
Y'all
be
had to do.
you.
Y'all had to do the
It's
shit the
hard to
hard
be
way.
you,
I
nigga.
don't care what y'all say.
What's
It's
up,
crazy.
James?
Y'all
But
had
I'm
to do the
using my
shit the
35
hard way.
millimeter camera.
Nigga, you doing it the hard way too. You going through the same shit. And
Y'all,
you trying to
like I
set
know, like
and
I
you're
remember. Don't you
trying
remember
to
your first internet
separate
connection?
yourself. You're trying to separate yourself from us. Don't do that.
Nah, not at all.
Ingratiate yourself
I'm
with
learning.
us.
I learned from that. I appreciate the past.
Do not
I appreciate the past.
separate it. Ingratiate. Do not separate. Because
Oh no,
once you separate yourself from us, okay, you're not part of us.
it ain't no separation.
All
It's just
right
levels.
then, but don't do that. Don't talk
It's like
about
levels
we
to that
had
shit.
wind up pictures, my nigga.
So
Don't
But
y'all
we
do
didn't
did.
that.
have. So y'all
But
didn't
we
have no
did.
pictures on the back when you're like zip zoop
Hey,
zoop zoop.
Spill boy, you a
We
G,
did.
bruh. Don't
We
do
did.
that. Don't do
We did
that.
have them, and we had to wait for them to
All
be
that. We had
developed. Now,
all
don't
that. We
play.
had
So
all
you mean
that.
We
to tell me
We had
you
all
didn't?
that.
So you
We
mean to
done
tell me
all
you
that.
didn't? Because it
Nigga, you
wasn't
ain't got
Walgreens
none of
back then.
that.
It wasn't
You ain't
Rite Aid.
got
What was the name of
did.
all
what
you
was the
got
name of
is
that
a
pharmacy y'all
phone.
went to?
They had
All you got
formal
is a
TV
phone. All
and
you got is a
VCRs.
phone and Lil Nas X running around like he pregnant. Stop playing with me, Logan.
He was pregnant. You didn't
Oh,
tell
he got pregnant for
He
real.
got knocked
Oh,
up.
he got pregnant
Oh, he
He
got
by
got,
pregnant.
Billy Ray. Did
Huh?
Billy Ray? Did Billy Ray do it?
no, it wasn't Billy Ray. It was one of them gangsters. It was one of them gangsters.
It was somebody from
It,
James, James, you stupid.
it
You
was one of them
stupid.
gangsters,
Hey,
honey. And if you give
James,
me a second, I'll
James,
tell
you
you
a
which one it
G.
was.
James, you a G. You stupid. You stupid.
It was somebody
say
back
that
there
shit
in
though.
that shower, honey.
You know, growing up though, I used to believe like how many of y'all believe the stupid lies y'all parents told y'all back then? I actually believed drinking milk was gonna make me taller, but both of my parents are short as fuck.
Mm-mm.
So what the fuck am I drinking milk for? And
Cause
then all then another one was oh if you kiss a girl you're gonna get her pregnant.
Shoot, my
What?
grandmama told me if I
Hold
do
up,
one
man. I
more
don't
man, I
know. I
catch the
don't
worm.
know who the hell was talking to you.
I still listen
You
to
said if you kiss a girl, you can get her
Yeah,
pregnant.
and
right.
my mama told my
What
sister
the
if she
fuck?
ever she my mama told my sister not to go in jacuzzis because you can get wind up
Bruh,
and
you
get
had
pregnant from a
You
Google.
can
jacuzzi.
get what out of the
Logan, you had Google. You could have Googled that.
I ain't have Google then.
Nigga, yes you did. How old are you?
I didn't know nothing about a
jacuzzi.
Google at that age.
Nigga, stop playing.
I'm serious.
You didn't have Google then.
I ain't know shit about
But
Google like
my grandmama told me if I do it with an old man, I'm gonna catch the worms. I still believe that shit.
God damn. What? You gonna catch the worms?
That's what
Yeah,
she
you
said.
can't
What
sleep on.
the
And I still
fuck?
believe it, Olivia. I'm messing no old ass
Okay, I
bastard.
believe that too, Spilling. I ain't gonna lie.
And I ain't
Mhm.
kissing no girl because I ain't trying to get her pregnant. I ain't doing none of that shit.
Hey, James, I want to say something real quick. I want to say, I hope I say the name right. New
Nubiology.
by Nubiology. Hey,
Nubiology.
you a fucking G. Man, when
Okay.
I say G, I want to tell you what I mean by G.
Okay.
You know what's going on,
Yo,
and you
man.
know what's happening, and you're beautiful.
Mhm.
No,
that
don't
she
thank
is.
me.
That
Don't
she
thank
is.
me. I had nothing to do with you. I had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. You're beautiful, you're intelligent, and you're soft spoken. You just sit there and just listen. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on. Don't, Logan. Don't do that. Don't start hating.
I'm not.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that. Yeah, you would. Hey, mad love. Go ahead, rock in your chair. Yeah, rock back and forth.
Lord have mercy.
No, Logan, shut up. Shut the hell up.
He ain't ready
Shut
for
your
real.
ass up.
Oh my God. What is going
Hey,
on?
Olivia.
You know
Uh,
what's going on,
He ain't
nigga.
ready for Nubiology.
You know what's going
all
on.
Nubiology
You
just
know
killing. I
what's
don't think you
going
ready
on.
either.
You
She
know that's
nah,
power
that's
there.
a you
Y'all don't
that's
even
a
know it. That's power
queen, nigga. We
there.
talk about queens and all that shit. That's a queen.
Oh
Look
yeah, I
at
love
her.
all my. I love
Nope,
all
you
my
Look
don't know
at
queens.
half
her.
of it.
Look at her.
I
That's a
love all my
queen.
queens.
That's a queen.
I really believe black about it. But you know what though? And even as a
No,
black gay
nigga.
man, I'm
Nigga, my
disappointed.
voice, nigga,
I'm
my
dis-
voice, my voice, I know how my voice get down, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Mhm.
That's a queen.
So rude.
Come on, know how my
I know,
voice is.
I apologize for being rude. That's a queen. And
oh
pay
yeah,
homage. Pay homage. Hey,
always, always.
thank you. Thank you, queen. Thank you. You look good. You sitting back like a fucking G, like a real G, and you look good. You looking like a box of chocolates. You never know what you gonna get.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
That's my
No, we didn't.
Forrest Gump, nigga. That's my Forrest Gump, nigga. You don't know what you
Oh, hey,
gonna
hey,
get.
Lakers! I got another
What's
one. I
poppin'?
got
What's
another one
up?
for
What's
you.
up? What's up?
I
What's
got
up?
another one for you.
What's up?
See, you gotta tell her your feet must be tired
But
because you've been
what?
running through my
I'm not
mind
trying to do all
all
that.
day.
I ain't trying to do
I'm
all
glad.
that. You doing way too much.
No, he did.
Hey, Lakers, you gotta ask. You
It
gotta
ain't your
ask her.
fault,
Hey, Lakers,
bro.
you
I'm
gotta
not
ask her.
trying to
Did it
do
hurt?
that.
Lakers, you gotta ask her. Did it hurt
When you fell from
when
heaven,
you fell from heaven?
Oh
no,
Lord.
I'm not trying to do that. I want to try. Hey, Logan, everything I love, bro. It wasn't about that. I just want to acknowledge.
Team out, Logan.
Look at her. 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 That's a G, bro.
You
If
gotta
you
you gotta tell her,
Man, that's a
girl. I know you
G.
got a man
And
in
guess who else is a G? You see that nigga in that red shirt with his hand on his face, looking like I should shut this shit down right now. That nigga right there. That nigga right there.
2 hours
Hey,
past that.
Jay, what's poppin', my nigga?
We 2 hours
Yeah.
past when we should have went home.
Yeah, man. Y'all some G's, man. I feel honored.
Y'all know James about to get his
What
own reality
I'm
show.
honored. What I'm doing right now, I feel honored.
James about to get him a love connection show.
And that'd be 100, nigga.
It's gonna
And
be on.
hopefully I can still come talk. Swear to God.
Y'all
But
play
and the
too
show gonna be called For the Love of James.
Well, all right.
That'll be a whole mess. When they get done doxing all the contestants.
Okay.
Stop taking pictures of all their houses. Shut
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be the wingman. I'm gonna be the
Baby,
wingman weeding these niggas out.
baby, listen.
She's still shaking her head. I love you, my lady.
Oh, my lady.
Nigga, hey, nigga, shut up, nigga.
Forever, my lady.
You don't, yeah, that's that shit, nigga. That's that shit. Say that shit, nigga. Say
Forever, my
that shit,
lady.
nigga.
That
That's that
makes you
shit,
joking.
nigga. That's that jealousy, nigga.
At
That's
all.
that jealousy, nigga. Man, I swear to
But maybe
God.
just going to answer.
Thank you, sister.
What
You
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 what you say,
you
James?
you are
I was just
super.
going to, the replay is going to be,
Man, you look
maybe
you
I'll
look
have to
so good right now, man. You look like, man, you look good.
Lakers, let me hear what James
Hold
said.
up, hold up, hold up.
someone
I'm
to
trying to say
understand
something.
where we
I'm
started
trying
and
to
how we
talk
got
right
where we
now.
are.
Why you fucking with me? Why you
I,
fucking with
God,
me?
I
I
just want
just
to know what
wanna.
James said. That's all.
where you going? Where you
Hey,
going?
hey, hey, Oracle,
Where you going?
you still
Huh?
there?
Yeah, I was trying to
Oracle.
hear what James.
Hey,
I
Jack,
know, Oracle.
you about to,
But I know
you
you a little
about to witness
upset.
some murder.
I know you a
Uh,
little
uh,
upset. But
about what?
you see, I can't say her name. Hey James, say her name for me
Upset
again.
about what?
New Nubiology? Or you
Thank
want
you. Thank
Nubi?
you.
Upset about what?
No.
Oh man. Thank you, love. You sitting there looking like money. Straight money. That's money right there.
Oh, she got money.
Don't y'all try to switch over. Nigga, y'all don't even like that.
Sit
Don't
up there
try
looking
to
like money,
switch.
Lucy.
Don't try to
But,
switch
but,
over. That's
but
mine.
upset about
Leave it
what? What?
alone.
See, I knew where we was going, honey. Mm.
Leave it alone.
Upset
Still
about
boy.
what?
Leave it alone.
Let's go outside.
You stupid.
You just said that's fine, honey. What happened?
You so stupid. You so stupid.
Well,
I just want her to smile because she sit back and she don't really like had no expression. And I just wanted to make her smile for a minute. God damn. That was Shannon. Yeah. 100. Oh no, I don't really know if I like her. She weird. She's super weird. She's
she's become an icon of her own.
Hey, Spill Boy TV.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, my nigga. For real, bro. I mean that. When I say that, I mean that. You a G. You've been doing you. This is your fucking platform, and you doing what you supposed to do.
Hey, Lakers, I bet when you get
Keep
like
doing it.
fucked up, I bet you get emotional like a
Hold on,
motherfucker.
nigga. I stay emotional, nigga. I don't get emotional. I am emotional. I never get emotional. Hold up. I ain't talking about like that. God damn.
Okay.
On some shit. I don't get emotional. I stay emotional.
That's what's up.
Kind of
On
like
some
that.
real shit. I don't get
Yep, just like
emotional.
that.
I
Like
stay
that.
emotional. Nigga, everything about me is emotions, nigga.
Dramatic.
I stay emotional. I don't get emotional. I am emotional. So when you see me, nigga, you already know what I'm doing.
I don't know when I get fucked up, I get flirtatious.
Nigga, I'm flirtatious sober or fucked up. I don't give a fuck what I'm doing.
Oh,
It's certain things. It's oh god damn. Get it.
That's your Whitney Houston.
You fucking right, nigga. You fucking right. What the fuck?
And that's your prince.
Watch your mouth. Don't you talk about him. And nigga, we gonna fight. Nigga, we gonna fight. But nigga, it's gonna be a fight. I come through this bitch like
I'm
Freddy
about to
Krueger.
throw the
I
bows.
come through this bitch like Freddy Krueger.
Not like Freddy. Lord have mercy.
I come through this
But you know what,
phone
though?
like
Freddie ain't
Freddy.
got shit on Michael Myers, though.
Nigga, stop playing.
Freddie ain't got shit on
Nigga,
Michael
stop
Myers.
You just
playing.
like to keep it going, don't you?
Niggas couldn't go to sleep with Freddy.
You see me,
Nigga,
James? Freddie ain't got shit
new
on Michael
new
Myers.
biology. Can you
Yeah.
explain to them why Freddy was more intense than everybody else?
Cause see,
No,
Freddie
no,
can't
no,
do
no, no,
shit.
no, no, no,
Freddie
no. I
can't do
asked
shit unless
her.
you sleep.
Logan, I asked her.
Oh,
Give her a chance
oh,
to
okay. I ain't hear
speak.
you. I ain't hear you.
My
Who is she?
I hate you. Um, I can't answer that question. I don't really get off into Freddie, so I don't know.
But you never seen neither one of the movies?
Like years ago.
Okay, so who would you worry about the most?
All of
Freddie
them. It'll be scary.
or Jason? Who would you be worried about the most? Freddie had me fucked up. You can't go to sleep, nigga. If your ass go to sleep, I'm coming to see you.
Hey, if you know, like I know, more people would just hit
The
a bump
metaphor
of
is
coke
that
and stay up.
there's nothing to fear but fear itself. Freddie was a
Say,
metaphor. So
say it again, please.
I think that was the metaphor. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. Freddie's only power was the fear. So if you didn't fear him, he had no power over you. So
Right.
Well, guess what? If he was on that propofol, he wasn't waking up no more either.
God damn. What the fuck? You talking about a new drug? Propofol? I ain't even heard of that shit. God damn. Propofol? What the fuck is propofol?
Go ask Michael.
Man, don't leave that alone. Step away from that. Prince and Mike.
And guess
I
what?
got
Guess
problems,
what?
man.
Guess
What's
what?
up? What's up, big dog?
Freddie couldn't do shit to a nigga that smoked coke.
Nigga,
That
Freddie,
snorted coke.
fuck your ass up, nigga. Don't go to sleep. If you go to sleep,
Cokeheads
I'm
don't go
coming
to
to
sleep.
see you. Nigga, yes they do. When they ain't got no coke, nigga.
But still,
Yeah, nigga.
you could.
Nigga, everyone, I don't give a
But a
fuck
lot
where
of
you at.
people, but
It's always a
even in the
drought,
movies
nigga.
though,
I don't give a fuck where you live. You're gonna have a drought. It's gonna be at least a 5-day drought, nigga. So, soon as you go to sleep, I'm coming to see you. Fuck
but
we
nah.
talking about right
But
now.
check this out though.
Check what out?
A lot of the things for Freddie was people didn't understand that they were masters of their own dreams, and they allowed Freddie to control it. But once they was able to master their own dreams, they was able to win, right?
dream
But
boy.
without the coke, you can't do it.
That nigga still ain't got shit on Michael Myers though,
You
and I
out
ain't
your fucking mind. He'll fuck him up. That nigga go to sleep too. Everybody
Michael
sleep,
Myers
nigga.
don't
He'll
sleep.
fuck Michael Myers up. Soon as he go to sleep, I'm coming to see you, nigga. I'm in your dreams, nigga.
Michael Myers. Let me tell
He
you,
will
Michael
fuck
Myers.
Michael
So you like
Myers
it when
up.
they sneaky?
That's what it is.
If your ass go to sleep, I'm coming to see you.
That sounds like some creeper man shit.
Damn right. Lay your ass down and watch what happens. Don't go to sleep.
That sounds like somebody that's about to jump on you.
You fucking right. That's
I
who
done
that
lay
nigga
down and dare you to
was.
get on me and see what happened to your
God
ass.
damn, James.
Come on and get on me and see what happened.
You might walk in, but you gonna limp back.
James, James, you stupid. James, I'm just letting him know. Hey, Freddy Krueger was the. Hey, that nigga was the one. That's that nigga.
You know why Michael Myers wins?
He can't.
Michael Myers is
That
so
nigga
responsible
was a
for keeping
human. He
Jamie Lee
still
Curtis
went to
working.
sleep, nigga. He still went to
What's her
sleep.
name? What's her
Who?
name?
Who?
Something Lee Curtis. What's her name?
Jamie
Jamie Lee
Jamie Lee
Curtis.
Curtis.
You
He
know she was a
single-handedly kept that
hermaphrodite.
woman working.
She was a hermaphrodite. You know that, right?
Oh, come on, bro.
Everybody is a
Come
hermaphrodite.
on, bro.
Knock it
Oh,
off.
y'all ain't know that. Y'all ain't know that.
Everybody is not
Okay,
a
my
hermaphrodite.
bad. My bad. I apologize.
Michael,
If y'all ain't know, y'all ain't know.
Michael Myers buys his wigs down the.
Man, Michael Myers couldn't fuck with Freddy, nigga.
Man, you crazy. Michael Myers ain't that.
Nigga, you
Michael Myers
crazy.
get stabbed, ran over, burned up, shot, hit by a truck. This motherfucker still just walking around like ain't shit happened.
No, Robbie. It was actually Freddie and Freddie and
And
Jason.
Jason.
Right.
And
Freddie
the
wasn't
only
no
one that
front,
lost in
nigga.
that was
Freddie.
Kelly Rowland. That's who lost, honey.
Oh,
Oh
Kelly
yeah,
Rowland was
I
in
was
that
so
And
movie.
when I tell
She
you,
was
that
in
was
that
the
movie.
funniest death. I tell
I
you.
forgot about that.
when
Hey,
I tell you, he is so
new
mean.
biology.
Kelly says
You
something.
still looking good. You looking like candy.
I know.
Just
Yeah,
like
you.
candy.
Yeah, just like candy.
Oh, God.
Hold
I'm
on.
telling you,
What was the
hey
name of that
Jay,
group?
Lakers,
Hey, what was the name of
Lakers
that
is
group?
feeling
Hold up.
good.
What was the
Lakers
name of that
Cameo.
group? What was the
Cameo.
name of that? Cameo, nigga. Just like candy.
Oh, wow, movie. Look what you started. Look what you started. Olivia, you
Just
go
like
up there.
candy. Excuse me.
James,
What
I'm
happened?
telling you,
What you say, Jane?
Llakers
I
feel
said, you
good
I
all
said, look
over.
what
Oh man, I feel
numerology
good
that
every
started,
day, my
Chef.
nigga. On
Oh
everything.
Lord.
On
I
everything,
feel
cuz.
good. I feel good all
Real
over.
shit. But I'm gonna send some energy her way. I wanna send some energy over there. Cause she been just chilling like for about an hour, 2 hours, maybe three now. And she
What?
just chill. She don't talk. Her facial expressions
I
never
put a spell
change.
on
And
you,
there you go. There you go.
and now you're mine.
This is a bunch of heterosexual foolishness going on. Never thought you'd get this on here, did you, honey?
Y'all stupid. Y'all so stupid.
And I
So
promise you,
well
Lakers.
rounded over
Hey,
here.
Lakers, I
Y'all
promise
stupid.
you, and
What
that
up,
one
though?
is not a
What's up, big dog?
hermaphrodite.
What's
Look
up?
at
And that
all
one
the
is not a
kids say, leave
hermaphrodite.
Newbie alone.
I love y'all niggas. Hey, Logan and James, y'all my niggas forever.
Yeah, I
On some
fuck with
real
you. I
shit.
fuck with you.
Nah, man, I mean that shit, nigga. Y'all my niggas, man. I love y'all niggas, man. Y'all some
But
cool ass
I just
niggas.
love your reactions, bro. Your
Oh
reactions is
man,
everything.
I'm just me, man. I'm just me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how nobody feel about me. I could give a fuck. I
You
could give a
definitely are in the right
fuck.
spot.
I could give a fuck. But what I do know is like I said earlier, Lolo and Lala, the niggas that actually had me when they brother was beating my mom and kicking her ass.
Why was that going on?
Man, I don't know, bruh. I was like 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. But I
Have you ever
remember
hit a
them
woman?
having, huh? Excuse me?
Have you ever hit a woman?
Have I ever what?
Have you ever hit a woman?
Hell yeah. She was kicking my ass one night. And she knew that I would never hit her, so she was just kicking my ass. And I had to hit back.
You couldn't push her?
That's what it basically was. It wasn't hit. It was like that. It was like a push. But that's still a hit in my mind because I never wanted to do that because I've seen it my whole life.
Right.
No. But at least you know better now, you know.
But I ain't finna just let a motherfucker just like smack on me and punch on me for too long. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about no cops and none of that shit. You ain't just finna just be punching on me. I'm not your punching bag, man. I'm not finna be nobody's fucking punching bag.
So do you believe seeing that as a child would affected you as an adult today?
Say
I say, do you
that
believe
one more
seeing
time.
do you believe seeing what you saw for the domestic violence growing up? Do you think that affected you as an
I thought
adult
it was
today?
he was freezing, so it just.
Oh, okay. I wanted to know.
He'll be back in the chat. Remember, his battery was dying on the one thing. He flipped over to something else.
Mm. My boy is a character, boy.
He is. He's fun. Let me do this and thank everybody who. Let's see if I can remember everybody. Adrian, and then we had Lakers. We had Miss Monet. We had Dory, Olivia, Miss Toby, Jay. We had Gabor, Lady T. Who am I forgetting? I know I'm forgetting.
Food junkie.
FJ. I think we got them all. I think we got them all. Yeah, I think we got them all. But anyway, thank everybody for participating. I appreciate it. Everybody was really, really, like I said, everybody was well behaved. And that's
Thank you, James, for having me.
oh, absolutely. I can't believe you stayed here all this time. You didn't make the full 7 hours, but you made a many of them.
I done dozed off about 3 times.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
I said, shoot, I can hang with the grown folks.
I know at one point I was like, well, I said she's on mute, so if there won't be no embarrassing in moments, I'll click her off whenever I'll click her off until I click everybody else off. But
I was
then
making
you
sure I was
gonna start talking. I was like, what? What you say? Olivia's still over there.
You know how you doze and then you wake up.
Right, great laugh. I dozed off for a second, but y'all was talking about music when I fell asleep. Right, Coco. Listen, and there was one point where I was like, okay, well, I said, well, the video people will be so confused about where we were and where we went, but I could go through the video and timestamp it because you can't really like if I splice the video into sections, I'll lose the chat. So I don't want to mess with it at all. I'll just leave it in its entirety, but I'll go through tomorrow and put timestamps in on the different subjects that we actually did talk about because we covered a lot of ground.
Oh yeah, this was really fun, James. I appreciate
Some
it.
really good stuff, some really deep stuff, and I mean, we really covered some subjects that people don't cover without literally falling out. And because at one point, when we literally discussed the Bible, and nobody got out of hand.
That's true.
That does not happen. So
Yeah, you're right.
You're right. That does not happen. We even, and I don't know if y'all caught it because y'all were so deep in conversation. We even actually had a person that doesn't believe in God. That was that was communicating as well, which is Gil. And I thought Gil was going to come up. Gil's come up with us before. Gil is a very good debater, very good debater. And he makes very good, interesting panel talk because he goes around in some areas. He don't mind having the hard conversation. So I thought he was going to come up, but he didn't come up tonight. But he is always he's a really good supporter of mine. Again, we don't see eye to eye on certain subjects, but we still
and that's okay.
He loves on me and I love on him, and we've been doing it for years. But yeah, he doesn't believe in and the divine one, honey. And you know how I feel about that man, honey. That man with the plan, baby. But I mean, we covered so much stuff. It was really great. It really
I think what we shown was that we could be civilized. We don't have to
Absolutely.
be outraged. Just because we disagree don't means I hate you. Just
was.
because we disagree don't
Absolutely.
mean you're my enemy. You
Uh,
know.
we were less. We didn't have all those trolls. We didn't have a lot of
That's true.
carrying on with a lot of trolls tonight. So
Right,
that
right.
that absolutely helps. Trolls are
Oh, there
very
was a few in there.
divisive. They're very divisive, and they really
Yes.
do make for a bad chat. They aggravate the chat. That's what they do. I think we only really dealt with one actual troll tonight.
Right, right, right.
That
But
was
yeah,
good.
I really do appreciate it. This was really fun. It was good to chat with Oracle again, and it was nice to chat with you as well. Hopefully we do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
It'll happen again. It definitely will happen again. I ain't going nowhere.
Man, y'all been on for 7 hours.
7 hours, 7 hours and 18 minutes, and guess what? I'm leaving y'all. I don't know where y'all going. I get the hell
I'm
on.
going to bed
I'm
because
going
I've
to
been
bed.
dozing forever. But I just want to say, James, the longest live I've ever been on was a live from Bomb Cherry. She in a different sector over there, quote unquote black sector or whatever. She
Right.
was on live for 19 hours.
Oh, girl.
Oh,
19 hours.
Baby.
Yeah.
That's three.
Mm.
19. I took a couple of whole naps and woke back up. She was still online.
Wow.
Yes, 19 hours.
Miss Olivia, I have definitely enjoyed everything you had to say tonight. I'm always in your skybox. I just don't comment that often because people go to doing what they do in the comments, so I kind of stay quiet. But I'm there a lot for your commentary, and I definitely enjoyed what you had to say tonight.
And I was able to learn from a lot of different people. Like I don't really get a chance to really pick the brains of like straight black women. So it was great to hear their point of views and what they likes, because they should be honored just like our trans sisters should be honored. Our biological women should be honored as well, and they have boundaries as well, and what offends them as well. And we have to find that common ground and make sure that we're not like we're not overly representing one and underrepresenting another.
Yeah.
So it's about balance, and it's okay to have boundaries. It's okay to say, well, when you say this offends me, or when you say the essence of a woman, that offends me. It's okay to understand those boundaries, and to get that, because as a gay, yeah, I may be gay, but I'm still a male. I'm still a man. And I don't ever know what it's like to be female. So I need to make sure that I check my privilege in those aspects as a man, to notice when a lady is saying something, to take it in and to respect it. So I appreciate it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I appreciate your openness and honesty. I learned a lot listening to you as well tonight. And James, we're not even going to talk about the conversation that didn't happen, but I'm very perceptive, practically psychic.
What
Practically and
conversation did
totally.
happen? What conversation did happen, y'all? What?
Me and nubiology be having conversations, and it's all in the eyes, honey.
Oh, okay.
She can see my soul behind these old contacts. I almost took my earrings off at one point and changed them. I said, "What the hell is going on here?"
Uh-oh.
Hey, y'all, I want to say
I
y'all
do. I
pray.
got a whole other pair sitting there. I
Hey,
said, "Oh, I think
while
I
y'all
need an
being
earring
psychic and all
change."
that good stuff going on, I need y'all to pray for me, because I like y'all know I take care of my elderly moms, right? She's 84,
Oh,
and
that's sweet.
she's from New Orleans and all that other stuff too. So I've started like noticing some stuff with her when she's starting to do some stuff that kind of reminds me of what my aunt used to practice back in the day. And she started to do like salt by the doors, and like all like I mean like burning, like leaving glasses of waters here and there. And growing up, she used to do that, and I never understood why. She would always do a fresh glass of water every day, and she always say, "Now don't touch that." And I was like, "Well, what's this for?" She said, "That's an offering," and I never understood what the fuck that was. So she's starting to like tap into certain
Offering to her
things,
Orisha.
So and
Just
I
stop
come
by
from
the
a
door, keep the evil out. You know that,
right,
right?
right, right. So my aunt used to be a practitioner. Her sister, and she saw her aunts and shit do that. Now, mind you, I'm talking about old Louisiana, like not even New Orleans, like old Louisiana shit. And it's like they brought this shit over from Haiti and all that kind of stuff. I'm starting to see. I said, "Mom, this stuff freaking me out. What the hell is all of this stuff?" She say, "Don't worry about it. You don't bother it. It won't bother you."
Right.
And so I don't know. It really freaks me out. I don't know what all that new stuff is about, but
It's
maybe this is her way of being spiritual. I'm guessing. You know, she said that's a glass of water. It signifies purity and all that other kind of good stuff. And she said that's her offering to the Holy Spirit. So um, I have no idea what that means, but I'm just trying not to get freaked out and call the people on her to pick her up and take her to
No,
Sadie
she just
Pine.
fine. Don't be calling
And
no
there ain't
people.
nothing.
She
You ain't got
fine.
nothing to worry about. And notice she ain't getting ready to bring nothing to bring harm to
That's
you.
right.
Even you and
Oh,
everything. You
She fine
I
with
know
you.
that.
yeah,
It's
you ain't
just
supposed to
freaky.
understand everything.
That's right. That's right.
You that is true too.
You're not supposed to
That is
understand.
true because
Ain't nothing wrong with your
she got an
mama,
older
honey.
wisdom that I would
Sir.
never know.
Ain't nothing
She's
wrong with your
seen
mama. She
things that
knows
I've
she
never
knew.
seen, and she witnessed things that I've never seen. So
That's right.
her experiences is her experiences. It's just I certain things she says she's been doing those things. I've never, and it's like where the hell was I? Was I not paying attention or whatever the case may be? But it's getting to a point to where now it's more frequent now. I mean, all kind of stuff. I mean, drinking rum and spitting it out, and I mean, all kind of stuff. That's just like I don't want to think that she's losing her mind. You know?
Nope.
No.
But
Does she have
yeah,
a salt in the corners of the house too?
Ain't had in.
huh?
She'll figure it out.
Does she have the salt in the corners of the house or just
Yeah, she do
with
like
the
the sort
door?
corners of the door, the
Yeah,
windowsill.
absolutely.
Like she only when she go to the store, she only wants certain kind of candles. She don't want no candles with no Catholic stuff on it. She just wants solid, like certain kind of candles depending on her mood. She like a blue or a white and or a red or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, and mind you, she probably always did these things. I just never really paid attention to it.
Right.
But it's to a
Right.
point to where now, because now that my father has passed, she's by herself. And when I come over to, and she's on this thing about she wants to keep her independence as long as she can.
Yeah.
And so I got a nice little small studio spot, and that's big enough just for her. But it's to and she's, oh my gosh, she's drawing X's on certain. I mean, it's getting to a point to where it's creeping me out a little bit. But I don't want to. I don't want to, think like that. Just let her have her thing. But I just want to, I don't know if y'all ever experienced that with y'all grandparents or something.
I have. Not just with my grandparents, honey, with me. So ain't nothing wrong with your mama.
Uh-uh.
You better learn. You need to ask questions, okay?
Follow her lead.
That's
Right.
right. You know how to
That
protect
may be why
yourself.
she's doing it more out
May
in the
not
open and
explain
free than letting you see it.
Yeah, she may not
That's right.
explain
She
it
let
to
you
you
see it.
all, but you follow
Right.
her.
Well, because she said she used to always did that. She just never
She pass.
really done it around us as kids.
She
You
passing it
know.
on to you. Pay
Yeah. So
attention.
maybe that's what it is. Because I am curious about it, and she
Then
said this is.
ask her.
And she always said it's a part of her roots. She will always. That's how
That's
she would sum
right.
shit up. She was like, "Well, it's a part of my roots. It's a part of where I come from."
You know, they teach us to be afraid of our spirituality, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Your mama ain't gonna do nothing to hurt her or hurt
Mhm.
you. She trying to protect her home. She trying to protect you. You don't know what she praying to, but
Hmm.
because you're not asking questions. But if I were you, I would ask for that knowledge and that wisdom because it's gonna come in handy one day. So you need to be asking questions.
Yeah, because lately she's been she talking about like past like loved ones that see my one thing I always noticed as a kid. I don't know if it's just my family or it's like a lot of black people family, but how like your grandparents have this wall of pictures of everybody that passed in the family or something like that.
I
She
got
used
a
to
book.
always have this wall of everybody that passed away,
I
and
got a
she's
book.
yeah, and she still has this. She still has this, and she say, "Oh, they watching over us, and
Sure
they
are.
watch, all that kind of stuff." So
Ain't
maybe
go
she
right.
knows some stuff that I don't know.
I know when my grandmama's around me, I smell flowers.
Mm.
Oh well, my mom always said when her mom passed, she said because my mom's mom had cancer, so she passed at an early age, and she was like, "You'll know I'm with you when you'll find like dimes and stuff like that." And she said for all our life, every time she would always randomly find like dimes in the weirdest places, and that would make her think of her mom. So she always tell us, when she passed, she'll know that I wish she's here when she leave quarters and stuff. I said, "Mama, leave $100 bills. I don't
You
want
know
no
what? Oh.
quarters.
No,
Leave
you
hun-
didn't.
leave $100 bills."
Baby.
You said you
Oh,
$100
she
bill.
a mess.
See, let me randomly find $100 bills. Now that's love.
Mm.
Lord have mercy.
I want to ask you, Olivia. You said that when your grandmother's around, you smell flowers, and I know that you suffered with some different sinus
Uh-huh.
situations. Is it when that happens? Does the scents actually come through easier than like your normal day to day?
Yeah, like I might not be able to smell a lot, you know what I mean, because my sinuses are so severe. But I
Right,
can always smell and feel when my grandmama is around me,
right.
and
Mm.
I'm not afraid of it. And my niece can feel it too, And when she was when she had her excuse me, the baby boy, Braden, she almost lost Braden. And I think she almost lost herself too, to be quite honest with you, because she said my grandma, but she was talking to my mama. She said my mama, she kept looking at the wall, and talking to my mama, you know, and they thought I don't know what they thought she was going through, but she kept looking at a wall. Then after, she got better, the baby got better. And I told her, like, Brandy, well, what was you talking to mama about? She said nothing. She was just telling me to be all right. I said, well, where was she at? She said she was coming through the wall and the door over there,
Mm.
coming through
Oh
the door and
wow.
the wall.
Oh
Hmm.
wow. That reminds me of my sister. My sister used to my sister is really spiritually sensitive, and she always says she like it doesn't happen all the time. Just like when she looks quick or if the lights are too bright, she
Yeah,
sees certain family members and certain that's around us, and she used to talk really heavy in her sleep, and it will always be to the point to where she's actually holding conversations. It's not, when some people talk in their sleep is like incoherent. It's like every now and then they might say something that makes sense,
yeah.
but she used to. I remember growing up, she used to talk like she was actually holding a conversation, and it used to freak me the hell out.
Well,
Mm.
my nephew,
You do that?
I think my nephew been here before. I think my nephew is a star seed because he speak when I told my niece to start listening to that boy, because when it's not like you talking to an 8-year old, you know what I mean? It's like you talking to somebody that's been here before, and he always used to. He don't do it so much now. I think he caught on to people thinking he was weird or something like that. Now his daddy was born in Ghana. He's Ghanaian or Ghana or whatever you call it. And so Brandon, I was just having this conversation. You know how they say, they got a little playmate or whatever, right? but he used to have these conversations. He'll be in the room, playing, and he talking to somebody, and you ask him who he talking to, he'd be like, "Oh, nobody," Then he came in there, and he told my niece Brandy one day something one of my ancestors had told him. I said, "Brandy, he ain't lying to you. You better listen to that boy," And ever since then, he get in his moods and he'll start saying little things. Now, I think that he almost passed away again. I think he had COVID before we knew what COVID was because he's severe asthmatic, and I really think that for real he was talking to my grandmama. I really do. He don't do it all the time so much now. I don't know if it's because he's getting older or whatever, but my grandmama messed with them roots and stuff like that. And like I told you, I told James the other day, she the only woman that I ain't been afraid of in my whole life. You know what I mean? And I think I know that she is still with us right now. And I know she used to be with me a lot when I was young, like in my 20s, because I used to, child.
But you know what though? We don't have the big mamas no more. We don't
Yeah, that's
have
true. Me and James was talking about that the other day. But I know my grandmama is with me. I can tell she here.
No, I'm
You know.
saying like for as in the physical form, for as like
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
real
no,
like
no, yeah,
how
yeah. I had
grandmas
a big
used to be
mama.
back
Yes,
in the
I
day.
did. I had a big mama. James was
Yeah.
telling me about he was lucky enough to know his great grandmama. Can you imagine that?
Oh yeah, that's a blessing.
Yeah, my
That's
great
freaking
grandmother
awesome.
didn't die until 1997.
That is awesome. That
Yeah.
is awesome. Man, I
She
can't
was
imagine.
born in 1900, October 1st, 1900.
Oh
I
yeah,
always
that's
used to love to
beautiful.
sit around my grandmamas and my grandmama
Mine's
and
is
her
May
friends.
1933.
Yeah, I used to love to sit around my grandmamas and her friends. She had one friend, they called her Big Mama, and she used to sell moonshine, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so they always used to, how they had them metal lawn chairs and stuff like that. So they always used to sit outside. I'm always peeking around the corner. Sometimes they let me sit in a circle in the middle right there. And I just be playing and stuff. But Big Mama always used to have this little 22 or whatever, small gun in her breasts, and her breasts were real big, right? And so, well, because she used to sell her product or whatever. But one day, it was this drunk man coming through. He was talking real crazy to Big Mama. Baby, she reached down to her shirt, pulled out a gun in them big old titties. I ain't never seen nothing like it in my life. She cussed that man so bad. I think she cussed him sober. I said, ooh. And I always used to, be in my mind, I want to be just like them when I get older. You know what I mean? And I'm mean and surly right to this day. Like for real.
Yeah.
I
See,
learned
I'm
so
I'm
much from
trying
them.
to savor every moment
Yeah.
I have with mine because she's she's I think was what 84, 85 or whatever, something like that.
Wow.
So I know she got more years behind her than she do in front of her.
Yeah.
So I want, and you never really think it would happen. I mean, you know it would happen, but you don't
Yeah.
know when. So I try
Well,
to savor every moment because this is the woman that
you
actually raised
should.
me. You know.
Yeah.
Um. So it's like oh damn, it's like how without a shadow of a doubt that there's certain people who just love you unconditionally.
Yes.
Some people love you with conditions, but
Yes.
there's some people who just love you regardless of what anything you did or what you done or what you
Yeah.
said. They're gonna love you.
Yeah.
I feel like she's like that last person
Yeah.
in my life that I
Yeah.
know without a shadow of a doubt. I know I got people in my life that love me, of course, but
Right.
she's that one person that I know without a shadow of a doubt will ride and die for me till the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
You
I know what
know,
you mean. Yeah.
and and
And you
and,
blessed when
and
you have
quick to, and
somebody
quick
like
to
that.
and quick to pray for you as she is to quick to cuss you out.
Oh,
Man,
what I just
You
say the other day, James? What I just say the other day?
you got to concentrate on it though, Logan. You got to concentrate on enjoying and taking it in and not
Yes.
being afraid of when it's going to end. Stop
Yes.
focusing on that.
right.
Yes.
You
Yes.
mess around, she outlive you. You don't know how that's going
It's
to turn
true.
out.
Exactly, because she
Yeah, you
almost
you're
did.
right.
She
Ever tell her,
almost did. But even in
yeah,
that moment,
scared me to death, boy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh man. But thank you, James. I don't
Yeah,
think
you
I've
never
ever
know.
had an opportunity to properly really thank you for being there for me. Cause y'all don't know, but last year March, I had COVID. I had COVID really bad, and double pneumonia.
Oh,
Um, I went in March 1st. I talked to James. I was scared to death because I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe, and nobody really knew what was going on. It was new then. Um, March 3rd, I went into a coma.
oh,
March 3rd, I went into an induced coma. I was on the ventilator. And I had issue after issue after issue. My organs was failing. Um, they it was doing good 1 minute, then I was doing bad the next minute. Um, it was to the point to where I was on the ventilator for I was in a coma for 29 days.
my God.
I was in a coma 29 days, and the doctors was going to give me one more day because the ventilator is the short term situation. It's not. I was pretty much on life support.
Oh,
I wasn't breathing on my own. Um, I had a feeding tube. My partner fought against them giving me the trach, but because they didn't, so I'm thankful they didn't have to do that.
oh,
But I had a stage 4 pressure ulcer. Um, it was bad. I ballooned up twice my size.
oh, good.
It was really bad, and but James told me I was gonna make it through, and then when I came out, I could not talk. So when I finally did come out, thank God. When I finally did come out of it, I couldn't talk. I had to relearn how to walk and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
I had the tube in my throat, and I FaceTimed James. Well, I called him on Messenger or whatever, and he was like, "That's all right. You made it through. You made it through. It's gonna be all right." And he sat on the phone while I just boo-hooed and cried and shit. And he been, and mind you, James don't know me from didn't know me from Adam, and but he was there to console me and to make sure that he knew somebody was praying for me. And
Absolutely.
so I will forever be grateful for that.
Absolutely.
'Cause that
Well,
was
It was the longest period of time, like when the contact, because like I would text it or something, and then
mhm
contact went blank,
mhm
and I was like, okay, this is this, and then it just was like, for some reason, I just never gave up. Like, okay, you know what I mean? When there's no contact, you're like, child, is he gone? I never
you
felt
know
like
what you're saying.
he was gone.
Yeah.
It's like I know he was still there, and I was like, all right. And then when it came through, then I would check the Facebook, and I was checking Instagram, and it was a mess. It was a mess. But
yeah
and I never actually told the story, but I always told them what I told them about COVID is that I said people don't believe. This was right in the beginning when people didn't believe it, and you probably have heard me tell the story
mhm
when I was saying about, I said, if you don't know it until it gets close to you. I
Oh,
right
knew
yeah.
what it was because Logan was the one, but I never told anybody who it was.
Oh,
And it was so weird because
and then people say, "Oh, you have to have underlying conditions." Look, I'm 30. I'm 32, young. I'm active. I exercise. I eat as healthy as I can. Even I don't eat all the time, healthy all the time. But I'm not. My physicals always come back great. So I didn't have any preconditions. So when people say, "Oh, this person must have had this is why that happened," no, COVID is kind of like cancer. You
right,
don't know how it's going to affect you. You don't know
yeah. Oh
what
my
it's
God.
going to trigger. For me, um it was depriving my organs from oxygen, which caused my organs to fail.
Oh,
It attacked, instead of me just breathing, it didn't just affect my breathing, it affected my whole body,
wow.
which caused my body to swell, and then I had tons and tons of fluid. Um, and mind you, I didn't know this, and you don't know how lonely of a feeling that is when your family can't come see you,
Oh,
and you in the hospital. Was I had IVs in both my arms. My arms just stretched out, me looking to at the ceiling, looking at the TV, not knowing what day it is,
oh,
because every day looks the same.
my
So
God.
when I would watch the news and I would see people going out to clubs and going out to the malls and not taking it serious, it offended me. It truly offended me, because it's like, you got people here dying. They had a man across, they had to been in the room right across from me. He would always he was just always was like yelling and just in pain and stuff. And then one day I didn't hear him anymore. And then when I asked the nurse, she was and she said he transitioned.
Oh,
So, and she said this is the fifth person that passed on her in 24 hours.
oh my God.
So when people wasn't taking it serious, when they so cavalier about wearing a mask and things, simple things that can help not just protect you, but help protect somebody else. Because I didn't even know I didn't even know I had it until it was almost too late.
Oh my God.
I thought it was at first I thought it was a cold, then I thought it was the flu, and then I said, "Oh, I just take some Theraflu," and you know how we doctor ourselves up and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and then one day, I just woke up in a pool of sweat and gasping for air, and I had to get rushed to the hospital. And back then, they didn't even know what the hell it was,
Yeah.
and they didn't have any treatment. Now I will say I was a trial for the Moderna vaccine. So right before, like, it was like a few days right when they thought I was going to be what they called it, uh basically they was going to see if it was my family was going to have to see if they I can donate. They wanted to see if COVID had ruined the possibility, because I'm an organ donor. So they
Oh,
wanted to to see if me being positive, if COVID positive, if my organs wasn't going to be was it be good, and my parents had to sign off consent, and my parents didn't do it because they was like, no, that's like we giving up, we not giving up.
I know that's right.
And the doctors was giving me one more day, and then it was gonna. And mind you, people back then when people had COVID, you wasn't getting buried, you was getting cremated. So they was telling me if I don't wake up and I pass, they were gonna cremate me. My mom said, hell no. And the doctor, so I told, I think I forgot to tell James this too. So my family, my mom had went out and bought a casket, because that was the only way that they would release me if that was to happen. So I had a casket even before I was dead.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
It was something else. That's
So this shit is serious. This
You
this
are a
this,
blessing.
this shit is serious, and it's still serious.
Do you have any lingering effects even now?
Always.
Oh
Just the
wow.
trauma. The first just the trauma of it, because I think about death more now than I ever did before. Because as 32-year-old man, you don't think about your own mortality at
Right.
that age. But
Right.
now I think about it all the time. I find myself always questioning, damn, what day it is. I'm looking at, like, I can have a muscle spasm, and I'm thinking, oh shit, what is this? You
yeah.
know, everything was my
Right.
partner can tell you, when I got home from the hospital, I was calling the ambulance every other day. I was calling the ambulance every other day because I felt like, oh, I had a pain here, or I had a muscle something here. Oh, my head was hurting.
Yeah.
Is it an aneurysm?
Trauma.
I was always like
It's trauma.
thinking
It's like you
trauma,
got a
like it
little
was
bit
like
of
a
Sound
PTSD.
like
That's
it
it was
turned
trauma.
you into like a hypochondriac.
Yeah.
right. So
You have therapy or
Anxiety.
therapy, you think that would help?
Yeah.
yeah, I do,
Deal with
I
the
do.
PTSD, the trauma.
And I just try to deal with it in my own way, in a sense. But yeah, I do, and I do talk to people about it. But yeah, it affected me a lot. My lungs are still not where it needs to be. Um, like like I've noticed certain things. Like I just you just know, like you just know your body. So I just know certain things still affected me. Like even with that, like my be laying on my back for so long, I developed a really bad bed sore, and I had to have surgery on that. So that was another thing. I had a wound vac for over a month. You know,
Wait, you had a surgery on the bed sore?
well, it was a stage 4 pressure ulcer.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what that meant. What is that?
It's gruesome. It's like it starts off as like a penny, right? Or like a hole on
Uh-huh.
on your backside, and then
Uh-huh.
it grows and grows and grows until it was the size of like a small saucer, like
Oh
a
wow.
saucer plate, and it was deep. It was it was really deep.
Oh my God.
And maybe I'll up, I'll do like a video on on my page or something, and people who really want to know. But it wasn't something that could be sewn up. They had to pack it
Uh-huh.
and then put like a wound vac on it so it can drain.
Oh.
But for the longest time, I couldn't sit on it and all that kind. It was nasty. It was like the worst part of my life. I had to relearn how to walk. I
Oh my
couldn't walk. Um, you forget how to do all of that kind of stuff. So, but
God.
now, but glory be to God, I'm able to do that and more now.
Working.
Thank you.
So I'm working. I'm living life. I'm fucking. I'm doing all of these things. I'm doing all of these things I couldn't do. Then like a lot of those things I took for granted. And mind you, even when I was in the effects of COVID, is I had no endurance. I had no stamina because of my lungs.
Mm.
So I had to learn how to I had to build all that back up as well.
So you're what they call a long hauler, right?
So
I'm
crazy.
sorry.
You're what they call a long hauler when it comes to the COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so,
Yeah.
in a sense. But I'm like, I still donate. I donate plasma
Uh-huh.
and all that kind of good stuff for research and try to try to get people try to get people as much help as possible and do what I can do to further along. But when people think it's a conspiracy theory and all that, it just offends me. When people think it's the government trying to do this and that, it's just like, well, that wasn't my case. That wasn't no government. If any, but there's a story that I always tell people when they talk about they don't want to get vaccinated. So there was a dude that I know who contracted COVID, and he ended up being in hospital. And right before they put him on the ventilator, he begged for the vaccine.
Oh.
He begged for the vaccine, but the nurse said, "Baby, it's too late.
Oh.
It's too late." And shortly after he passed. So, um, I always tell people when you on the fence, baby, like people got a vaccine not growing tails, people on the vaccine not going crazy. Like if it can help save your life or somebody you love, you know, it, get it. You have to take every other vaccine. When you go to school, you got to take how many vaccines before you go to school? So if this can help you, it's not going to prevent you from getting it, but it'll
Yeah.
keep you from
Oh,
going into the disease state.
goodness.
Being on a ventilator, that's not an easy feeling. Waking up with a tube in your throat and can't talk, that
Oh,
was a very uncomfortable feeling. And it's painful. It's not just uncomfortable, it's painful. And a lot of the things, what I believe that it is your strength and your support team. Because when you're in there and you feel like you have to do all this by yourself, when your will is gone, and you don't have anything else to really hold on to, your body will follow suit, and you will leave here. So it's not. So when your family can't come see you, and mind you, at one point they was taking our phones. They
Oh
were taking out
no.
because they needed the room to be sterilized. They needed the room to be clean. So when the nurses would come in with their hazmat suits on, you can't have none of that out there, because you constantly breathing on it. You constantly, your phone carries a lot of germs.
Yeah.
You know, um. So that one time I wasn't able to talk to people until like later and stuff. And when you really feel alone, and that's a horrible feeling when you've gone through all of that and you're alone. Then nobody can send you flowers. They
No.
can't send you balloons.
Yeah.
You might and and trust me, the nurses don't want to be in a room no more than you want to be in a room.
Right.
So the only company you get is from a nurse that's in there that whatever they need to do, and in 5 minutes, bing bang boom, and they out of there, and you're in the room, left in the room for hours upon hours until maybe a shift. Like I used to pray for a shift change. I used to pray for the shift change because then I would see somebody. I used to look in the mirror. Used to look out the door and see if somebody would walk past, and it's a very lonely feeling.
That is enough right there to drive you crazy. Just
Yeah.
no human contact. That's terrible.
Oh, wow.
I would ask the nurse what day it is. What she said, "Oh, baby, you don't know what day it is." I said, "No, I thought it was Tuesday. It's Saturday.
Mm.
Every day looks the same. I ain't changing clothes. I'm in the same thing. I'm watching the same thing on TV. So it's not like you. It's not like I have anything productive to do. So and then being home and then recovering from home without having that around the clock care like that. Having to learn how to redo things for yourself. COVID really messed me up. I felt like an old man. I felt like a senior citizen. I felt like a very old, like my partner would help me out the bed. My partner would help me to the bathroom, like help clean me and do all of that stuff. And I'm grateful he did because a lot of people would have left.
Mm.
He ain't moved, child.
He
He
ain't
did not
moved.
move.
He was right there. So I'm glad I had that support. But
And you keep in mind, he's young. They're
yeah,
young.
he's young.
They're
He's younger than
young.
me.
They're not,
Yeah,
Logan ain't my age, child.
I'm
They COVID
32.
don't discriminate.
Yeah, he's 27.
Oh, you talking about?
So yeah, and he got a lot. He got a life to live. And he was taking care of me like an invalid.
He said, for better or worse. Who
So
knew worse would be so soon?
right. So but again, rail all that back in to tell you thank you, James. I
Oh,
really
shit,
do
I didn't do
appreciate it.
nothing, child.
Right.
You helped me because you may help me make some decisions quickly. I went shortly after that call is when I went into I went in the house before they said to go in the house. I sequestered myself before they told us to go in the house because I knew it was real. I'm telling you, I never answer.
And look, my
I
right
answer
hand to
this.
God. Our right
Yeah,
hand to God. I was one of those people who didn't really believe in it. I was one of those people who thought, oh, it ain't gonna hit me.
right.
I was one of those people until it did.
I hadn't given it
Yeah.
any thought. And I don't answer this phone when it's not like if I don't give you my phone number, then you don't have my phone number. If you call me on like Facebook, because people hit me on Facebook or Instagram, I do not answer those calls
Mhm.
at all. And for whatever reason, I didn't even hesitate to click it. I heard that weird ring and I said, "What is that?" And I clicked it, and that screen came on, and I seen Logan laying there. I said, "You have got to be fucking kidding me!" Because I'm telling you,
Yeah.
before all of this, when this all started, Logan had that body that you could. I knew he was completely physically fit. You could bounce a quarter off his stomach.
Hmm.
So there was no way you're telling me you're hooked to machines and you can't breathe. Like, why can't you breathe? Child. And it just, and everything just happened so fast. And I'm like, this is nuts.
it went from you know how the oxygen thing have dials on them from
Mhm.
4 to whatever 10 or whatever the case may be. They started me off low, so I was okay then, but my mouth was always dry. Mouth was always, and then it was hard for me to breathe. And then the nurse would come in, she would crank it up a little bit more, and it still wasn't. She would crank it up a little bit more until where it got to the max. And she said, "Baby, that's all we have. We don't have anything else. And right now, because we're gonna have to probably send you to the intensive care so you
Oh,
can be watched." And then when I really start to drop, my partner told me this. I don't even remember this. They told me that I was going to have to go on a ventilator, and I was scared. They said they're going to have to put me in an induced coma. Um, and I was like, "And for what?" I'm like, "For what? Like, just give me more oxygen." It's like, "Baby, that's nothing. Your lungs are failing." And she's like, "Your lungs. We need to let your lungs take a break because your lungs is giving up."
oh,
And my partner, and then I did my last phone call, and I was on the phone with him, and from what he told me, I was just crying and crying and saying, "Baby, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know how all of this has happened, and
oh,
how this is happening, and all of this stuff." And she said, "Baby, just let them do what they're gonna do, and I'll see you on the other side or whatever."
oh,
And that's all I remember. And I don't even remember that. Um, when I woke up, I was in shock because I didn't know where I was. I didn't know why I was here. Um, I couldn't talk. They gave me a board, like a dry erase board,
Mhm.
and I'm writing and stuff, and I'm writing, and nobody could understand what the hell I'm saying. Nobody can understand my handwriting. And it was to the point to where I was so frustrated. So I was trying to yank stuff, you know. They had to restrain me until I calmed down and gave me something for anxiety. And um, people don't tell you these things, you know.
Mhm.
People don't tell you these things, um, but it's real. It's so real. COVID is nothing to play with, and if you had COVID and you didn't really have any bad symptoms, count yourself blessed.
right.
Count yourself blessed because that's not everybody's outcome. The hospitals are still filled to this day, over capacity. I was having some issues to where I was going to go to the hospital. The firefighters came out and said they ain't got no ambulance because everybody booked. Because and the hotels are jam packed. I mean, not hotels. The hospitals are overcrowded. I was like, damn, damn. So if I can help save anybody especially about getting a vaccine, please get it. It's not Your skepticism is not worth your life.
Mhm.
You being skeptical about something that will help you is not. You have more to lose than worrying about anything else. I know people, for as black people, we had issues with trusting medical professionals. I understand that, but this is not one of them. This is the one that you should trust. So I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for it. Like I said before, um, I was before Moderna was emergency released. They was testing them on people like me. So my family had to sign off for them to administer that to me, and it was the Moderna. And so they gave it to me, and a few days later, I woke up. So it did. I know it was the Lord, but with the help of medicine, I'm here. So um So please, people, it's nothing. It's not worth your life. It's really not worth your life. So, but yeah, that's all I got about that.
I got mine, baby. They done got me up in my arms, honey. They got me in my arms. That's the pep. They got me, honey, and I'll be going to get my booster soon.
Right, right.
I ain't playing. They say my system is good, but I ain't trusting it, honey. I
Yeah.
said,
Logan, you started off asking us to pray for you, and I will keep you in prayer. You done sent me into full mommy mode. I just want to pull you up in my lap and rock you to sleep. So I
Oh,
will
I appreciate
definitely
it.
that's what she
I
do.
really do appreciate it.
Is this the first time you've been on with Nubiology, Logan?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Actually, it
ask her
really
how
is.
many kids she got.
How many?
10. I have
Oh, that's beautiful.
10 from
That's
my body,
beautiful.
and I have
That's
a bonus
beautiful.
baby, so
I come from
11.
a big family like that, so um, I can relate. I love
Amazing.
it. My mother raised 10,
Okay.
so I am, but I'm not one of 10, but I'm a lot more. But my mom has 10. Yeah. So my mom was a foster parent. My mom had her own kids. Also, my father had his own his kids. So it's like I got a football team of siblings. I can't keep track of them people. I got 7 from my dad, 10 from my mom, and I got a heap of adopted brothers and foster brothers. So
Okay.
I'm mixed in there with a lot of people. So when I tell them don't hold it against me if I don't remember your birthday, because there's a lot of y'all.
I tell my children that if I
You know,
would have known it was going to be that many, I would have named them 1 through 10. So I could.
hey, you do what my mom do. Call me all my siblings' name before she get to mine.
Don't hold it against her.
Rick, James, Bobby, Logan.
Mhm.
You know your name. You know your name. I was like, oh Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
Yeah, Nubi is a phenom, honey. She's a
That's
phenom.
beautiful though. That is a beautiful thing.
Thank
That is a
you.
beautiful thing and to bring life into the world, and then that life creates life, and that life creates life. It never ends.
Right.
So that is beautiful. I don't think we really grasp the miracle that is, and
Right. I do.
that is wonderful. That's why I was saying to Lakers, I don't believe as a gay black man, I'm offended by how straight black men treat our women. We don't protect our black women the way we should, and 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 I don't need black men criticizing how angry a black woman is, and how strong and how masculine a black woman is, and all that kind of stuff. I say, well, if you had an inkling of what a black woman goes through, then you would be angry too. You as a black man is angry for what the world has done to you, and then she has to take that shit off of you because you can't take it out on the white man, so he gonna take that shit home to you.
That's right.
So so who she has to vent to?
Yep.
So she has to be the mother, the daycare. She got to be the parent. She got to be your parent when you're not feeling well. She got to be the counselor. She got to be the nutritionist. She got to be the cook. She got to be the maid. She got to be all these different functions all wrapped up in one human being.
Yeah.
And to open up your mouth to say anything negative towards that woman is a form of disrespect. And I call it out every time I see it, anytime I see it. I am an advocate of black women. I cherish and love black women, and I need, and I will stand in spaces, in the barbershops, in the bars, in any predominantly male place, and be an advocate for that. I don't let any man disrespect a black woman, whether I know her or not. You know,
Right.
I'm starting to see that it catch on. So um, I just need more black men to stand up and do that. And because I believe that black women are the most unappreciated person in the world.
Mm.
And we got to change that narrative.
All right. Well, I appreciate and receive every bit of what you just said. All of it.
Absolutely.
And it's double when your own children. Ooh, James, I almost called you the other day. Lord, I'm so glad I held my composure because one of them kids got hot lipped with me.
Oh
And I
no.
couldn't get my hands around their throat.
Oh
That
no.
is the, all they got to do is keep having birthdays. They'll figure it out.
Right. She's one of the special ones too. She's able to pick up the horn and get me to pick up.
Oh yeah. I believe if you disrespect the black woman, and you're a child, What
Clown.
happened to? I remember getting backhand as a child. You couldn't do certain stuff in my mama house, and my mama had boys. My mama didn't have a lot of girls. My mama had nothing but boys. So you couldn't be in her face with all of that kind of stuff. Nowadays kids get away with so much. Like I remember, when grown folks was talking, you couldn't interject. You got slapped the piss out you.
Be in the room, child. You had
You
to
know.
ear hustle. I was good at it. I was good at ear hustling. But my mother ain't let you sit around. Where'd you sit with me and my girlfriends, honey? Now you got your time. When you get later, you can have your own girlfriends. You can sit around me and my girlfriend. But I had the girlfriend there was, honey. I sat with my grandmother and ear hustled, honey.
Right.
And get all the tea. But they ain't allow you to sit up they have an adult party and here go you. What kind of mess is that? I remember we had like family members that would have their kids, they would be in the bar, in the beer garden. That's what I used to call it, the beer garden. They'd be sitting over there eating chips and stuff. My mother was like, oh, hell no, not mine. You remember they used to allow that kind of dumb stuff to go on back in the day? I had a cousin, her mother stayed up in the bar, child, and she'd be over there. Everybody at the bar knew her. She'd be over there in the booth eating chicken wings. This is a bad, today they throw you in jail for that.
Right.
The way the world has changed. Anyway, y'all, now we done hit 8 hours, 9 minutes. Olivia's about to drift off on us again, I'm sure.
Ooh, did you hear me snore? You didn't hear me snore, did you?
I ain't gonna set you up, honey. I will never let them get you won't
I can't believe I was leaning over like that.
Yeah, you won't become content hanging with me.
But yeah, I'm about to get out of here. I appreciate it. And anybody in the chat, I'll start to the community wall and stuff. I'll post pictures and go into deep depth of like the experience and all that kind of good stuff.
That channel some life now, Logan.
I got to. I've really been bad with it.
They've been asking all night if you had a channel. I'm like, no, you ain't got no channel. But now
I'm about to get active with it. I just never knew how. I just did, but I got my mentor. I got my mentor here, so.
I'm gonna say, listen to this bullshit. I never knew how. Meanwhile, there's a whole really big TV running around. So
that's my sister, right?
Do I know?
I don't. I don't play. I don't play no games when it comes to really big TV. I tell people, hey, watch him out now. Watch him out. It get real. But yeah,
put it down in it, and it'll be going on. That's all.
Yeah, but I'll when I have some ideas, I'll run it by you and figure out how to execute it and pour some life into it and get it started. But it's been a pleasure. We got to do this again, and I'll catch y'all next time.
All right, look, and it's under. What did you have the whole channel listed under, Logan? What are you listed under?
I think it's just Logan J. Just Logan J. They can find me there, and
go back to the beginning of the video, child, and click them. If you go back,
right,
back 8 hours. I done worked in like a part-time job, honey.
Well, I'll comment or something so they'll see me. But it's been a pleasure. I love you guys. You guys have a good night. Well, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, and tell the other half I said, what's up?
Oh, he's looking at me side-eyed right now.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm surprised. Like, I thought he went to sleep because I'd have been snatched you up off of here.
Right, he looking at me, pointing at his watch, talking about, you know what time it is.
I know that's right.
But I'm about to get out of here. I'll talk to y'all later. Love you.
All right, baby. Love
Bye-bye.
y'all. All
See you
right,
later.
Miss
I appreciate
Olivia.
you.
Olivia.
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am. Nubiology.
Yeah.
Oh, just saying I enjoyed you again.
Oh, I
And
enjoyed you too, and I enjoyed you, James. Thank y'all so much.
So
I
we had
appreciate y'all.
Olivia for at least 6 hours, maybe
I
7
can't,
when she
I
came.
can't believe it. I done dozed and I done ate. I dozed. There's just a lot going on over here.
Everybody ate but me. I haven't eaten. I literally haven't eaten anything since lunchtime.
Well, oh Lord, child, you do for it's breakfast time now.
Right, that's why I said I'll skip the dinner. I ain't gonna act like a real fat bitch. Bust
I don't
out
know
like
what
I'm eating dinner
nubiology
at
was.
6
Well, I
in the
don't know what nubiology was chomping on over there, but I seen her put the utensil to her mouth. I said, "Let me go ahead and give me something to eat."
I went and threw a little ghetto salad together right quick. I had some chips before that. Every time I turned the camera off, I was going getting something else to munch on.
Okay.
Well, listen, every time we looked around, Lakers stuff was dying. His apparatus was dying, and he was sipping on that bottle, honey. He had, God bless him, he had himself a good time. He did.
Well, I enjoyed all y'all, but I'm gonna get off here. Thank you so much for having me, Jane.
All right,
I really appreciate it. I just really wanted to come over and show you some love like you be showing me on my channel. You know, I appreciate it. It means a lot. And so I was like, shoot, least I can do is click the link. I appreciate Jason coming to my crazy channel.
on there, honey, and argue. There, see, it ain't just. It's. I knew there was more to it. It's Logan_J the King, honey.
Logan _ J the King. Yeah, I would want to figure out his channel name so I could join his, so I could join his channel.
Right.
His story is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my
I
God.
didn't never ask permission to actually tell it, so I've never actually told it. I just said, just the little outskirts. Never said who it was or anything. Just that I knew COVID was real, honey, because I saw it with my own eyes, honey. He scared me into submission. He didn't even know he was doing it.
Okay.
Baby, I ran in the house, baby, and slammed the door behind me. I said, you won't get me, honey. Said if Rena ain't up in here, she won't get me, honey, because she's gonna have to come in here to get me.
I know that.
It's real. It really is real.
I was real happy. I'm thinking we doing all right. And then they started talking about the Delta variant and people dropping like flies. I said, oh well, all right. I understand.
I'm always in masks. I always have masks on me. It would be ridiculous for me to be running around with no mask. I mean, come on, I'm the mask dude. But I'm always running around with them. And if I go somewhere and there's too many people, I turn around and go right on back out the door. I ain't never stopped doing that.
I try to get my chores done as early as I can, so I won't have to deal with a whole lot of people.
Right.
Because them crowds is not going to work for me. They just don't work.
I'm a bomb girl, so I don't have no job. I can go out when everybody else that's responsible goes to work.
I try to do it as early as I can to get the job done. Come on back in the house where I feel safe,
Right.
So yeah. But
No
anyway, I'm gonna get off here, y'all. Y'all have a nice day. I'm really gonna take me a nap because I'm really trying to come back and do my video for the day because I've been researching the Jelani Day case and it's a lot going on with that.
Right.
So I'm talk to you.
The streets are hot, honey. So I'll be seeing you. I don't sleep much. I'll be up, honey. I'll be in the bush.
All right. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. Y'all have a good one, okay? Bye-bye.
Baby, you
Love
too.
y'all. Bye-bye.
Newbieology.
Now, are you going to sleep or are you going to watch American Horror Story? Because I know what I'm about to do.
Wait a minute. Listen, let me tell you how far behind I am. I still, naturally I got to do American Horror Story, but I haven't watched Real Housewives of Potomac yet. I done got cussed out 3 times since we've been on here. Where's the Real Housewives of Potomac? You up on here live. Where's Real Housewives of Potomac? I'm like, no, I got much more pressing matters right now. I got to talk about Dave Chappelle and the people.
And I knew in my spirit, I was waiting. That was the first comment when you came live. I said, I've been waiting on you. I knew you were coming. I knew it.
I tried to avoid it as long as I could. I did. I even went and I did the video about Chloe Bailey. I was like, I'm gonna go do this, and it just still didn't satisfy my soul, honey. You see all this, honey? See all this? No.
Right. And I seen the little Chloe video when it popped up. I said,
You say anybody think about her in that old feather blouse stuff. I've got some other little video scraps, some small KTTLs that I got to do. And we'll be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow because we're going to talk about the whole little situation about the fat shaming of Whoopi Goldberg. We're going to talk about that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You go, my love. And I got 2 words for you before I go, and you'll catch them. Godmother. So be ready. Love you.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. All right, you guys, listen, it has been real. We have pulled another all-nighter. Everything was really good. I really do appreciate everybody who came through. Definitely check out the folks who actually have channels. I think everybody, naturally, those of you who knew Logan just loves him more, and those of you who didn't know Logan has fallen in love with Logan. He has that type of effect. So, and I really did enjoy that crazy old Laker. I enjoyed him. I really did. And yeah, listen, this was good. This turned out way better than I thought. I was ready for whatever. I was ready if folks wanted to fight and argue. Nobody did that. Everybody was very, very respectful. And I think everything went really, really well. So, with that being said, I am out of here. It has been real. This has been Kitchen Table Talk live for a long time is what it is. And I will catch you all on the next one. Later, y'all.
And feel like